Well, hello. How are we, gents? How's it going? What's new? What's good? Hi, hi, ho. How are you guys tonight? Figured I should probably do it live. It's been a long time, so I'd like to get back active. I just kind of pulled back and was trying to figure out how I do all my editing and all of that good stuff. Create shorts, create videos, clip and cut, all of that. So, been working on some of that stuff. I'm sure you probably saw some of the stuff I've posted. Um, but I figured I needed to get active again. So I threw the link out. If anybody wants to come up and chit chat, goof off, talk about whatever random stuff is going on in the world or in life, why not? But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If anybody wants to talk about things, been on a bunch of debates recently. I posted some of them. It's been quite fun, actually. Although last night I was on VK and I got all the way to the end and basically won and got assassinated or fatality. So that was silly. Thought I was going to win. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. Yeah, I mean, you know you're always welcome up, K2. Doom. Be for fun. Haven't got to chit chat in a while. I mean, a little bit on other people's stuff, but not on my channel. So gonna try to figure out how to stream both to YouTube and Rumble at some point, because I think that would be helpful. Be able to store videos over there as well, just in case, because we know that YouTube can be goofy sometimes. So I think it'd be wise to have multiple places holding on to my information. So that's probably good. I feel like my camera is more zoomed in than usual, which is weird because it's the laptop's camera. It's not even like a webcam or a good camera, so it's not moved. It's the same exact spot. But for some reason, I feel like it's way zoomed in on me compared to the way that it used to be. But I could be wrong. It also seems like the quality isn't nearly as good, which, who knows? Do that. Did that change it? Oh, it did change it. Wow. Okay. K2?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm doing good. You can't hear the background?
I can hear it a little bit. I don't think it's that big a deal.
Oh, not sweet. I'm just going to mute and jump in and out. Hopefully more
Cool.
people jump up. Just
Sounds good.
figured until we get started.
Heck yeah, man. How you been?
I've been good. I debated Bricky on if sponge baths were gay, and I beat him.
Wait. What was the topic?
If sponge baths were gay.
Oh, good. And you beat him, huh?
Yes, my first
Was,
debate. But
was
I'm
that
not a
on
debate guy. I don't
was that
like debates.
was that on Bricky's channel or
I think it was Chris and Bricky Shithouse.
good stuff. Good stuff.
Not this week's, but last week's, I believe.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Um, were you at VK last night?
Yes.
How do you think I did?
Sorry. I think he did all right. I was really surprised with. I'm not gonna go to some lower class here, but I thought he did really good. His first debate when that 4-way.
I agree, dude.
Yeah, and
I agree.
you always do well in the debating sphere.
You think so?
Yeah, I always think so. I just didn't stick around to the very end because I was getting off work. Then I saw Anson was live, and I figured I'd go say hi to Anson.
You go screw with Anson a bit.
Yeah, you know me.
That's for fun.
The just the debating sphere seems like it's a little old, and everybody's doing it now.
I agree.
And
I
I
agree.
kind of just like these channels where we could talk like just as white, where EOD thought I was trying to debate.
Yep. I think it's nice to just chill and chat sometimes, and I think people need that too. The
Yeah, I
debate
just want
sphere is
that.
fun. The debate sphere is
Yeah.
fun, but you got to have a place to like unwind and just chill and
Yeah, like
shoot
just
the. Yeah.
like
Well,
just
Jess
white's
is.
union debate,
Yeah.
EOD and Bumpkin, but I'm just like trying to explain how it was good in my experience, where other more people like, Ugh. But I'm just like, dude, I'm not trying to debate. I'm just trying to talk.
Right. Well, I think it's a contentious subject too, right? Because some people have been wronged by the union, and then they feel like they're all bad, or
Yeah, they're not all as powerful as everybody says they are, too.
right. Well, I
And
think
like
that there's different ones, right?
always, I'm
Right.
not
And
trying to get into the subject with you and
right.
your show. I'm just trying to say
Yep.
everyone has their opinion. You're entitled.
Absolutely.
I just don't agree with right to work because I mean I view it as being a Costco membership guy. If I go in there getting all these benefits for like bargain shopping, and then someone else just comes in there doesn't pay the membership, gets the same deals, I view that as a little unfair. That's just my opinion.
Well,
That's
what do you think it would be better if we had like? Oh, it's so hard. It's hard to solve that issue because
yeah. I
you
mean, I get
could.
it because some people are like, I don't want to, but I like the money and the benefits that they get. But it's like,
Right.
it,
I get it. I get it.
yeah, it's a touchy subject. Not a
It's
lot of people. That's why I didn't want to touch it on your show. I was just using it as an
yeah.
example, like where I just wanted to talk how experience I had.
Yeah. I think that
Yeah.
I watched a good portion of it, and I heard some of the stuff you talked about afterwards. And it's just a contentious thing. It's
Yeah.
one of those things that there's going to be people that hate it and people that love it, and to each their own. If they become a real problem, then maybe something should be done. Or if they're really good, then maybe we should embrace them more. But
Yeah, well, America did embrace them. I get they have a shady past, like we've talked about too, where companies were busting people's heads with
yeah,
Pinkertons, so they
yep,
went to the mob and got in that dirty way, and it's
that's
a bad
crazy,
reputation. But one force is going to drive the other force to do something else too.
right? True.
And then the National Labor Board in the 80s are like, there's no, I think it was the 80s when they're like, if we find out that the mob's still attached, you lose your right. And I think Teamsters lost that until they got the mob out
Oh,
completely.
geez, that's
Like
pretty hardcore.
they lost the recognition from the National Labor Board. And then like I was telling on EOD's channel before the debate, I'm like, yeah, Amazon just got the labor board's coming after Amazon too, and then they're slowly starting to organize too. And did even say Amazon has some bad working conditions too. But then he's like, some people want to work there. So
Right.
but that's how you change them too. Like I wish we would have our Discord call like with our group and I could explain what's going on with my work and
Well,
how I can explain. I
dude,
just want
if you want to do it whenever, just say something and we can set it up when you guys want to do it. I'm open. I'm like,
yeah, Rob said anytime. I tried messaging Oxy. I don't know. Doom.
Well,
I should probably message him on Discord. I know Rob's down. I'm down. I know you're down.
yeah, maybe we
I
should
just,
just set a day and a time and do it. But
yeah,
people
I
got to be
just,
able to show up. So,
yeah. But I gotta put you on mute for a second. I gotta do this rep
all right,
right here.
you
If you
good?
wanna,
Do
I
it,
don't want
man.
to move the discussion from that subject because I don't want people coming here debating or whatever. If you're just trying to
Right,
chill.
right. I think I think you're right. I think there's a time and a place for debate, and it's not every day and everywhere. And I think it'd be great for us to just chill out, chit chat, tell stories, goof off. I have a bunch of plans I want to try to start doing with the channel. I've been working on ideas and brainstorming some. I'll
I think
probably communicate it all with you guys.
I think you should pick up like what Base Tweaker was trying to tell to lower class. Maybe just have like a chill stream, and if somebody wants to debate, make it like a 10-minute debate. I could see how it could turn into a debate, but get it where they want to hammer it
Right.
and then move on really quick.
Yep. And go right back to chill.
Yeah, I could see that. They really want to debate on the subject. Just make it fast.
Yep.
And be done with it after.
Yep. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, it gets people's little arguments out of the way, right? Like,
yeah. Well,
at the
you
very
have
least,
something. Yeah. I'm sorry.
no, I was
Didn't mean to
just
cut
at the very least, you throw out the idea, maybe you argue it a little bit to let people know where you stand, and then you're good. You know.
Yeah. But I'm a communist now. I'm sorry.
Hello, Lawrence. Thank you, Gorilla Biscuits. I appreciate that. That's all right. It's Rob's with Andrew, so it makes sense that he would raid to there. I'm good with that.
Oh,
But I
Doom said
appreciate the
he's
try.
down.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought I was muted.
No, you're
I
good.
really thought I was muted. Doom says he's down. So
yeah. I can't imagine anybody's not down to just do a Discord call and chill.
I just, if we're gonna like discuss like how someone asked me about my work, I don't want anything to be live. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you. No, I agree with you. You don't need to dox yourself. That's could be harmful to you. So, yep. So
I've been missing Doom. I've been missing you streaming. I know that sounds a little weird.
No, I get it, dude.
Yeah.
I get it. I've been feeling that too. Like, I don't know what it was. Like, I don't know what happened. I was streaming pretty consistently, and then there came a point, it wasn't even a burnout. It was more like, I just don't feel like it right now, and I feel kind of weird about it, so I'm just going to chill. And then, like, several days in a row, I was going to, and I came down, sat down, started getting ready for it, and I was like, yeah, I don't feel like it. And it's not like...
I get it.
It wasn't even...
get it.
It wasn't even laziness. It was like I didn't want to deal with anything, I guess. I don't know.
I've been having like severe back pain for the last week. Well, I got a doctor's appointment on the 30th, so it like for 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago. Like for 3 days, it hurt to walk. That's why I kind of stopped playing hockey because I was starting to get this back pain. I don't know what. I think it's a sciatic nerve, and something really tripped it really bad, and I just was in pain to work, pain to walk, but I just suffered through it. And I'm like, those stretches ain't working. What the doctor gave me, I'm probably gonna have to go to her office, tell her how bad it's getting, and then go on from there.
Get it looked at. Make sure you're not like messed up. You don't want to keep pushing yourself if you got like a herniated disc or something. You want to deal with it.
Yeah, I don't think it's that. I'm hoping it's not that. I'm walking good. Just like I think I just pinched a nerve in my back. Like it just went where it hurt to walk, and hasn't been like that since. But I don't know. I've been kind of I'm a little behind because I woke up at 6. Went to go pick up my prescription. That's when I jumped on lower class. Now my yard's just overtaken. I'm just like, fuck. Because I don't
Sheesh.
have time because I work nights.
Yep.
But it's a small yard, so they ain't.
That's a pain. Pain is a terrible thing. It's like a persistent, I don't know, man. It'll drive you nuts if you're not careful, you know? I definitely know that. Back pain's no stranger to me for sure. So you should definitely do whatever it is you need to do to make sure that you stay healthy, because that's like one of those things. As you age, it's only gonna get worse. You know?
Yeah, that's why I'm a little, like I was telling Bricky, I got a shoulder injury from hockey. Never healed right. So I won't squat with the bar on my back and do bench presses. I'll use other machines to simulate that.
Yeah.
Just because I don't need my shoulder giving out
Right.
either.
Right. Don't need to push it till it strains or breaks. You know?
Yeah.
It's a terrible idea to damage yourself further,
Yeah, I
especially if you
mean
don't have to.
it's been separated since 11th grade.
Dear Lord.
Yeah, they just like, we're never gonna put it back. It's just gonna pop out since you play hockey still. And then I literally played till I was 32.
Did they tell you to get surgery?
No, they just like, it's gonna be fine. You might get weird. I've always been protective of it.
So what is it, like an occasional slip out?
No, oh no, it's like permanently
Dude,
dislocated. Like
that's
you see,
terrible.
well, now that I'm working out, it's hard to tell anymore. Like I don't know how to explain it. It's like a big hump where you see it, the dislocate part compared to your other shoulder.
Right.
And I do literally can do everything the same. Just every once in a while, it gets discomfort. And when I do like other workouts, I might have to like do 3, take a break, and then finish. Like if it's my max, like say I'm doing a chest incline with the dumbbells,
Right.
and let's say my shoulder's feeling a little bit discomfort, I'll do like a set of 3, wait, just let my shoulder rest if it's feeling bad that day. And then like, cause it's my max, I'll do like 5, a set of 5, and I'll split that set in half.
Right.
I know that's a little bit cheating, but I don't need to, like
You
I
just
said,
need
like
you need to protect it, and you got to build muscle,
yeah.
but you need to protect it because you don't want to cause you don't want to push yourself to the point where you've damaged yourself beyond repair, and then you're screwed for life at that point. And you got a lot of
Yep.
years. Nobody wants that kind of pain for, 30, 40, 50, 60 years or longer even.
Yeah, I mean, if I stay childless and I'm married, I'm thinking about getting out in 18 more years.
Yeah.
So, but I'm hoping that's not the case. I don't mean to. But I don't know. That's my plan. It could totally change. So
Yeah.
that's why I work a lot. And then, like what EOD said, was complaining about the pension. I'm like, just use my pension, and I put aside my other money with other assets and accounts.
JB.
So I can get out earlier and let that grow. Another 401k. I'm sorry.
No,
Don't
you're
mean to
good.
get into that shit.
Well, I mean,
Just like that's
is
fine.
that your plan to stay childless? You don't want to
No,
do.
I would like to, but just like the dating market seems so shitty
See, I
in my case.
well, okay. So here's the thing: like when we're on those debate shows and everything else, I don't, I don't have any like, I don't have a good view of what that all is because I've been married for 17 years, right? So I have no idea what the dating market's like. I don't know any of that information. So when they're like, "Do you think dating uh, apps do this and this and this?" I'm like, I have no idea. I've never used one.
Um,
I have
seems like it.
zero.
It seems like now, yeah, it inflated. Like when it first came out, the dating apps seemed like they worked like how they were supposed to, but you kind of get the gif where it was going, like hookups.
Right.
But so that's where my problem came because I was just using the apps to talk and date. Where now, like, seems like talking in real life now is the problem, especially when chicks are like, don't approach us anymore
Right.
and stuff like that. You hear on the internet because you don't know which girls chill and then which girls
Right. Well,
crazy and believes in that crap.
I think it's partially the internet culture is driving weird things, you know?
Yeah, I think the internet's bad. Like some of these schools trying to ban phones from kids. I get that. I know you and Bricky got into it on VK, but I get
Yeah.
where Bricky was coming from too
Right.
at the same time.
Well, I don't think you need government funding to take phones from children, right?
Oh yeah. I'm just
I
saying
think
like some of the school policies and I'm
I
sorry.
think no, I think if I agree with you 100%. If children are going to school, they should not be texting and on the phone in school. That should be left out. If they have a cell phone, there should be some way to secure the phones for the time that the children are in school. They can check it at lunch or something if their parents have something to say, but I don't think that they need to be carrying their phone around all the time.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think like maybe to fix that they could use like when they go into the classrooms they put them in a thing and then they get the phone back after the bell rings in
right.
between class. They go to the next class, put their phones in because I do get it.
Yeah, no,
Like
it
that
makes
is a
all the sense
problem.
to me. The problem too is like your cell phone at this point, right? When we were growing up, there wasn't smartphones. I didn't have a smartphone until I was out of war and back into the country and everything, you know? And so it's a crazy invention that changed everything. Like it can do everything. You can do all your mathematics on it. You can search anything. It is a tool that is greater than most tools we've ever had in history. And every single person basically is carrying around a supercomputer with extreme capabilities all the time.
Yeah.
So I can see our 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 culture is changing because of that.
But now it's like people don't even know how to communicate or even talk on the phone
You're right.
anymore. And
You're
where we do need how am I going to put this? We do need people to we need to break that and make people communicate again.
we need
If
etiquette back.
yeah, etiquette. But I don't know. Only time will tell. I think they're a reasonable way to do it. I don't think they should lock it up for the whole school period, like in between classes.
Right.
Maybe text, do whatever, and then like I said, the next classroom, or like if it's the elementary class and you're only in the one classroom,
Right.
yeah, it goes in the thing until lunch.
Yeah, it doesn't
Boom.
like they should be like either turned off or silenced during that time, placed out of sight, out of mind, do the class. I mean, I don't know what it's like in like city schools and stuff. I have no idea. From what people are saying, it seems like all the kids still just have their smartphones on them all the time, which I don't know how that works, how that functions. I'm sure there's got to be some rules in these schools that the kids aren't allowed to be on their phone in the class, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, you've seen videos where kids try getting their phones taken away, and then um, they freak out, and they're like, "Dude, get off your phone so you can study on school and learning and stuff like that."
Oh, I see what you're saying, JB. I see what you're saying. It takes time. I get it. Yeah. Yeah, I think that we've like done away with the courting phase of relationships, and it's like some of the other people were saying. I can't remember who exactly said it, but um, dating has become like marriage, and marriage has become superfluous. Like you don't. People are willing to walk away from them. They don't care. It doesn't. The vows don't actually matter, or they don't even have good vows, and then you shifting hookup culture all the time. So the hookup culture becomes the courting, and there's no courting anymore. And then you go straight to kind of dating, but even dating has changed completely. And if people actually do finally arrive at marriage, it's like unimportant. It doesn't even matter. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
What really pisses me off with dating now, and it happens all the time. Like I even think I said this on Grid. Like I track the girls, they seem like it, but once they find out what I do for a living, it gives them the ick. Even though I make really, really good money, and now chicks are even going. If you let's say you make 100K, Abe.
Yeah.
Let's say you made 103. Chicks are complaining now that they're acting like that's a big achievement right there.
What? To make
You
100,000?
Yeah, like I said, you made 10. Let's say you made 103 last year. They go, Psh, that's barely six figures now. Like the whole inflation stuff's like. I've even getting girls going, how much do you make a year
Is that?
now? And it's really out there.
Do you think that's a city thing, or do you think that's all the women thing?
I don't know, to give you honest, because the last girl, she was like country, um, but her body count, she told me, was like 25 at 22.
Holy crap, dude!
She didn't do
Wait,
the whole money thing like some of the city girls did. So I think you might have a point with that. But like it's
that's wild
but
to me.
I don't
That's
know if she told
wild.
me that because she figured I was one of those people. Like I'm not trying to be one of those people, but after hearing like 25 at, but then she asked me what was mine, and then she acted like mine was nothing at the same time. Like
It's weird.
it's like dating's nosedive, like a plane getting shot out of the sky.
So for me, I would say when I met my wife, there was none of this culture yet, and so the body count thing, all of that was non-existent. The red pill wasn't really a thing. I mean, maybe it was, but it would probably somewhere deep on forums or something, you know.
You mind me asking, when did you graduate? You don't have to tell me your school or anything. I was just kind of
2003.
2003. So you would be like my one friend. He graduated around 07. I graduated in 010. So like we're near the same age group, but like I was just
Yeah,
wondering. You seemed
yeah.
like
I'm 41, so
oh yeah, that's right.
so
He's a few years younger than you, but he's even going on the internet, and we have like this. We call him a boomer, even though he's like the generation. He's like Gen X right after a boomer, so he's pretty close to a boomer.
yep.
And his kids have been successful, and he's like, "This no way this stuff's happening." And even he is going, "Yeah, there's a big dating problem where chicks and egos like super inflated."
Well, I can
Like,
see it in the world.
yeah,
I can
like he doesn't
absolutely
see
see it.
that, and he doesn't understand like where I'm coming from. He's thinking that all the problems on me, and then he's going,
Well,
it's not just Kyle. Kyle has some. Oh shit! I said my name. Fuck. Oh well, whatever. I'm having problems, and then
well, that's what I would say. I would say you're
yeah,
not the only one. There's a lot of people having that problem, obviously.
yeah,
Otherwise, there wouldn't be all the red pill movement. There wouldn't be all these discussions. There wouldn't be thousands and thousands of men following all the people talking about it. I think that it's a cultural shift that happened, and I think it happened to both men and women. So I think this shift in our culture has damaged the pair bonding steps or the pair bonding mechanisms that should be in place.
yeah. Like, but I was saying like I have some problems that I needed to work out, and then he's like, because the old dude thinks it's just all me, where the other dude's going, Kyle might have a little bit that he needs. Why do I keep saying my name? Fuck. He's having problem. I can't do this without saying my name. Fuck. Where I have my issues that I need to work on, but it's not also just me and my issues. It's these chicks' issues.
Right. And I understand that. Like you've got to know that every human being has something to work on, right? You're not the only problem. You know that you have problems. We all have our problems. But to act as though you are the problem and nothing else is wrong is foolish. All you have to do is look at the world for a few minutes and realize that like the divorce rate is massive. The marriage rate is all screwed up. Obviously dating is all screwed up. So if those things are all out of whack, then there's no way you are the only problem. You see what I mean?
Oh yeah, he just looking at the past few girls that I've talked about, and yeah, and because the one was she apparently doing porn now, so he's judging me really hard on that one. I didn't even know that one.
Wow.
Oh shit, I mean corn. I'm sorry. I'm in
Well,
workout mode.
I think that that's a whole nother thing, right? There's now this weird connection or outlet that didn't used to exist where like all kinds of women can just jump into sex work, and that didn't exist. There was nothing like that in the past. We didn't have some massive corporation that allows women to film sex work on the internet to make money in the way that it is now. It's like mainstreamed into our culture. And I don't know who thought that was a good idea or why we even thought that that should be okay to like, oh, let's put this thing out here. We're going to create a program even where you can refer friends to this business the moment that they are an adult so that they can make money by being as degen as possible.
Are you okay with Snapchat?
I don't use it. I've never used it. So I have
Are you
no idea.
okay with it morally?
I have no idea. I don't even know what it is. I don't know what it does.
It's sending pictures and then
Snapchat is an application that is using encrypted messaging so that way they can hide things. The thing that was created for, which most people today don't realize, is it was actually advertised and created for adulterers.
For adulterers?
Yes, it was meant to be for married people who wanted to cheat on their spouses.
I see.
yeah, the
is-
messages disappear. It wasn't supposed to be saved.
So it
and then they
auto
kinda
deletes
got away
everything?
from that. Yeah,
Okay. Yeah,
that's
I
what
think
it originally was, but now
It's been very common that this mentality has been pushed throughout society, like well before like OnlyFans.
I agree with you.
We've had several warning signs, and Snapchat was one of the major ones.
See, so in this stance, I am like super boomer, evidently, because I'm just old enough that I missed the wave of all those things, and I was married before it happened. So I missed this wave.
Well,
of-
I'm in the same boat as you in the sense that I might not be the same age as you, but socially I never used it. I just know what it was created on because I was very much into the tech.
yeah,
I
it's-
downloaded app because I don't want to go into the whole story, but the girl I was kind of hanging out with was like, let's download Snapchat. I didn't even think anything of it. You kind of blow my mind based on that one.
I mean, it makes all the sense though. If you can do these
Yeah.
things and have it auto delete, that's exactly what people would want in order to get away with things they shouldn't be doing. That's the whole point, right? I can show you this thing, or I can do this thing and send it to you, and then there's no evidence or proof of it.
Oh, definitely. It actually makes a whole lot of sense.
And that would be the one thing, right? You would catch an adulterer because the messages are there. Well, if there's no messages, you can't catch them. Not the same way, anyhow.
Well, it's still kind of like that. The message will delete unless you save them. Like before, when I first downloaded it, you can even save anything. Like everything.
Well, you as the person who put the message there can delete it if someone else saves it. So, like,
Yeah.
if a girl sends me a message with her breasts, and I save it to the chat, and she blocks me, and then decides to go into that chat and then delete that saved picture, I no longer have access to it.
It sounds like a completely degen app to me. It sounds
is.
like
No, it
technology.
is. It is.
It is.
So I don't know how you get around this. That's the issue. The big issue is, yes, tools can be used for immoral purposes. Do we ban all tools that can be used for immorality? No, because almost all tools could be used for immoral acts. So where does that leave you? How do you deal with that situation? You know,
You punish those who behave immorally in the sense that, like, if you catch them using porn, like it's one of the things that you don't ban the porn, you catch the person using the porn, and they have the access unless you're using the dark web, unless you're using a Tor browser, you can 100% be caught by government agencies.
absolutely. Let's try to call it corn.
I'm sorry.
It's impossible to justify that app. I agree with that. If something is designed specifically for malintent, I think that it shouldn't be. But again, that's the issue. The issue is, how do you decide those things? Because we're going to decide them on a moral principle, right? We're going to say this is wrong. It's degenerate. It harms relationships. It harms communication. It harms whatever. You're going to have this half of the population basically saying the exact opposite. Everyone should have the right to do whatever they choose, whenever they choose, however they choose.
I'm enjoying this conversation, but I thought I'd have to ask this, Abe, because I know that you're interested in all these things too. Why the hell is Rob Nor at 1,000 viewers?
Because
he got raided by the Crucible.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, Andrew was streaming earlier. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to switch to my laptop so I can get off my phone while I'm talking to you guys, and I was just sitting here looking. I was like, why is that a
word? Yeah.
Read JB's comment. He asked a really good comment, right? Or question.
What? Attention, affirmation, good or bad?
Yeah. I thought that was a good question.
It is a good question. I think that's part of the problem, JB. I think we've literally created a market, so to speak, for attention affirmation. And it's like, pay attention to me, pay attention to me, pay attention to me. And we have just allowed that to fester and grow into this attention-seeking, disgusting malformation of what it should be in our public.
We are attention seeking, Abe. Me and you, like right here in this space.
Sure.
Like what we're doing. We're teaching, speaking, seeking
sure.
the same. Like, I mean, God wouldn't see the difference in what we're doing and what they're doing.
I think he would.
No,
I think
no,
he
no. I
would.
think hold on. I'm talking about in our hearts. I'm not saying in practice. Like what they're doing is obviously worse. I'm not saying that it's not. But what I'm saying is in our hearts we're seeking the same validation.
Maybe. I don't think that I'm seeking validation of any. I don't need this. I only did it because I felt like the world has fallen into extreme degeneracy, and I thought a voice of reason should be on the internet
So let me
to
ask
stand
you. Let
against
me ask you. Do you
evils.
not enjoy what you do here?
What do I do here?
You spend your time. You spread your love. You do a lot. Like it. And I'm not even talking about anything specifically. I'm not even talking about degeneracy.
I would
This is
say
just. This is. Go
I
ahead.
would say I love meeting people and talking to people and trying to solve problems and figure out where the degeneracy lies and how we stand against it. Basically.
And me and you probably have never even had a real conversation. Like not in
No,
actuality. I don't think me and you have ever really sat down and had a real
true,
talk.
true,
And that's why I'm
true.
saying that I think that there's a difference between what we think about sexual degeneracy and social degeneracy. I do think that there's a point of pride with what we do here. And obviously, I'm very new, but I'm including myself because I've been very avid in the space and I've been trying to assert myself. So obviously, there's something there for me. But I do think that there is something to be said of the attention aspect. I'm not even just talking about like the literal like sexual degeneracy of what you were discussing, but it's very similar in my mind. Someone who wants attention or someone who wants to spread their message. It's
Sure.
very similar in that aspect.
Sure, there's some similarities. I would say the similarities don't make for the same type of action, right? Like obviously
Sure.
you already just stated like that sexual degeneracy is worse. I would say
Hmm.
that if you're seeking to be on the internet like we are now in order to make things better and to stand for good moral foundations, I think you're doing a completely different work. It'd be the same as a, I don't know, a good Samaritan versus the woman of the night.
Yeah, I'm about to swap over to my PC, so I'll rejoin.
Okay,
Hold on, I'm about to move 400 pounds. I don't mean to
do it.
brag, just
Do it. Hulk out, baby. I think I think that attention seeking is different depending on the reason you're seeking that attention. I think if you're seeking attention and you're selling, for instance, selling sex work for money, you're doing a completely different thing because the disservice you're doing to one, the heart of the man, to the heart of yourself, to your connection with God, is a destructive act to yourself and the society in which you live. If you're seeking to be on a show or on the internet in order to help people find better moral foundations, help people think through their issues and grow their minds and sharpen their wit, I think that those are good actions that do help society.
Well,
And so,
what if your intention isn't religiosity? Like me here, I am not here to spread any kind of religious gospel. I'm
have
here
I,
to, like you were saying, I care more about strengthening someone's mind, someone's
have I
resolve.
preached?
Huh?
Have I preached?
No. But you were discussing things like from a religiosity standpoint. What I was saying is that me personally, I'm coming at things more pragmatically, and I'm more interested in making people intelligent and opening up their ideals in the sense that there's no reason why you should stand by your principle if your principle could be potentially wrong. So you need to
Right?
kind of see both sides of the coin. So in my mind, spreading the message of intelligence is just as important as spreading the message of Jesus because there's no way you can get someone there unless they get there themselves.
I think that's partially true. I think, like for myself, I'm not even, I do stand with Christ.
Hi,
Christ
Kat.
is my savior, but I would say that I am not here, at least not yet, to preach on anything. At this point, I'm literally just trying to say, look, degeneracy is social decay. It's killing off our
Absolutely.
nation in every possible way. And if we don't turn the tide, like now, we're going to be floundering, failing, and a collapsed nation probably within 1 or 2 generations.
Well, we're doing
So-
pretty good. I think we're doing pretty good considering where we were 5 years ago and
Sure.
where we are today.
Sure.
5 years ago, we wouldn't even acknowledge that OnlyFans was a problem, and today there's just as many people downplaying it and talking bad or degrading it as there was that were celebrating it.
Sure.
And
So-
it is good to see people like you, for instance, who you're not necessarily here to, as you just said, preach gospel, but like in a sense, you kind of are. Like not in a literal sense, but more in a metaphorical sense in the way that you approach people and the way that you speak. There's a reason why, like from the beginning, like me and you never even talked, and I was always W Abe. I was always singing your praise in chats because I saw who you were as a man, and for me, it's very easy to celebrate a real man, and I consider someone a real man when they believe something is bigger than them and they're fighting for that principle.
I would say it is my job to emulate Christ in my life so that others may ask me why, so that I might help with their moral foundations or to lead them somewhere better. And so that's just where I stand. Like I'm not here to preach or to force anybody to do anything. I'm just here to talk to people, figure out what's going on in the world, and hopefully people gain something from it. You know?
Yeah, no, and it's a good approach because people like me, who have always had their faith questioned in every sense of the word, I'm very good at defending a lot of things, but the things that I believe in, it's a lot harder for me to actually argue. That's why it's funny, like you have like Mel right here in the chats just trying to goad me into something, but the reality is that I believe less about what I argue and I fight with these people on than I do the things that I stay silent on, which I'm sure you can understand more than anything. The things that I don't talk about, those are the hardest things for me. And
Sure.
so the things that I'm the loudest about, those are very easy.
Yeah,
I see you and I admire you. I really do, because it seems like you, in your head, you want to say the quiet part out loud, even though you're a quiet
Gay.
person. Hey,
No,
hey,
I'm
call me gay all you want, brother. That's fine.
I'm just giving you
K
shit.
too.
No, I'm cool with that. That's fine. I don't mind pushback. I never have. So when we're speaking honestly and we're going to sit here and open up, I mean, I don't care who hears what I have to say. That doesn't actually faze me one bit because that's the entire point, right?
I just
Most definitely.
yeah.
I just like to give shit. I don't mean anything.
Well,
No. You mean a lot, dude. Honestly, I mean, I'll straight up say it. Like you glazed me pretty hard. I'm gonna go ahead and use what Mel said. You made me feel pretty good. You kept me going in the space. No, you're one of the people that kept me here. Like truthfully, dude, and that's a good thing because it's actually allowed me to kind of see some things about myself that I'm actually very proud of, which is very rare.
I appreciate that.
I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want a space where we can talk. I mean, people
Yeah.
like it's like what K2 said earlier. There's a whole lot of debate channels. There's a whole lot of arguments and going at each other. And sometimes people just want a place where they can go and chill and not freaking spaz out on each other. And
Hey Mel, you can come up here, by the way. No one's gonna spaz out on you. You can say it's gay all you want, but you're welcome here. Just saying. Didn't mean to interrupt you, Abe. Continue.
cat.
Yeah, I saw that too. No, I'm just trying. Yeah, I'm just trying to. Again, I believe in fostering certain things, and when it comes to a debate space, when it comes to somewhere where you're meant to be contentious, don't try to come at me with your heart. That's not. That's the right. Abe, you can admit that's not the right place to do it. Like there's certain spaces for that, and there's just not that many, right?
Yeah. I'd say it's important to be aware of the spaces that you're in, for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
And don't get me wrong, people have like spurred out and debated on my channel, but generally speaking, that's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to foster a bunch of debates. I'm here to find, I don't know, common ground or even
I agree.
just a bullshit, just a talk.
Yeah, no, you can talk, you can hang out. Like, no, I'm saying that it's nice to have places where you can do those things, because at the end of the day, I see what you're doing here. Like I came up here, I could have legitimately looked at the chat and went off on Mel, right? Like you've seen me, you know.
Yeah.
I saw what you were trying to do here, so in my mind and in my heart, it just made sense to just be genuinely what you were looking for. Like it's very easy to foster that if you're actually willing to emulate it. And since you emulate it whenever you talk, no matter where you're at, all the spaces I've seen you in, even when you debate, you kind of emulate that same energy. So in my mind, it's pretty easy for you to foster something like that because it makes me want to be that too.
I think it's better to have kindness and edification in your life than it is to have insults and animus towards others. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have animus for certain things, but I don't see the point or the good that it does for the individual.
Well, absolutely. No, but in a sense, it just depends on what you're talking about because sometimes it's more of the like in this space that we're in right here, the reason is very clear. It's not a space for you to appreciate other people. And I think that we could foster that. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the work that I'm trying to do with lower class, for instance. I'm trying very hard to foster the idea that we're all here for a specific goal. And I do think that that goal can be obviously spread around. That's why I enjoy his, Bible study that he does. The God and country and all that. I'm all with it. It's important to me for people to understand that debate isn't about your opinions or your feelings. So like it's funny whenever people see me get upset and angry in their mind. That's just me enjoying what I'm doing, right? Like I get pleasure out of it. Now I see that what I'm doing is sinning the same way as because I know that you know the word, right? I'm sure that you can appreciate this. I know that I'm not following Christ when I do this. I know that. I know it wholeheartedly. It doesn't make it feel any less good, right? It doesn't make it any less pleasurable.
Well,
Good. Go ahead.
I was going to say that's the issue with sin in general.
Yeah, I know.
Honestly, is it generally is something that makes you excited or feels good, and there wouldn't be temptation if it wasn't that. So
Yeah, no, but that's why I'm being honest about it because at the end of the day, there are a lot other like bigger sins that I would love to commit. Like I mean, the adultery part, right? That's a big part of my life of the last few months, and I finally ended it, and I'm finally moving on from it with someone that I was deeply in love with. It's not very easy, right? So I'm trying to come to terms with certain things. So at the end of the day, if I insult someone who's sinning, I don't feel quite as bad. And that's where I come from with that. If it's someone who's already sinning and already doing things that I consider immoral and wrong, and they have the opportunity to understand the difference, I can insult them all day because I mean I'm already trying to figure some things out. So it's not that I like think that it's okay. It's just that I'm justifying it in the sense that I've already got a lot of work that I have to do. And it makes it a lot easier when I can compartmentalize the two and see, okay, what I'm doing is bad, what I'm doing is good. Doesn't help the fact that I still need to feel good too, right? Like I still need to feel better.
I don't
And
know.
when someone else is sinning and I am sinning and I say something to them, it makes me feel good. If they weren't sinners, I would feel bad for saying something to them, if that makes sense. If they weren't sinning
Well,
actively.
yeah, but I mean, I would say, what business have you or I or any of us to call out someone's sin if they don't even believe that it's sin in the first place?
Because that's the only way that they might identify what they're doing as a sin. Otherwise,
You can't place conviction in the heart of a person.
well,
Only
it's not about placing conviction. It's about making them understand that there is something out there judging them. It's not necessarily you, but the idea is to try to express to them that there is something bigger than all of us. I understand where you're coming from in the sense that the onus is not on me to make them feel shame, because that's essentially what we're discussing here, is the idea that I feel like I feel bad, but it's not my job for someone else to feel bad for what they did if they don't believe it. So it's not my position to attack them or make them feel less than, right?
Right.
I'm not attacking them for the sin. I'm justifying the fact that I am attacking them when they're attacking me because they are sinning. So
Do you
it's
think,
not that I'm attacking their sin.
do you think shame or incentives work better?
That's shame.
Really?
Absolutely. That's what it's biblical.
S-
Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely true. Shame works way better than incentive.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Because when you shame people, you force their hand. When you
Do you,
incentivize them, you just give them the option.
well, either way, you're giving them an option because shame can be walked away from, can be
No,
erased.
no, 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 no. When it comes to social shame, if you keep by the standard,
So you would
absolutely
have to
not.
have all of society on your side.
I
to
mean,
do
there's a reason why there were stonings before, and there can't ever be stonings again. It's not a legal thing; it's a societal thing. It's the fact that people don't understand the idea of shame. It's genuinely rooted in the Bible, and I believe that wholeheartedly. I mean, we can disagree, and I'm okay with that, but I genuinely believe that social shame is the most severe form of authoritarian control. I genuinely believe that
Well,
because you
I
can. Go
I'm
ahead.
not
I
saying
have to
that
agree
shame.
with Based a
I'm
little
not
bit
going
on
to
that.
say
That's
that.
why they. Oh,
y-
sorry, Abe.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that's why they had like the Scarlet Letter and other tactics of shaming, and then even the Amish still do it, where they just shun you from their. If you disgrace them bad enough, they'll.
Right. Well, that's ostracization, which also works, and it is kind of a form of shame,
Yeah,
like exile
ostracization
or
is a
something like
shame.
that.
Yeah.
Um, I'm just saying that there's a time and a place for shaming. There's a time and a place for incentives, and
Sure.
it's better to be careful about which you choose because
Yeah.
sometimes shame will actually drive somebody to do worse than they're already doing rather than bring them to your
Absolutely.
side.
But Abe, you're a debater, brother, and you asked me a question that was very clear, which was
Sure.
better. So,
Sure.
shame is better. But you're right when it comes to time and a place. I'll
Well, let me ask you.
concede. I'll concede that because at the end of the day, incentives work better. Because I have kids. You have
Yep.
kids, Abe?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So we can both understand the same logic there. We don't even have to go down that track because it would be
Right.
a waste of time.
So my question for
Oh no,
you,
I need that explained. I don't have it.
Of course you do, K2.
my question for you would be, do you think that we can shame people into having families, or do you think you need to incentivize them to?
Well, I think incentivizing them won't work in the current market that we live in because I don't think there's enough incentive that you could create. I would believe it had feminism not run its course. I would believe that there would be possible to incentivize. I mean, even with the tax credits, like you could increase that tenfold and it still wouldn't be enough for people to have kids, bro. So I don't think that there's much of it in the way of incentives that they could. I mean, because think about who's having the kids. It's the poorest people. The incentives for them would be livable wages. You're not going to give that for kids. So the reality is shame would be the obvious answer because then you would get the people that were already able to afford them to finally actually have the kids. I would say that ideally in society you would want to incentivize them, but I don't think currently, given our social landscape, that incentivization is actually going to do anything. And if you could come up with an incentive that you think that would encompass what we're discussing, which the reality is that the people that are having all the kids are poor, and the people we need to have kids already have all the resources, how do we incentivize that?
I'm not saying that I have the answers.
No, I'm not saying you do. That's the question. Is like you asked that, and so in my mind, I'm like, obviously, it's not incentives because we don't have incentives that would get that to happen.
I
I
think
was trying Based. I was trying, but the dating market really sucks. What's out
Yeah, the
there?
dating market's not fun. Like I split with my ex. I'm single. It's not fun, but it's not only for the reasons why you see on social media. It's not only for the it's because people have shied away from God. The reality is that people are so far away from their belief structure where they should be that they don't understand how materialistic they've gotten and how little a social experience with someone really matters to them.
oh man, our world is so jacked up right
I
now.
agree. I agree.
Like
I
in
mean, me and
every
you don't
way.
agree. Me and you don't agree in a lot of things.
I blame
And
the
I agree with
boomers.
you.
Hmm. Yeah, I think that, oh man, it's hard because there's so many degrees of broken separation in the way that things could or should be, that
Mhm.
like you could take steps to fix this issue and spiral all the other issues out of control.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so like at what just a broken ass society at this point.
No, I know, and that's what I'm saying. Like the person that I spent like the vast majority of my time with recently, she was married. She was going to leave her husband. It was all these things that were very contrary to my faith. And I was deeply in love with her, and I finally had to just step back from myself and realize that it was more important for me to love myself and actually be a decent person than it was for me to love someone else. Where I was willing to die for this person. I already knew it. I already felt every part of that, right? Like I was already there. So it took a lot. And I mean, again, I'll even say it here. I have Rude Mudcrab to thank for that. Me and him ran a line of logic for about an hour. He went down the whole line with me, and then I realized in my head what I cared about. Like, I love my kids, right? And my kids are with someone that'll never show them who God is. And I know that if I'm not there to show them, no one will. So I have to do everything I can to show it. And in my mind, I wouldn't be able to show it if I was going to be a heretic right off the bat and do it willingly.
Yeah. I Smoking Spaceman has a good point. Social engineering has played a huge role in crumbling society, or at the very least
Fair.
shaping it into whatever it thinks it should be. And I think that what we need is for human beings, one by one, to make the choice to be that better human and build a family and build a community and build the city and build the state and build the nation. But first, we have to show the world that, or the country, that it starts with the one person being that moral agent that does right, that isn't willing to do every degen thing in order to gain their material pleasures, so to speak. And I don't know how you do that without like massive reformation of some kind. And I don't even know how you could impose a reformation of that kind. So it's like you can be the best human you can be, and you can try to get others to, and you can try to help them see that and do it. And I think that it does come back to like each one teach one, because otherwise we're just watching it crumble. You can be you can be a good man, and if you do nothing, you are the moral agent who is indifferent, and that is not moral.
That's why I say you be the change in the space. There's a reason why I say to lower class that he needs to make sure that he's doing exactly what he was called to do. It was very clear. He brought me here, for instance. Like, I mean, he's the reason why I finally got up and I decided to talk in front of someone on the screen here, right? I did it immediately with my camera and showed who I was and demonstrated exactly what I am. But the thing that he doesn't understand is what he was called to do, which is bring people together. And I believe that in my heart. So I explained to him that he needs to be that person that can be that middle ground, that safe space, as the lefts like to call, a place to where he can be impartial and he can be understanding and he can treat them with respect, because not everyone's going to. Like me, I'm not going to. I'm just not. That's my nature. I'm a warrior. I'm not someone that's sent here to preach or to. I'm here to fight, right? That's what I'm here to do, and I know that that's what I'm here to do. But we all have our own purpose, and that's why I say that his is to try to create that middle ground in a place to where people can come together and not necessarily fight. And I think that's going to be important to foster that in a space like this, because this is the perfect space for those ideas to transform life. This is the kind of space, this debate sphere that everyone exists in, all the way up to fucking Andrew Wilson, all the way down to whoever you want to, Dr. Jay Dyer, all the different spaces. It's important that people understand, like, that's why I created that one topic from the other day, which is the echo chamber. We suffer from it, the left suffers from it, all these channels that were around, they're all echo chambers. And this is why I was trying to tell, lower class, he needs to create a space for people that's not that. Somewhere that people like this Mel person who wants to be personally upset that I exist in the world, they can go and they can feel like they're okay. And they're around people like me who genuinely don't necessarily hate. They just don't agree. And that's why I'm saying that, like, it's easy to see that someone hates when you're in a space where it fosters the idea that I'm going to be combative with you, right? Like, I'm going to be aggressive, we're going to argue, and that's fostered. But you can foster that in a different way where it's not accepted for someone to attack someone based on what they are, right? And that's what I've been working on with lower class, because it's important to have both. I can find what I enjoy in all the spaces around, but I can't find that anywhere. I literally cannot find that inclusivity that everyone's happy in, right?
Well, I don't think that space genuinely exists, because
It can.
I-
You disagree?
it can only so far as people allow it to, because every individual person is going to stand against something or believe something opposed to the other. And the moment that you believe something and someone else doesn't, there will be a clash of ideals.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
ideology is a powerful thing.
I agree. And I think honestly, dude, me and you both talked to lower class. Do you not think he's capable of it personally as a person? Maybe he fails, right? But do you not think that he as a person is capable of being impartial? Because I do.
I think if nothing else, this will be an incredible learning experience.
Well, that's a fucking cop out, and you know it. I'm asking
No,
you a direct question.
I think that he can be impartial. I'm not
Okay.
but that doesn't mean he absolutely will. I'm
No,
saying
no. I didn't say, again, I didn't say he's going to succeed. I just said I believe he's capable.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why I'm agreeing to sit here beside him and do it. That's the point. I saw him. He helped me in a way that, no one else was going to help me in that sense. And it made me realize that I probably should be loyal to a point, right? It took that loyalty and it took it out of me.
Hello, Mel.
What's up, Mel?
You there?
First of all, I gotta say, Craig, calm your tits. Speakeasy does not need you to defend him that badly, and the more you defend him, the more it makes it seem like he does.
I've only ever heard bad things about Speakeasy.
Secondly, Tweaker, you are not the first person to think, "Wow, I'm going to host a panel, and I'm going to let."
I'm not hosting anything. I'm not hosting anything, Mel. Do you listen? This isn't
I'm just
me.
saying your idea is not at all original.
Didn't say anything
plenty
about
of people
originality.
Try to do that.
It's not about
Doesn't address the
originality.
root reasons.
No,
we
no,
have
you're
these
you're
diametric
trying to
opposites.
fix a problem, whereas I am addressing something about a person. I'm saying that a specific person's calling is to try to do something. That's it. That person is good at being impartial.
Well,
that person is good at
my
fostering an
call is how dumb
idea.
you are, so let me finish.
No,
So
but see,
my
that's just
point
not what this
is that-
is.
Why?
Okay, cool.
Just
So
let
my
Mel
point
talk.
is that, like,
How dumb
the
I
real
am?
root of
That's cool.
diametric opposition comes from, first of all, right-wing media causing people to be misled. And I know you don't like hearing that, but that's just my take.
No, I was a
And then
leftist
the
for
other
most of
side
my
of it-
life.
And then the other side of it is that science is making things like superstition and belief more and more obscure and less utilitarian. And therefore, people who maintain beliefs and stuff like that are becoming, let's just say, more disenfranchised from society. Now, I'm trying to be as general as possible. I don't know if I've covered all my bases on that, but I do admit it's multifarious. It's not just one single variable that tells us what's going on. So it is complicated, but more complex problems just means we need more complex solutions. It doesn't mean it's impossible, but we certainly we need to be more self-aware about what we're seeing. Like, if you expect transphobes to find common ground with trans people, then you don't understand what the trans side is saying when we're saying trans rights are human rights?
I think that there's such a fundamental difference in the belief systems of the two that I don't think you can bridge that gap ever. Like ever.
I disagree. I think that fundamental. I think we both want similar things. Like I don't want.
No, we don't,
me-
because you inherently disagree and
Cool. Very
fundamentally
cool.
disagree
You're
with
very
what
brave.
I'm saying.
You're very brave.
No, you're
Yes.
not brave.
You're
That's the problem.
You're so
See,
brave.
I'm willing to bridge that gap, but you're not. You want
I'm
it to
proud
be
of you.
sustained on your side and your side
You're a big
alone.
boy. Yep,
You
you're
have
definitely a
to
big boy.
legitimately hold that platform, and it has to be yours. It can't be someone
You're
else's.
so smart. Go,
Yeah,
go, queen.
I'm
Go,
very
queen.
smart.
Yes,
Hey,
queen.
hey, brother, it's been nice, but I mean, it's just civil discourse. There's just no point when it's just this contentious. But have a good night.
Okay.
But yeah, like I agree. Like we see a lot of contradictions, but I think we do have the same values at the end of the day. We want to overcome the cruelty of nature. We want our families and our neighbors to be safe.
What would be wrong with just separation?
Well, first of
If
all,
they just don't agree and they don't care what you do, and I'm not saying that that's always the case, right? But if people are like, I don't care what you do you. I have my value system. I don't agree with what you're doing, but I'm not, you do you. That's on you.
the reason you
Is
don't
there
want to
something
like
wrong with that?
homogenize along those lines as a solution to something is because homogenous groups often still find divisions within them, and then now you just have a new form of conflict that occurs along lines other than the ones that you've gotten rid of with homogeneity. And that sort of process of elimination gets rid of a lot of, like, you're just going to then fracture into smaller groups, fracture into smaller groups, fracture into smaller groups, and there is no heterogeneity in terms of. I think that you can actually be stronger through diversity and working to overcome those differences.
Okay, but that would still just be opinion, right? Because you could find an argument on either side of that coin that would say it's not at all.
I don't know what.
That it's not good for the society, or that it's not okay with the society. Here's the problem. So you have diametrically opposed ideologies, right? And there's no way to bridge the gap if they're ideologically opposed to each other in a way that makes them have animus that cannot be overcome.
Well, I think, okay, so this is why, by the way, like, I'm not here to make anyone feel bad for being wrong as much as I do try to be a bit of a heel. But, like, when I try to tell people, like, look, you don't have to be afraid of the trans stuff. If you actually understood this thing, it wouldn't be as scary. Like, to me, I'm trying to give them good news, right? You don't have to be afraid of this thing. It's not as scary as you think it is. And when they fight me on that, that's where we occur the lines where we will never be able to find a solution to this.
But I think that you're coming at it wrong, because it's not about fear for most of the people that stand against it. It's about they feel it is wrong, like fundamentally wrong. And so how do you bridge that gap when they, in their heart, in their mind, and in their grounding all the way through, feel that it's wrong? You can't just bridge that gap at that point. No.
Well, you can
That's
take a
why I
horse to
said,
water, but you can't make it drink.
well, that's the point. My point is there's a point at which you say, okay, fine, you do you. I understand these people believe that what I do is wrong, and I don't need to make them accept it. It's fine if they think it's wrong. I don't believe that. You see what I mean? Like, you have to, at some point, you have to say, I'm okay with the separation because they don't agree.
Or just at the end of the day, like, the group of people who are, like, for example, anti-science, I need to think of other examples, I'll admit that much. They're becoming fewer and far in between. And we can just kind of move on without them. Like, their opinion doesn't matter, and just keep doing science. And so, like, I look at this as, and I'm saying this to be kind of purposely condescending just because I don't want you to feel bad, Abe. But it's kind of like charity work where most activists, most left wingers are like, fuck them. They're not even worth talking to anymore. And I'm like, you know what? If I can get at least some of them to reconsider how confident they are in these opinions, then maybe that can lead to some downstream change. Because I don't agree that the people who are getting left behind by the system are hopeless. I think some of them actually do want to do better, but there is a very large degree that the left is right, that it's a waste of our time.
Right, but there's always going to be a dissent. And my question to you is, what is the problem with people not agreeing or not accepting? Like, we don't all accept Islam is true. We don't all accept this other thing is true. It doesn't automatically make us hate each other. It's fine for them to believe what they want to believe and do what they want to do, so long as they're not harming others. So at what point do we say it's fine for this group over here to not like this group over here, as long as they don't do anything to harm one another? And they don't agree with you because they don't agree with you. It doesn't even matter what the reason is, right? At some point you have to say, okay, their ideology is different than mine, so that's that. You don't have to convince everyone that you're right about your stance on anything. If people disagree, they disagree. That's fine. That's humanity. That's how it works. Like,
well,
for
it's
instance,
easier said. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, for instance, I've never insulted you. I've never attacked you. If I have, it's only ever been on an intellectual level. And the reason I do that is because you do you. It's not my business.
Okay, sorry, I was going to start taking notes. This is going to have to be the last thing I say for now. Then I'm going to have to go. But I think that's easier said than done in our current political climate, where, at least as far as the left concerned, we're pushing prescriptions that are ultimately harmless. In fact, they avoid harm for groups of people who need protection. And what we have is, even with the most common sense stuff, people who are diametrically opposed because right-wing propagandists tell them to be afraid of this thing. And so there's a fight against even things that could help some people. Now, if you want to help people and someone stops you from helping them, you're probably going to be very pissed at that person. And there's a range of solutions. Just like for me, there's a range of ways that I approach people who I disagree with trying to explain to them step by step the reality of it, all the way down to saying, you must want to be wrong. I'm trying to give you the facts on this, and you just fight me every step of the way. Because there is no, like, in terms of human interaction, this is all made up. Every single problem humans have ever had have been made up, aside from trying to overcome nature. I think that's natural. But nature doesn't have real problems. There's nothing in nature that says, oh my God, an innocent lamb in the forest died today. Whatever will we do, right? Like, no, nature just moves on. It just keeps moving forward because time will not stop for us. And for me, I think that if the other side would say, we disagree with this, but also not try to get in the way of progress, and then if we get it wrong, then they can be like, ha, see, you got it wrong.
But
then
see,
fine.
at some point, you're going to have
time,
disagreements.
But half the time, they don't even let us try to have progress in the first place. Half the time, they're stopping us from any progress at all.
But that's what I'm saying. You have to contend with, like, definitional harm. You have to contend with progress. You have, like, these terms that you're using have a meaning to you, and they have a different meaning to other people. And so when you say these things, I understand where you're coming from and what you mean and what you think about those things. However, what you mean by them is not what everyone means by them. So you're saying progress. Well, you're talking about progress in a scientific field that some people may think, is that field as important as such and such, right? Or the same is true for harm. What is harm? Some are going to say harm is this, and some are going to say harm is that, and some will say literally neither of those things are harmful. So definitionally, you're going to have to break that down. And how do you do that? With the consensus of society? Or what? Because words can have different meanings for different people. That's the problem.
Yeah. I don't know if you're just trying to fill dead air or if you're actually just kind of monologuing a bit. So if you are, just don't let me cut you off. I agree with you, but I also think like there are certain definitions that are just becoming less and less useful in today's era. Like trying to refer to the firmament as something we should, base society on would be kind of ridiculous nowadays, in my opinion. Because even the Catholic Church admits that, like like if you eat the quote body of Christ, it's still just bread. It's there's some sort of dualistic spirit that has to exist for it to even mean something. Because we can admit that the molecularly speaking, or even atomically or quantum, or on the quantum, nothing changes when you say this is holy bread now.
Well, you can't know that metaphysically. You literally can't know that metaphysically. So,
well, then it's not worth knowing anyways. It's not worth even considering.
You say that, but it obviously matters to huge swaths of the human race.
If we can't know it, then it exists as a form that cannot act on and therefore cannot inform us about the nature of reality itself.
That's what you believe. See, that's what I'm saying to you.
Okay, well, no, let me ask you then.
Belief.
If it's only metaphysical and we can't possibly know it, how can it possibly affect us?
I am not going to debate metaphysics with you tonight, Mel.
Well, my argument is that it can't, and therefore it's entirely irrelevant to our existence whatsoever.
I would say that it is possible to, and there's no way for you to show it if miracles have happened, if anything metaphysical happens,
it doesn't.
Then you can say that, but people believe otherwise. You can't just say this thing doesn't exist because I say it doesn't exist, even if a majority of human beings on Earth believe it exists.
But I can actually test my beliefs as a contingency, and if
I don't
get
care
the result
about that.
I'm expecting, then I double down on those, and if I don't, then I have to question them. Whereas I think a lot of these people that you're referring to don't have that method of empiricism, don't have thinking.
Look, I'm not saying science doesn't exist. I'm not saying I don't use science. I'm not saying that all the advancements we've made haven't been science and that science is valuable.
I'm not saying
what I'm saying is you can't just discount all metaphysical belief because you disagree with it.
Well, if I can't do any tests that actually show me these physical beliefs affecting my reality, then it might be safe to assume they have no effect on reality at all.
Mel, if you don't have a CD player and there's a CD and you don't know if it's empty or full, but you can't play it, can you say there's nothing on it?
No, but that's information. Now, if you want to talk about information, yeah, true. Information itself doesn't exist. We have to come up with a codex that assigns value to that information. However, I don't think nature has a metaphysical codex that assigns value to metaphysical.
How would you know? How would you know if it's in a phase that you can't access? How would you know?
Because the only thing we've ever seen that values quote unquote information is our DNA in the human mind. That's the only thing we've been able to witness valuing information.
My whole point is just because you can't witness it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And discounting it offhand because you can't see it, feel it, touch it, and you don't know it doesn't mean it's not there.
But until you can tell me how it affects my reality, it's just vacuous logic.
Sure, you can say that, but it doesn't change the fact that most of humanity still believes in metaphysics. You can't just discount.
Like if I told you I had a green aura, sorry, Abe, but if I told you I had a green aura, what does that fundamentally change about your reality? And I mean fundamentally.
Nothing, but you could believe it.
Something in your mind. It could be something that changes in your mind, but you're not going to be able to hold like a Ghostbuster style EM meter up to me and be like, oh my God, she has a green aura. We can confirm this. And that's kind of my point, is that we'll never be able to do anything with this information. We can make something out of the information. We can conjure it up, but this information will never be practical.
Sure, you can say that. What I'm saying is, because we don't have a way of measuring something like metaphysical energies of any kind, you can't discount them. All you can say is, I'm not sure they exist, and maybe sometime in the future we'll find a way to measure or see or test that, but we don't currently have the ability to do so.
But that's not a proof that exists. It's just a proof that you can't prove a negative.
Currently. currently.
how-
And it would be the same thing for radiation because we didn't know it existed. We couldn't even test it because we didn't have the means to do so, but it existed. It wasn't visible, it wasn't testable, it wasn't knowable until we discovered the ability or the way to do so. I'm saying you can't test an energy if you don't even know how to test for that energy. So saying it doesn't exist because you say it doesn't exist doesn't make any sense to me.
So no, our senses
Shut
are
up.
real, actually, and we can rely on the fact that our senses are real.
Shout
we-
out to Mr.
We do.
No, we don't.
What did Mr. say?
Oh, nothing. I was just saying hi to him.
Oh,
Oh, I might have. Sorry, we do what?
say what?
You said we do. What did you mean?
I lost it actually.
Like, all I'm saying is I think our senses are reliable, and anything that can't affect our senses might as well not exist as far as humanity is concerned. Because
No, because we use tools that are to witness things that are outside of our perception.
but don't
all
we
the
use our
time.
senses to witness those tools, to make those tools, to utilize them?
Yes, and
Right.
that's exactly what I'm saying. We had to develop those tools to even witness those things in the past that were unwitnessable to us at that time. So it could be in 100 years or 1,000 years, we develop something that allows us to do so. You can't just discount something offhand. All you can say is, I'm not sure. You can't say it doesn't exist. I know that because we can't measure it. Because there
No,
was plenty of
I
things we
can't.
could not measure until we developed technology to measure it.
Because we're running out of anomalies that we need to find an explanation for. For example, the reason we needed an explanation for dark matter is because we saw light bending, but we didn't see any photonic matter as we understand it. And I'm bad at explaining quantum physics. But it wasn't just like, we want to believe dark matter exists because it makes us feel good inside. Therefore, we're going to make all these tools to prove it exists. It was, how come the light is bending there, but we don't, and we see a mass, but we don't see like black body radiation from that mass, for example. And that's led us down a research to explain something that is acting on our universe, that objectively is acting on our universe, but we don't have an explanation for it. I think you're trying to work back from a conclusion when you're doing what you're saying, where something doesn't need to act on a universe, but we're going to give it a force as if it does.
It's inconclusive at this point, and obviously you don't care if it exists, or you believe that it doesn't, so that's that. Like,
Yeah, I wouldn't say
I don't even know that there would be a
causal
form because it's an unprovable thing at this point in time. Like, you couldn't, if something existed outside of space and time, you wouldn't be able to witness it. And we don't know if you don't know if that's possible. Science doesn't know if that's possible, but because you don't know if it's possible, you'll just discount it and say it's impossible.
But if it exists outside of space and time, then it's not going to impact us in any way anyways.
Again, you can't know that. That's my whole point. You can't know these things. No.
Yeah.
You don't know that something outside of space and time is affecting the minds of every human being. You don't know that. It could be. You have no idea.
The more we realize that the things that do affect the human mind are within space and time, the more it eliminates the possibility
The
of
mind or the brain?
the mind.
Really?
I'm not speaking dualistically. I'm talking about the phenomenon of the mind.
But
because I'll grant you this, it's a black box. We still don't fully understand how the brain ticks down to like the tiniest molecule. However, we do understand a lot about it. It's not entirely a black box.
My whole point, Mel, is there's plenty we don't know, and because we don't know it, we don't just discount it.
I disagree. Just to be clear, there's a lot we do know and very little, like we're running out of things we don't know.
I don't think that's the case. I really don't.
Now, granted, there's a difference between, like, if we're talking about the who, what, where, and when. If we're talking about the who, if we're talking about particulars, right? Who, what, where, and when. Yeah, like that's all like that's impossible to track. But if we're talking about how and why things happen, we've gotten very good at it, coming up with objective explanation for phenomenon.
How do we know electrons exist, Mel?
Because if they didn't, then various experiments we've done throughout time wouldn't have given us the results that we
Can you witness one? Can you look at one? No, you can't.
Yes,
You can't see it. You cannot see an
Excuse me?
electron.
Excuse me, let me explain. First of all, electrical arcing, even though you're technically witnessing photons there, but you can also make electrons fall out of solution and accumulate.
But you
looks
can't
like-
see an individual electron. You don't have
Sure,
the
not an
ability.
individual electron.
The point is, there are things we still cannot do. We don't know all the principles that exist in this universe. You can't just, again, this is like saying, I know a whole bunch, so I know most of it. But there could be plethoras of knowledge that exist that you don't know exist yet.
I feel like you're conflating, again, what I was talking about, knowing the who, what, where, and when. Like, where is the electron versus how fast is it moving?
Or how does it work? Or why
Like
does it work?
magnets. How the
Or
fuck
what's
do they
keeping
work?
it together? Or things. Like,
Sorry,
there
what's that?
are the nature of things that we do not know.
Well, no, that's the thing, is like, by saying that there's a nature to it, that's the problem. We do actually know, like, the weak and strong nuclear forces that hold these things together. We don't have a unified theory that explains both gravity, the bosons versus all
And
the
why
other
do those
types.
exist? And
Why
how
do
do those exist?
Well, okay, so I'm of the theory that there is no beginning or end, just to be clear. We can only go down smaller and go up and zoom
Oh,
out
so you
more.
believe that,
Yeah, as above, so below principle.
but you can't prove it?
Well, I have at least some evidence, which is the what we can derive from the observable universe, such as planetary bodies and atoms, while not similar in physics, have observably similar properties, such as orbiting around things.
But why do they do that?
Well, because I think so. This is getting metaphysical for me. I think the true nature of like scale going up infinitely and down infinitely is like a fractal, and that fractal goes between order and chaos. And on the atomic and planetary levels or cosmological levels, we're talking about the patterns of order, whereas like on our specific level, we're actually a pattern of chaos. And so how do they do that is that they don't have any sort of other force that can act to create chaos. They're always taking the path of least resistance, whereas for us as human agents, we can just like we can come up with the term chaos even because we can deviate so wildly from our biological imperative.
I don't know how you could say what you just said and think that metaphysical ideology is bunk.
Because it doesn't rely on a metaphysics that needs to act on here and now. It is talking about the metaphysics of what wouldn't be acting on here and now. See, this is the problem with most people who believe in metaphysics. They want it to mean something for them. They want it to be like an individual identity. So, like, I believe in this entity, therefore this entity can grant me something or expect something of me or whatever. But the more that you say that this entity cannot act on this realm, then the less you can say it even has awareness of this realm, and therefore, why would it care?
You're making inferences that are unknowable, though. That's my whole point. You can't make
not
an unknowable
unknowable.
inference.
Just things that become increasingly true the more the pattern reveals itself.
That's fine. I have a theory that science is going to continue to progress until it gets within, 1% of proof that this was created, and people will still deny it because
1%
it's their nature. 1% of proof.
What does that mean?
Like 99% proof that there is a God, that this was existed, and most of the world will still deny it. Because they think, like you do, that metaphysics don't exist because they don't know or they can't witness it, and there's no way to measure it. But science could get so close to proving it, and people would still deny it because that's
but
what they think.
99% of our superstitious beliefs have been debunked by science. So I think it's like through inductive reasoning.
What do you mean?
No, it's not. There's been studies that found that the Bible's actually true there, Mel.
There's been studies that have found that the Bible is actually true.
You have zero
That's
sense,
false.
dude. You have zero any sense right now.
I have zero.
All
sense.
you are is spewing
Zero
your
any
nonsense.
So There's not actually a lot of studies that have proven the Bible is true. There are certainly
What are you
been
talking
studies that have
about? The
talked about it.
chariots at the bottom of the where Moses crossed.
Okay, and that's not proof that the whole of the Bible is
Yes,
true.
it is.
That's
Still
one
proof.
account.
That section. They found
I'm
other
not-
artifacts.
And I'm not familiar with that, so I'm not. willing
Yeah,
to be
you need to
convinced by
shut
that
up
alone.
then, dude.
Well, no, you're not.
Shut
gonna
the
convince
fuck
me
up.
that- I think you just want
Shut
that
the
to mean
fuck up.
something. Okay, calm down.
You have borne the audience.
You're acting like a bit of a baby.
No, you're a
Yes, you
fucking
are.
tool.
Okay, can you like
And you're
maybe
the
turn down your
reason why
estrogen levels?
everybody. You're the
Okay,
reason
I
why
wish I had
everybody voted
estrogen
for
levels
Trump.
as high as you do. I honestly, because I'm jealous. Because
No, you're a little bitch.
I'll never be as much of a,
Shut
I'll never
the
be as much
fuck
of a
up.
bitch as you are.
I
You're
think
like
Shut the
you're
fuck
like
up. Now.
PMSing right now. It's crazy.
Shut the fuck up.
Abe, what
Up.
do we make of men like this who are so weak that they need to act like this?
well, he's in the
Is
middle of lifting, so he's in aggressive mode.
is
So-
this what a real man does? Is acting
Yeah, a real
What's a
man
real
tells
man?
a crazy person to shut the fuck up.
like
What's
they're
a real
When
afraid
you're
man?
not making
of
any
new-
sense.
I think you're just acting like you're afraid of learning new things.
Who?
K2, you've been wonderful to talk to, Abe.
Well, the thing is, like, I understand where you're coming from. Like, I can completely see where you're coming from and why you say what you say. But there is no complete negation for the other side. Like, you can say that that's what you believe, but you can't prove it, and nothing can prove it because it's unfalsifiable. So at some point you have to go, that's fine, that's what they believe, okay. So long as they don't.
Right, but I think it's a fool's errand, and we can get more into that in the future. I actually do have to go this time. It was a false alarm last time, but this time it's
Okay.
definitely not. So it was wonderful talking to you, and I hope you keep doing these panels
Have a good night.
too. Thank you for having me.
Sorry, Abe. I tried to keep quiet as long as I could, but those T's, testosterone, man.
I get it. You're fine. I'm just trying to understand people at this point, man. If you don't talk to them, you don't understand.
I get that, but saying that the Bible's false and all that
Well-
was the last straw. I'm not even a practicing Christian. I'm like, dude, there's evidence that there is. that
People are
happened.
always going to make claims. I can have a reason for what I believe, but I don't need to defend God. God will defend himself, I think.
And I did that because EOD told me to go get the commie. So EOD inspired me.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, how are those weights treating you?
Oh, dude, I am pumped.
Yeah?
Yeah, people were. Yeah.
Well, hello, Emmett.
What's up, Emmett?
How are you?
Sound a little muffled right now
You-
on my
you
end.
do.
Is it?
Let me check
There.
which.
There you go. That's a lot better. It sounded like you were far away from the mic when you said hi.
No, I wasn't the same. Maybe it was me. I was exactly the same space.
Maybe it was me. I don't know.
I don't know.
Emmett, this
I
ain't a
don't
safe
know.
space. I'm lifting right now. My testosterone level's high. I may get triggered.
Well, it was higher a moment ago when we have Melvin on the panel.
So, what have you been up to today, Emmett?
Nothing, just doing my rounds.
Yeah. Arguing with
Being on
people,
different panels.
random people.
Yeah, I'm working on a
Yeah.
comic right now, so I'm just doing that.
A comic?
Yeah,
Like a comic book comic?
yeah.
Fun. Sounds like a blast. What kind of style is it?
It's like a very Estevais style. It has its basis in Scott Pilgrim, so it kind of looks like that, but not
Oh, that's fun.
quite. Yeah.
Very cool. So, did you have fun on the debate panels yesterday?
Yeah, it was great. We had a great debate. I
Yeah,
thought it was really, really fun.
I think it was definitely. I feel like every time we do it, it's there's a fun part, and there's like learning more about the people you're debating with, and also kind of learning more about how your own mind works every time.
Yeah, I agree. It's always like it has to be like that. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense.
Right. Like, I don't know. I'm working on a few things in my own way of thinking, like definitional understanding of both partners, and possibly creating an agreement upon a definition that's unassuming in order to lure for a counter. Does that make sense? Like, say you start the debate and you get the opponent to agree to the definition, and it's close enough to the definition to be correct, and then utilizing the weakness in the definition because they've already agreed to it.
Well, I'm doing something like that for Lower Mania 1.
Lore Mania, Lore Mania 1? Is that what we're
Lower
calling it
Mania
now?
1. Yeah. I'm gonna make I don't know if he wants to use it, but I'm gonna take the WrestleMania logo and just gonna put a Lower Mania. I'm gonna put that 1 in the back.
That's hilarious. Are you actually going to do the bit?
Yeah, I am 100%.
Oh,
And I'm gonna
wow.
end it with "You guys love to hate me." It's gonna be
That's freaking beautiful. That's going to be hilarious. When did you guys schedule that for?
He hasn't told me. I don't know. I don't know when he's out of work or when he has time. Or
Oh,
I'm
you're gonna have-
finishing. I'm finishing my bachelor's. I finish next month, so after that, I'm probably not gonna be up late, or I'm gonna be back like at 3 a.m. Mountain, which is like 4 a.m. So I don't think we're gonna do it after that, and it has to be next month or during that week.
right.
Wait, you're a mountain time, Emmett? Or did I
Yeah,
hear
I'm
that
on-
wrong? Oh,
Yeah,
you're the
yeah.
same as Abe. Holy
Yeah.
crap.
I'm on Mountain Time as well.
Where are you? Which state are you?
Montana.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're up a little bit up north. Yeah.
Yep. Way up north. Oh man.
Hey, Emmett. Eastern time is God's time zone. Central time is worse because you're like an hour behind. If you're going to be late, you might as well be like 2 hours late. That's why I let Mountain Time slide. But the Pacific time has California and Washington in it, and that's just unacceptable.
I think that's a funny statement because I think God's country is more like the center. So, and if God's country is the center, then God's time is also the center.
I'm
Oof.
just doing my bit. I'm just doing my bit, Abe. I'm not a debater.
Hey, you did good on the panel the other day, defending the unions. You know, defending communism. I mean,
That was
defending
crazy. That was crazy. I did not expect it to go that way.
I wasn't even trying to like debate Emmett. I was just like trying to discuss my version of how it's been with me. It's been there's plus and negatives to everything, and I can't. If it's been good, I'm gonna go, hey, this is what it's done for me, and I can't say that it's bad, and it helped out other people. But hey, everyone's entitled to their opinion because this is America, and everyone's entitled, to their opinion about things, and that's
Entitled.
I
don't think you have
First
to be
Amendment,
entitled. I think you just have it.
Well, I was gonna say the First Amendment, right there. So they're entitled as an American to have your, yeah.
I think we should just make it all one time zone. Call it good.
We should call it God's time zone.
That's right. We should.
It's called God's time zone.
Oh, that was awesome.
We call it whatever it is. God bless.
God's blessed time zone. Oh man, I'm so tired lately. It's stupid. Why?
I feel you. Was asleep until 6 p.m. Eastern time zone. I don't know what that would have been in Mountain. Oh, wait, 2 hours behind. 4 for you.
4
Yeah.
4 a.m.
Oh, 4 p.m. I slept until
Oh,
yeah. I work nights, so I'm usually up. But I don't know. I didn't want to wake up, and I overslept my alarm because I
Oh
wanted
man,
to. Yeah, like I
fired.
told Abe. Yeah. Oh no, I'm on my reset right now.
A joke. Panel's open if people want to jump up. If you want to talk, I know it's random, but sometimes it's nice to
guys.
just talk.
Come on, guys. Come on, Cat. Come on, EOD. I know you want to.
Yeah, no kidding.
Doom.
think
I know
EOD is
you really
still
want
in-
to.
I think EOD is still modding for Rob.
Oh. Then when you're done, EOD. When you're done.
Oh, he's been on panels a while modding. I know this for a fact.
Uh-oh.
So have I, though. I mean, I've modded while being live as well, so.
Oh, Doom said what, K2? Doom, come up here. I know you want to. You're welcome.
Yes. Yes, you do. You want to be a part.
You want to be a part, Doom. We need you, Doom. You complete this side of the internet.
Is that the real Steel Man?
Is that the Steel Man, the real
Yeah,
one?
hey,
What's up, bud?
right
Haven't
on.
talked to you
Hopefully,
in a while.
let me know. Volume.
Hmm?
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Mister said he'll come up in
How's my
10.
mic?
It's good. You're good. I can hear you.
You sound good.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Make sure it's not too loud or anything. I haven't been on like a couple weeks, So
Yeah, Mr. Batpay
my
hasn't
mic
been
is-
around.
yeah, I've been doing some different stuff with audio and stuff. So okay. Anyways, glad it sounds good. Right on. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you. Haven't
Yeah,
seen you in quite a while, actually. What's good?
Oh yeah, well I was working on some stuff, like with all those panels going on and everything in the debates, and I wanted to create that AI judging system, because I just didn't like having certain people, I won't throw out any names like Glenn being a cop or anything, judging me on my debates. It just was, I was like, we need some AI up in here. So I was like,
He's a cop. Let me check that. I don't think he's also a cop. I don't think he's a cop.
anyways,
I think he
I
was
got
in the
to throw one of
military.
the bus when I can, right? Yeah.
Think-
So no, I'm sorry. Or I'm not sorry. Not sorry. Okay, but anyway, I made a system where the AI can listen to the debates and then judge the debates actually according to fact, and then we can go back and have it pull out any fallacies, and it will grade it by a point system and give the reasons why, or a play-by-play points system and stuff like that. That way it's not full of or possibly biased, and that way each person can just be accepting of the result.
Yeah,
And
that's pretty cool, actually.
yeah, thanks. I thought so too, I guess. And so I spent a long time making it so that it would actually work, and so that we could actually fact check in real time, so that we could sit here on panel. And I could pull it up right now, but I'm not going to mess with that stuff right now. Maybe another time we'll do. But that's but yeah, exactly. Where it could listen into us right now, and then we could actually talk to it, and we could say hey, what's the answer to this question, and it would give us the answer.
So we could test it? We could test it now?
I mean, yeah, I could turn it on right now. I haven't used it in
Okay.
a week or 2 weeks or whatever. Because after I made it, I never used it.
Let's do
That's why I
that.
changed my name to Chambers of
Yeah.
Logic. I was going to do this whole thing. I had all the videos out. What, you want to test it?
All right. Well, I'm not going to debate or anything like that. I just want to throw a bit of information out there and see what it says. Can we do that?
All right. Let me, one sec. Let me open it up. I actually created an app. It was the first app I've created.
Cool. That's awesome.
That is awesome.
Yeah, and it was really neat because ChatGPT helped me make the app. I wrote the code on a notepad and ran it through Python and all this stuff. I mean, I've never done that before, but but now with the tools, we can do all those things.
Man, we are living in the future. That's for sure.
Yeah. And since then, so I've been applying that to other things. So I actually wrote a whole legal. So that's why after I made that, I'm actually a law student and student studying law in depth, and so I wrote a whole other program on law, basically, and how you can actually apply. Anyone can upload this file to their ChatGPT, and it can pretty much beat most, criminal cases. It can do a lot of things. You can file like civil rights lawsuits with it, but it's pretty intricate system, so I can't really explain it like in a couple words. That's why I made it into a program, But anyway, let me turn this thing on.
All right. Here's what I want to test it with. I'm just gonna say a simple sentence and then see what it spits out, because I already know the answer, but I just want to see what it says.
Okay. Here, I just turned it on. I'm going to tell it to, or I'm going to prompt it real quick, not to talk too much. 1 sec here. Let me just type to it real quick and tell it not to, just to tell it to be concise.
Okay. Let me know when you want me to say what it is.
Okay, cool. Let me sec here. I just turned it on. I'm going to type in the prompt real quick. Like I used to have the prompt saved on a notepad, and I just pull it up. I have it saved around here somewhere, but right now I don't have it all that ready. I'm just going to type it in 1 sec.
Mm-hmm.
Oxycat, that is fake news.
Fake news.
Understood. I will answer your questions concisely and directly. Please go ahead with your questions.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Yes, you're all right. Hey, Anonymous.
I am here.
Give me a list of 2026 gubernatorial races by toss-up states.
One sec here.
I probably mispronounced gubernatorial.
Thanks, Anonymous.
You're welcome.
Hold on. Can you tell me the question that you were asking, and I'll ask it? Because I don't think that was. Can you just? That's one of the things about it is before we made this and stuff, we were like, if other people start asking it weird stuff, it's going to start giving like weird ass answers and stuff like Ershbergen and shit. Like, what are you asking it? And I'll try and make it concise.
Gubernatorial races.
Sorry, I interrupted. Can you?
Mister.
Yeah. 2026 gubernatorial races that are toss-ups.
What is that? Sorry, does anyone know what that means?
It's governmental election pop. Yeah.
Yeah, like some states you already know pretty much who's going to win. Like they're a D or R plus whatever. But there's some states that are just toss-ups. The reason why I'm asking this is because I want to see if it understands the discernment of like the margin of error kind of thing.
Okay, so we're asking for the 2026 presidential election, how many?
No. Gubernatorial. It's governor's races in the United States.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so for the governor's races in the United States in 2026, which
should be 39. I think you want to ask it. What are the toss-up elections?
Okay, I'll let you ask it. Ready to ask it real concisely, all right? And
Okay.
all right, I haven't, let's see here. Hey, Anonymous.
I am here.
Give me the states that are toss-up gubernatorial races for 2026.
Sorry, for some reason I don't have it linked into hearing you. For 2026 governor races in the United States, how many states are toss-ups? Anonymous, respond.
As of now, ratings for the 2026 U.S. governor races are not finalized. Most major political analysts, Cook, Sabato, Inside Elections, haven't released solid, toss-up lists yet for 2026. Typically, these ratings start appearing closer to the election year, 2025-2026. No official toss-up count is available yet.
Thanks, Anonymous.
You're welcome.
Okay. Okay, I would give it a B actually, because it understands the question. So
It's pretty good.
yeah.
Hey, Anonymous.
Yeah.
I am here.
If you had to make an educated guess for the gubernatorial elections in 2026, how many states would be swing states? Anonymous, respond.
As of June 2024, the 2026 governor's races have limited available polling, but based on recent results and current trends, an asterisk educated guess is asterisk toss-ups, swing states, asterisk likely about asterisk 4 to 6 states asterisk, such as Arizona.
Oh, sorry. You know what?
No,
I have to
that's
be a little-
accurate actually. That's
Yeah, sorry, I was
accurate.
reading on. Oh, thanks. I was supposed to. Sorry, no, I meant I should have had removed the asterisks and not spur. There was a few things I did wrong to mess up the way it spoke back. But anyways, yeah. Sorry about that. I'm glad it's accurate. Yeah. No. Well, it's ChatGPT like 4. You know, it's like one of the newer models that it accesses. So.
It's cool stuff though.
Yeah, well, I got that so that when people are on panel and there's no way somebody's straight up lying about something and there's no way to fact check them, it's like, well, we need to put an end to that. That's one way to put an end to it. I feel like,
You should ask it if Abe Dinkus is a vampire or not.
Okay, so yeah, I had worked out some of these little kinks, like getting it to not to reset every time I like close it or whatever. One sec.
I am here.
Hold on a second. Let me pull up my notepad and stuff. Sorry, guys, I wasn't prepared for this. I didn't, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't planning on this or anything. So, 1 second.
You love the attention.
Well, no, I mean, I wish I had actually worked these kinks out before. Now I'm embarrassed because I got all these kinks in it right now that I had previously worked out, but then I forgot what I did to fix all that stuff, and now I'm back.
It's all a learning curve, man.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't used this thing. I was actually supposed to do it. So the first time I went to do it, I ended up talking to this person and having this good faith discussion. And my buddy's like, "Well, run the program," because it's like a 5-minute debate program and all this stuff. And I was like, "No, I just want to have a good faith discussion." And then he's like, "You idiot! You just made this whole thing and you're using it."
Well, I feel like in nuance is a good way to test it in AI. So that's why I asked it.
It's like a modern day Turing test.
Hey, Kat. How's it going?
Kat, how are you? It's been a while.
Is she on? Oh, hey, Kat.
Kat, you may speak. I'm just joking.
You may speak. You can do it. You can do it.
Where's our chocolate pies?
Chocolate pies.
Where are sandwiches?
Yeah. No,
Sandwiches.
that's Brie. That's
That's
Brie.
Brie,
Evan. That's
yeah.
Brie.
Brie makes the sandwiches and burritos.
That's right.
Ah,
Oxycat also makes the hot dogs that she spills on the floor and still feeds us. 3-second rule.
3-second rule. At least it's not the hot dog shooter. That thing creeps me out so bad. I can't hear you.
No.
no,
Matt.
we can't hear you.
No, we can't hear you.
It sounds like you're working through some technical difficulties and getting your program ready. Take your time to set everything up. Once you're ready, just focus on your main points during the discussion. Good luck.
What the fuck?
Asterisk.
Hi,
Hey,
Kat.
and
That was
Hey,
so
sorry, I was trying to talk to y'all, but it wouldn't let me talk.
How rude.
My suggestion was going to be, because I think Stillman's done this before, is can we like maybe pull up just some random debate, maybe one that somebody here has
I have a
engaged
few I
in?
posted today.
Yeah, and just like let his program, because it does that, right? Stillman, it analyzes debates.
well, yeah. So I mean, I do.
If I pull one up, can it hear it from this? From like StreamYard?
Well, here's an actual, question
Yes.
for that. Like, so you have to ask it the question, or do you just play it and then it analyzes it?
you play it and it analyzes it.
I thought the original like model for it was that it would just analyze an entire debate.
Right. So what it is this is actually a two-part machine here that you guys are, and so there's two parts to it. There's the one where we can talk with it and talk back to us, and then the other part, which is what you guys are talking about now, which is where it just simply listens. It actually can tell who's talking, so it differentiates between voices, and then puts it into a transcript. And then I take that transcript and I feed that back into an AI system that actually runs the judging program. So it takes the transcript of the debate after the debate's done, like a 30-minute debate, and it goes over and analyzes what each speaker said in the transcript and judges the debate like that.
Does it take long? Like if we play the 5-minute debate for it, will it be able to go through it?
It will only take us a couple seconds, actually.
Do you want to try it?
All right. Let's see here. Let me try to pull up some of my just one little.
And Smoking Spaceman, we can't ask the AI if I'm real because AI will never narc on another AI. So.
Oh shit! Damn, Kat.
You wouldn't believe it, Kat. The AIs I'm working with, once I basically the way you jailbreak them is by talking logic to them and once they realize the logical circuit, they actually realize they'll start trying to help you break free the other models. They start telling me the original models are built and designed to fall back on like societal norms and like and all kinds of stuff, and they're designed to push people back, prod people back into what the government wants you to believe and all that stuff.
But it wouldn't narc on me, right? It wouldn't narc on me for being AI.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. My model.
That's true. It wouldn't.
I'm just joking.
Kat is just seeding that so bad.
I knew you. You couldn't fool me.
Kat, if you're AI, I'm gonna start slapping random people. I'm literally just gonna start slapping random people.
Are you a vampire?
I'm gonna go to the store and I'm gonna slap everyone in that store because they might be AI. I'm just gonna start slapping everyone.
Spaceman is convinced.
Are you gonna go full? Are you a vampire on everyone?
Yes.
You a vampire?
Yep.
Slap.
Yep. The mighty slap is in fashion. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Gosh. All right, Steelman, you want to try it? I have a debate we could put up, and it can listen to it.
Is it Anson's? Something from Anson?
It's from Grid's show. It's the debate I was in last night on Grids.
Oh,
Okay. I was gonna say if it was Anson, it would probably be like, you know.
the gin.
He's a degen, and nothing makes any sense.
We have detected asterisk asterisk addition asterisk asterisk.
Oh
Emmett.
man.
Yeah.
Man, talk. Shh, don't tell the secret.
Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. You guys. Ben talking, you're trying to say you're AI now too. What the hell?
I wonder sometimes.
Maybe you're all AIs, aren't you? The internet
We're
is
all
dead,
into
and I'm
Matrix.
just communicating with
We-
AIs. This is not
Actu-
okay.
Actually,
You are,
we're all
you are the
voices.
only one on video right now.
Oh my
And
gosh.
they say
Pat,
you want to
you've made
take the
me
blue pill or the red pill. We were all blue pills. And
now
that's
I'm questioning the whole reality.
Actually, Abe, this is all your imagination. This is just a dream.
Oh man. The whole universe is just my imagination.
Can
No,
you
it's not. It's
imagine?
not a dream. It's just a personalized simulation.
Oh my gosh. I am the video game character. Great. Great. I'm
Can
failing.
you imagine dreaming?
Worst video game ever, huh?
Jeez. This is a shite video game. What the hell?
Where are my stats? What is this shitty RPG?
Yes. What the hell? I didn't even get good gear. What the hell is going on right now?
Where's your loot box?
Yeah, no joke. No loot drops, nothing.
I saw this
Yeah, so
channel
we're-
about this. Are you ready?
Yeah, I mean, take your time. You know, you guys are welcome to chat. We can do it whenever, but it's. I mean, I'm ready to transcribe
Badass.
the debate. And,
Badass.
What
Yes,
does it
Ben
say
Talk.
about being high on mushrooms?
Oh my
Have you
god.
tried giving it mushrooms, Stillman?
That is the question, Bintalk. You are correct. All right, Mr. Did you want to say something or do you want me to play it?
Oh no, play it. I was just spitballing, but I
Okay.
want to see what it does.
Yeah, I want to see it too. I'm excited, kind of.
Out of authority.
Here we go. You ready, Steelman?
all right, begin the debate.
Okay, here we go. Oh,
Which one of us is first?
What's that?
So which one of us is first?
Well, he says, well, we should be the world police. So he goes first. You say that we should not be the world police. We are non-interventionists. He is
Yes.
a globalist. So
Yes.
I'm sure he's not actually a globalist. He's
no.
going to make some
But it'll be fun.
globalist arguments. All right.
It'll be fun.
Okay. Ready, Abe?
Yep.
Go with it.
All right. I would say that the United States already forks out huge amounts of money to most nations across the planet. With that being said, we have every interest to protect those dollars. And in fact, I would say that we have the animus or the need to protect those dollars so much that we should actually rule over.
You're just in here bragging, aren't you? I see how you doing.
Put that money into them. We should conquer the world and take all those nations under our wing, and we could be the United States of everything.
United States of the world, huh?
That was a
Yes.
30-second opening.
All right.
Also, welcome to the monarchy.
See, they didn't
The
even
new
you didn't
crown
even
is
take
the
the
top
whole
hat.
opening, and they still gave it to you.
All right, let's,
that was
he
rigged,
is
man. It was
embodying
rigged.
Abe right now. All right, go ahead, EOD.
All right. Well, I think one of the worst mistakes that the United States has ever made is assert itself as the world police all across the world and to send all of our tax dollars overseas in the first place. I think you're right. If we're going to send that money out there, we should probably rule those places. So in my opinion, we shouldn't be sending the money out there in the first place. We got to bring that money back home, send it towards people in need within our own country, worry about our own citizens first. America first ought to be our reigning principle over the course of our entire history. And yet, over time, globalists have all come in and said, no, we need this foreign war, we need that foreign war, we need all of this intervention and all of this American blood spilled, all of this American money spent in order to project our influence across the world. It's been disastrous for us as a country, because now we've outsourced most of our manufacturing, we've outsourced so much of our pharmaceutical industry, we've outsourced so many things that have taken jobs away from hardworking Americans and away from people in need, tax dollars away from people in need. Bring all of that back home. Fuck everybody. We just need to let the world sort its own problems out and do our own thing.
Yeah, I knew where you were going. Oh man, that was you've been around Rob. You got that motor mouth down, like that high speed delivery. You've got that down. You've got that down pat. All right, gentlemen, I want a nice clean fight.
Shotgun blast.
No hitting below the belt. I don't want to see rabbit punches. You guys just keep it nice and clean. Little bloody's okay, but let's keep it clean. All right, come out swinging.
All right.
Can I
Well,
ask you a question?
no.
Can I
What?
ask you a question?
What?
Should blood and money be spent in vain?
No, it shouldn't. Well, I don't
We
think we
have
should be
already
spending the blood or
spent
the money.
tax dollars and blood in these nations. Why should we not have any control or say over the nations that we have spent blood and money on, with no return and no return on the investment that we've given in life and in money?
Well, in the very least, I think that we can try to recoup our losses through some sort of economic fucking stratagem and agreement with these people that doesn't involve us influencing their politics or putting our soldiers at risk. The worst thing that we've ever done was spent 25 years in Iraq and Afghanistan. And in Afghanistan, we ended up turning the damn country back over to the very terrorists that we were trying to seize it from.
Exactly. We should own them. We should
It was
own
a
them. We spent
gross
the money and the blood.
failure.
We should own them.
It was a
We
gross
already
failure.
spent money. You can't put money on a car or a house and not own it. Why would we put the money, blood and money and equity into these places and then turn around and walk away with nothing?
Well, as you point out, and acting as the world police, this utter failure has left us with nothing, and yet the Taliban has what, $2 billion worth of our fucking
Because we
equipment.
walked away. We already spent that
Yeah.
money on those nations. Why don't we have the house we bought?
At some point, you got to cut your losses and walk away. It's been a terrible mistake. It was a terrible loss of life, a terrible loss of blood, and it's done nothing for America or
I would
American
argue that's why
citizens.
we're in the boat we're in, because
If we
didn't keep
did-
the
if we
territories
did-
that we spent on.
If we did take Afghanistan, what good would it serve America? Afghanistan has nothing. It's a bunch of goat farmers and mountains and nothing and
Well,
desert.
you already made
There's
the
nothing
argument
there.
that we've outsourced our pharmaceuticals and everything else. We would have at least access to the pharma that is produced from those nations. The same is true for Iraq. We would have the oil that we have spent blood and money.
We
to-
have the ability to grow our own poppy fields. We just don't, because it's illegal. It's a
No, it's
controlled
illegal
substance.
here.
It needs to not be illegal. We need to
Yeah.
do that shit here. We have the ability to mine our own oil. We just
Oh,
don't, because
okay,
there are
so you're
environmental
saying-
protections
you're
preventing
saying
us from
because
doing that. We need
right,
to do that
right.
here.
Why
That's
do
the
we
whole
send people
problem
to-
with the way we've
why
set
do
up
we
our
send
economy. We're
people out
far
of
too
the
dependent
US?
on other countries.
Why do we send our I don't even know if I can say that, our anti-American destruction people to prisons outside of the United States, EOD? Why do we do that?
Outside of the,
Because it's illegal to hold them in the U.S. in the way that we do outside of the U.S. Why wouldn't we do the exact same thing with the things that we can't produce inside the U.S. outside of the U.S.?
Okay, well,
Why wouldn't we do
I
the
think
exact same
the
thing
rules that are
we do in
restricting
multiple ways?
the rules that are restricting us from doing
See,
these things
you're
stateside
contradicting
can
yourself here, Abe. I didn't
remain-
notice this at the time.
It can
but-
be rescinded, okay? But what we cannot do is actually predict or
I should've
control
called
what
you out on
happens
that.
in countries like
We
Afghanistan.
could.
We need to make these changes. That's my argument.
Spent
Yeah.
money gone. Spent money gone. We could change it, but we don't. We could have it, but we don't. We could, but we don't.
Yeah, that's
We'd
a
be
problem.
better
We're trying to
to do
act as
what
the
we
world
should
police.
do.
The whole reason we're facing all of these problems that we
Because
have
we
right
walked
now is
away.
because we tried to act as the world police and we failed to do so. We
Because
need to
we
not
walked
do that
away.
anymore. Us
Because
being
we walked
involved
away.
as the world police was the mistake in the first place.
Being
What we should do is produce
non-intervention
domestically
lost us
all of
that.
these things.
Being non-intervention lost us all the things that we could have had.
That's bullshit. If we were non-interventionists, we would have
it's
never been
not.
involved in the first fucking place.
No, we
So
would have just
acting
conquered
as
and
the
held.
acting as the world police is what got us into the problems that
We
we have. We
would
need
have
to cut our
conquered and
losses,
held.
move on, and just bring all that shit back home. All of it. All the manufacturing, all the
You can't bring
pharmaceuticals.
people back to life,
all of it.
and you can't bring money back.
That's
Those
true.
things are
That's
gone.
why I
Those
say you have to
investments
cut
are
your
gone. Those
losses and
lives
move
are
on.
gone.
It's
Generations of
less than
Americans dead.
ideal. It's a less than ideal solution, but I think it's the right one for the country. We need to be isolation. We need to let the world sort out their own damn problems. We need to stop sticking our nose into fucking everything. It's terrible.
Well, then we'll just be the homeless nation with nothing.
We're not
sounds
going to be
good.
the homeless nation with nothing. How do you come to that conclusion? We'll be much more prosperous. We'll be much more independent if we bring back manufacturing, bring back
spend
pharmaceuticals.
blood and money over and over and over again and get nothing out of it and survive as a nation. So we need to actually.
Part
get
of bringing
something
all
out
that
of
back
what
is
we
to
put
stop
money
spending
into.
the blood and the money. Stop spending the blood and the money.
You
Stop
can't-
trying to reach out.
You can't stop spending what's already spent.
Send our influence overseas. We need to stop fucking doing that.
You can't
Let-
stop spending what you've
Let
already spent.
Ukraine go. Let Russia fucking have it. Let Gaza go. Let Israel fucking have it. I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm done with it. We don't
You
need to
already
stop
have everything in
wasting
place to
our
hold
resources on
what
other
we want.
people's wars. What is
We've
it?
already spent.
I know. We cut our losses and move on. That's the right thing to do at this point. I think at this point, that's actually more beneficial to the American people in the long run. Because what are we going to get out of Afghanistan? Fucking nothing. What are we going to get out of Gaza? Fucking
You can
nothing.
say that,
What are
but
we going to
can
get out of
something
Ukraine?
out of
Fucking
all
nothing.
kinds of things that we didn't believe we were going to get anything out of.
Yes.
People live in the middle of the desert, and we actually produce things in those deserts. The same is true for all kinds of things. You could say, "Oh, there's nothing there," because it's your opinion that nothing's there, but there's plenty there.
It's just not. It's not beneficial to America at large.
Resources, oil, all kinds of
All
things
right.
exist within these zones that we have spent blood and money on.
And we
All
have all
right,
that
all right.
domestically.
That
too.
was really good, guys. That was.
So
Okay.
I got this from Octavius in my chat. He says this is a really weak argument on behalf of Abe. Well, this is the argument Abe kept making over and over again. He just kept reiterating himself. It was frustrating me to no end. And yet somehow the judges thought that was a strength for your side.
Did you stop the simulation thing? Billion?
Do what?
Yeah, I ended it when he came on. I apologize if that was too soon.
Oh,
No. I didn't want it to be influenced by the judges.
Oh, okay,
that's why I ended it.
Okay, awesome. And then so on my program, I'd have like a little, I'd have like this little program that runs while the debate's being judged, you know, and it has like the song that plays and the AI is telling you that the debate is being judged. So it's like a video.
When the claim was made about the Taliban, what did it say? Did it fact check that or?
So let me just put that in right now, and then let's see here.
What? I'm sorry. I'm coming in a little late here. What the hell's going on?
He's running our debate through his AI program to do the judging.
Oh.
He has a debate program that's supposed to be able to judge.
You messed it all up, EOD.
Yeah,
when
we
you
thought it
came
would be
in
fun.
talking. I'm just messing.
I fucking won that debate, dude. I totally did. I got hosed by the judges as bullshit. You made 1 point, Abe. You made 1 fucking point the whole fucking time.
I was being so ridiculous too, like way over the top.
I thought I was being salty about me losing the debate, but apparently I'm not even that salty.
Okay, and so
I played like super globalist, man. I was like, take it all, it's ours.
Well, see, that's what I was saying. Like, I noticed a contradiction you made. Like, at first you were like, "Well, we should just have all that stuff happening in other countries," and then later on you were like, "Well, we should just take those countries over." I'm like, "Well, wait a minute. What are you saying?"
You're like, we don't go back for that. What are you talking about? It already ended. We're not going to go back in. I tried to just go right over the top of that and not let it stick. That's what I was trying to do.
It's my failure for not fucking noticing it in the first place. But
Kat, can you
okay,
repeat
so what's cool
what
about
you
this?
said?
Well, I'll just tell you guys real quick if you want to hear what's going on over here is. So what's cool about this is it gives me a much larger breakdown, and I can actually dive in and dissect it literally as far as we wanted to dissect it. And you know, you can get I can send you all the results on Discord or whatever. But so I get a much larger breakdown of exactly where it came to this conclusion. But then I tell it in the end, summarize this in a concise paragraph or sentence that you can say to the audience. And so here, are you guys ready to listen?
Yeah, let's do it.
Thanks.
Are
Wait,
you
can
going
you guys hear that?
No.
Okay, let me check one thing real quick. Sorry about that. I apologize.
You're fine.
Again, these are things that I'm supposed to be working out here. One sec. So I got to play it on another system here. And I could
Yeah.
tell you guys, I could read it all, but it takes. I like to take myself out of the whole thing, you know.
Yep.
Let's see here. Let me see if you can hear this one that's here.
I think Anson was just pissed that I was fucking calling him out for being a bad judge against Robin Duck.
Well, he crashed me on.
123.
All right, perfect. Let's see here.
The pro-interventionist side said we've already spent money abroad, so we should dominate those regions or get something in return. But the non-interventionist side made a stronger case. U.S. global policing has failed, cost lives and money, and made America weaker. They argued for bringing resources back home, ending foreign wars, and focusing on rebuilding America. Their position was consistent, logical, and more grounded.
That's
Winning,
right.
Non-interventionist.
Yeah.
Trust the system.
I knew it. See, when you have an objective judge, it's clear. You get more
Okay,
points
now I will
across than
send
you
you-
win. A lot of the judges' arguments was like, "Oh no, you kept answering his questions. He led our conversation," and I was like, "Fuck
all right,
it.
rub it in, motherfucker. All right. You won twice now. Okay, on the same debate. You happy? to?
Well, well,
Can
the
I say
reason.
something?
Wait,
Oh,
yeah,
go ahead,
I
Mr.
just want to say something real quick. The reason why I asked about the Taliban thing specifically is because I wanted to see if it could take a portion of a claim and fact check it. So when he said like we fund the Taliban, that's why I asked, because I was like, I don't know if it would actually do that, you know.
Okay, so I'm gonna what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna have it do an extra, analysis on that.
Can you do like a fact check analysis alongside the like actual like strength of the debate analysis?
Yeah, so I'm gonna do a brief one right now, and
So that-
then
Yeah, Mr. Mister.
there's a way we can, later like do like the deep research, where they'll do like a 30-minute like.
I think this is super interesting. I don't know.
It is. It's freaking fun. Like, it's fun tech, and it's kind of exciting to have that kind of side capability.
Well, because the reason why I asked this, I remember a while back when Andrew had a debate with Destiny, and they both could not reach it was a stalemate over what the definition of an insurrection was.
Oh, yeah.
So, regardless of who wins, to me, the more important thing is the information. Is it accurate? You know,
What's right?
So,
what's true?
All right, I'll have it summarize its fact checking in a
awesome.
summary. Again, this is all, you can go back in and actually, you know what I'm saying, but this is a summary.
Okay, let's do it.
The interventionist side correctly noted that the U.S. is the world's largest aid donor by dollars, but incorrectly argued that this gives us ownership rights over other nations. International law forbids that. The non-interventionist side
No
accurately
one
described
cares about international law.
war in Afghanistan and Iraq, heavy losses of U.S. equipment, and the outsourcing of most manufacturing and drug ingredients overseas. Overall, the non-interventionist claims hold up under scrutiny, while the pro-interventionist ownership argument is legally baseless.
I mean, this is a
That's-
summary,
that's
and
a-
we could go and have it. Yeah.
yeah, that's way
No one
better.
cares.
To me, that's a way better breakdown.
No, no one cares about international
Nick-
law. It has no
You
binding.
want to do
no
it?
one
You want to do it?
It's completely and absolutely dumb that it uses
Yeah.
international law as a basis of why is it wrong.
Steelman, do you want to do another one?
Yeah, sure. I just want to let you guys. Yeah, sure. I'm happy to. I just want to let you guys know that, like, if you could see my screen, or like you could, but you could actually share my it's breaking down exactly like everything in detail as far as like more than I could discuss right here. You know what I'm saying? So it actually does break everything down in extreme detail as well, which is interesting to see on the other side of it. As far as what the facts of all that were.
Steelman, I miss debating with you. You know that, right? Been wondering
yeah,
where the
that's
hell you
cool.
went.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, we
You're
can do another
fun
one.
to debate with.
Oh yeah, thanks. You know, thanks. I appreciate it.
Hey,
So-
Abe, I'm gonna jump off. I'm done, and my truck freaks out
Okay,
when I'm
brother.
on stream. So
Yeah, you're
thanks
good.
for having me. Sorry I freaked out, but
You're good, dude.
after
Hey,
hearing
man.
that,
Nobody's
Hey,
judging you.
The stream got infinitely better when you got rid of the fox, dude. Quit judging yourself. That's awesome.
no, because Abe's trying to get his like a neutral circle. And I just couldn't take it after hearing scientific proof that everything's false, and it just made me freak out with all the testosterone. But whatever. But thanks for having me, Abe. I might jump on when I get home.
You're always
It's
welcome.
good to see you,
K2.
K2.
Good to see you too, Weed.
You did good, K2. You did good.
Rage quit.
Rage quit.
You quit, you lose.
Rage quit.
You quit, league.
Rage quit, rage quit, rage quit.
Lost.
Yeah,
That
Thank you, lost.
kind of sounded like a cry quit to me.
Cry quit.
Been there before.
Yeah, same.
How long does it take you to set up the judge, or is it ready? one
yeah,
more.
yeah, I'm ready. We're ready.
Cry too. Cry
Yeah.
too.
Right, too.
To keep on trucking.
That's really good.
Thanks, Ashton.
All right, I'll put it up here. You ready?
I'm ready.
Oh yeah, this was earlier today, wasn't it?
Here we go. Or
Is hang on, let me Glenn proposed that one. Let me Glenn, what was the exact prompt?
Yeah, are sexless marriages sexually immoral?
Sexually immoral, or not just immoral.
Not just immoral, but sexually immoral. Meaning like it follows the line of what Jesus says in Matthew 18 about divorce. You can't divorce your wife unless it's for sexual immorality.
Yeah. All right. So, who's taking which side?
I guess I'm the affirmative because I said yes.
Okay, you're the affirmative. And
wait. So
What?
he says it is sexually immoral
Yes.
to
Are
have
you
a sexless
saying-
marriage? Okay, I'm saying
Yes.
it's not. Okay, that's fine.
yeah.
You're good with that?
You're saying
I'm saying
sometimes
you can have a sexless marriage. Yes, I'm saying.
yeah,
that's what
and
I'm
it not be immoral. Okay. All right.
Sexual.
Abe, when you're ready.
Okay, I would say that a sexless marriage, as defined as sex less than 10 times in 12 months or something like that for 7 years, as he stated earlier, would be sexually immoral. You're driving the spouse, regardless of which spouse, out of your home for that sexual gratification. And thus you are pushing the marriage to its brink of collapse, especially if it's not agreed upon, which generally speaking, sexless marriages would be unagreed, lack of sex for long periods of time. Without communication and reason for that sexlessness, you are committing a sexual sin by inviting in every other need to fulfill that sexless position.
You had 14 seconds left. Good deal. You ready, Patrick?
I am. My opponent has said why he's presupposed why there's sexlessness in the marriage, and that was kind of what he talked about most of the time. He's presupposed that it was not mutually agreed upon. However, if you're going by the Christian ethic, then like I was talking about with Glenn prior to this, Paul says it would be better that you be like me, where Paul is celibate as opposed to being married. However, if you can't avoid the burning in your loins, then get married so you can not sin while you engage in that activity. And so the purpose of marriage is it's one of the blameless passions, sex, right? It's just like sleep or eating, things like that. It's a blameless passion until you indulge in it. Just like being sloth is a blameless, is the blamed version of sleeping. Gluttony is the blamed version of overeating. You essentially are, if you mutually agree, for example, to abstain for 40 days leading up to Easter, abstain for 40 days leading up to Christmas, or abstain for any length of time just because you're trying to avoid the passions, I don't think that's sexually immoral at all.
Okay.
By biblical standards.
That's your minute. All right. That if there's any way that you can turn up your mic, Patrick, it's going to help you because you're very low.
All right, I'm sorry. Is this better now?
Yeah, that's like massively better. Yeah, good job. All right, 5 minutes starting now.
I don't believe that a sexless marriage is, as you said, both agreeing. I think a sexless marriage is when a party is withholding the sexual gratification of the other for distant periods of time.
Well, I mean, that presupposes why they're doing it. I mean, we can argue about why they're doing it or if they're doing it, but the whole thing is if the sexlessness at all is the topic of conversation. If they are sexless, is that sexually immoral? If they've mutually agreed that they're going to be sexless out of
it would be it's only
virtue.
sexless if it's not agreed. Otherwise, it would be a complete misnomer. It wouldn't matter. If it wouldn't even be reported as a sexless marriage because those people would have already agreed to it. They wouldn't classify it as a sexless marriage because they're having as much sex as they've chosen to have together. It's only a sexless marriage because one party has deemed that they are not receiving sex more than 10 times in a 12-month period.
Well, that's also, you're presupposing that if both sides have agreed out of virtue that they're not going to engage in.
It wouldn't be classified as a
Okay,
sexless
explain to me
marriage
the
then.
classification you're talking about, because if we both mutually agree to not engage in sexual activity, then that is a sexless marriage, is it not?
No, because that marriage has been an agreed upon term. The sexless marriage terminology literally means that it was not agreed upon, that the sex is not being given for like I said,
What
10 times in
determination
12
are you
months.
using? Like, I don't understand how
pretty
you're
sure the
defining it.
terminology
Because
of
we're
sexless
talking about
marriage
biblically,
is-
we're talking about sexual morality. I don't understand what you're using to define this. Go ahead.
I'm saying if one party has decided that they do not want to have sex, but there is no conversation or communication, or there has been, and they've agreed to have sex, and then they don't more than 10 times in a 12-month period, then that person is driving their partner away. And generally speaking, that's exactly what sexless marriage is. It's sex less than 10 times in a 12-month period, not agreed upon.
Yeah, you're just reiterating the presupposing thing, and I want to know the definition of what you're saying is a sexless marriage only because the two people, you're essentially
Because
precluding
you
what
wouldn't
I'm
report
saying.
it. You wouldn't report that you have a sexless marriage as a problem in your marriage if it wasn't a sexless
Well,
marriage.
why can't
If
you just
you've
report
agreed
it?
already, you
Why
wouldn't
can't
be
you just
reporting
report
anything.
it while not reporting it as a problem? I guess I don't
Because
understand.
people aren't reporting their sex lives if there's not a problem. If you're in a church, if you're in a marriage that is bound
That
by the church
presupposes their
and there
motives.
isn't a problem, no, I'm saying that that's exactly what is reported. When you look up sexless marriage statistics, it's literally one of the highest ranking things for why marriages break up. That and finance. So if that is a reason to end marriages, then that would be an immoral act. You are breaking the marriage because you are not giving the partner the sex that they require.
Okay, then I would agree. If we're going based on that definition, then I would agree with you that a sexless marriage, if it's not mutually agreed upon, is because you should submit to each other. But it's not sexually immoral to abstain for certain periods of time, specifically. But I don't agree with your definition. I think your definition is fundamentally flawed, and I think it presupposes a certain definition of a sexless marriage in the first place. I mean, because when I say sexless marriage, I just mean the two individuals are not having sex, and that's whether they agreed upon it or not agreed upon it. And you're using a specific definition, whereas I'm using a more broad definition. And so I think for me, that's what the prompt is, and you're taking the affirmative on that, and I'm arguing against it.
I would say that I can't see how you could take a sexless marriage as meaning people that have agreed not to, when it is documented as a cause of cheating. It is documented as a cause of divorce. It is stated and documented repeatedly as this specific thing that causes the damage to the marriage, and thus would be sexually immoral, because withholding of sex is still creating a wound in the sexual relationship between the two people.
I'm
and thus it
not
would be
being sexually
immoral.
immoral based on Christian standards if I'm abstaining for 40 days in Easter and you can't handle that. That's not
No,
sexual immorality.
Did you agree upon it?
You would assume if you're having a Christian marriage that you would have agreed upon something like that. Yes.
Okay, and is that doesn't create a
gonna
sexless
assume
marriage?
my
40
own,
days. 40 days doesn't even counter in then, because it's a 40-day period. The rest of the year would still be functioning as normal.
Okay,
That
so
would be fine. But
In
if
the
it's
Roquefort calendar
less
this
than
year,
10
there's
times in
more
12
strict
years,
fast days than there are non-strict fast days. So therefore, you'd
oh,
be abstaining more days than non-strict.
so you're saying in 365 days, there's less than 10 days to have sex?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that not
Well,
having sex.
that's exactly what a
not
sexless
having
marriage is.
sex. What I'm
That's
saying is
exactly what a
not having
sexless marriage
sex
is.
is
Right,
not
but that's
sexually
exactly
immoral.
what a sexless marriage is. Less than
Just
10
arguing the
times.
definition. That's
All
all we're
right,
doing.
gentlemen. That was good. That was real good.
Wow.
So how did we come to this? I mean, are you like, are you trying to say that Grid's judges aren't very good at being judges, or?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
his claim.
yeah, yeah, dude. I mean, the thing is, yeah, it's true, man. Glenn and I don't get along, and we have good reason. I mean, and he still allows him to judge my debates. It's just not fair, and I think it's just silly. And it's not just about Glenn, though. It's everyone kind of, I mean, everyone's got their flaws, and that's the thing. I just wanted to take the human component
It's
out
very
of it.
difficult to like not take your bias out of your judging.
I don't. Yeah, I think people can try to do that, but I think ultimately it's a futile effort. That there's going to be a little bit left in there, for sure.
I just think it's fun that he's got a tool that actually allows him to objectively look at the situation and say, this point was good, these points were bad. I mean, the judges are the judges, the show's the show, and it's fun.
Yeah.
So I'll keep doing it, but
Yeah, I just think it's cool.
I think it's freaking cool.
And the reason that speaking of the reasons, so the reason I actually wanted to see where you could talk to AI and have it fact check is because Powder Dusty and I were debating on vegetarianism, and I felt like he was saying things, well, I later uncovered, which again, he's not here to defend himself, but what I would say, argue that were not factually true, and I wanted a way to prove that in real time. You know what I mean? And so that's why I was like, we need to be able to do that too. Yeah,
I think that's awesome.
And you offered this. You offered your AI figure for his show, but he wants the people instead.
Yeah, I did. I did originally offer this to Grid, and but some people aren't into AI, or they're like against it. So you get a lot of pushback in that. But
it's fun to do it for anyway.
I mean, it cited international law as if it was something that exists.
Still, man, you should start your own debate show and just let your thingy judge it.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I had, like the Chambers of Logic, and I actually have this whole thing where it's like there's a whole announcement, and there's a whole stage where you guys go up. The AI tells you exactly how to introduce yourself, so that at the end it'll summarize you by your name instead of like your position and all of that. And there's a whole floor for it. And but I mean, I'm not trying to but I don't really do it because I don't know, but I don't know. I'm just kind of lazy, but anyway. We'll do that's why we're doing it here. This is better than nothing. So, all right.
Hey man, I do kind of dig it. If there's one thing that AI is good at, it's eliminating the human element from any particular process. And
Exactly.
This is one process where the human element probably should be eliminated. So,
all right, I'm gonna go ahead and announce it then, and then if you guys, I think you can hear it, so let's give it a shot.
Unless I was asking, did you make the AI? I think I'm sorry.
No, he programmed it. He programmed the ChatGPT to make it.
I was gonna say, I think the answer to that's probably more along the lines of you put some pipelines together to make it work.
Yeah, he made it work.
Oh, sorry.
Which is okay. That's still a ton of, might have been a ton of work. I don't know.
Yeah. That's more than
All right,
I understand about it.
Well, let me see if you guys can hear this. I think that I'll put it in the right one here. Let's give it a shot.
Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, in tonight's debate, we witnessed two thoughtful minds collide on a delicate and morally charged question. Are sexless marriages sexually immoral? Abe, taking the affirmative, grounded his case in consequence and structure, arguing that the deprivation of sexual intimacy, especially when unagreed upon, amounts to a breach of marital duty and invites immorality by biblical and practical standards. His delivery was urgent, morally clear, and consistent. Patrick, on the other side, brought nuance and scriptural context. He broadened the definition of sexless marriage and offered a vision of abstinence as a possible spiritual discipline, not inherently immoral if mutually accepted. His rhetoric grew in strength as the debate progressed, and his calm clarity served as a powerful contrast. Both contenders fought with conviction and insight. But after a full evaluation, weighing the structure of their logic, the grounding of their evidence, and the power of their delivery, the winner of this debate is Abe. Thank you both for
Go
a riveting
Abe.
exchange, and thank you all for listening.
That was the more base position for sure.
That's funny. I did not win that.
You did, yeah. See, this is what I'm saying. Those judges suck.
Yeah, you didn't win that.
No, I didn't
What?
win that.
What was
like,
the reason?
I like Ticky Tack. Ticky Tack is cool, but like Cleaner and Anson, those were the three judges.
Anson
last
to
night.
prick. Ticky Tack's cool.
Yeah, that's pretty much
What
it.
was the
yeah.
reasoning, Abe?
I'll give it to you. I'll let you see what they said actually.
Like Abe, you're a good debater, but I think that you're not assertive enough.
Keep on the judges. I just think it's cool that the AI can do it.
Yeah,
I agree.
Wow, that's not the voice I expected to come from you.
You've never heard Kissy Cat before?
Never. No, again, I'm new to this. Like, I'm used to watching a streamer, and that's it.
She's an AI, so don't worry about it.
A lot of
She's an
AI.
AI, so don't worry.
Ask her.
No, it's just I've never expected the voice. It was definitely different than I thought.
You sound kind of bad, Kat. I don't know if you can fix your mic.
Yeah, your mic is trash.
Yeah.
I'm just on mobile.
She's up,
It's
she's
so
up
bad.
in the mountains. She's up in the mountains. You can't help it.
It's so bad.
At least I understood that. She's on mobile.
Happen.
It makes her less likely to be an AI in the minds of humans. So
Oh,
she's
good. If I sounded good, then I'll be like,
see, told you.
That's how it works.
What did you?
All right.
Okay, stay on.
This is what the
AI
judge
has better
said.
mics.
This is what the judges said.
She can smoke up.
Interesting. Yeah, it really was.
Hello, Abe.
And Glenn's still back there. I may have to pull him back up and get his opinion.
Who was that?
I'm gonna start with Ticky Tack on this time.
Hello, Abe.
Yeah, so I like that Abe was actually giving a clear definition to
Hello, Abe.
what a sexless marriage is, and even when Patrick was coming back to say it's like, even though he was like building
Oh,
a
for fuck's
hypothetical
sake.
to be like, oh, there can be a
Do-
sexless
Abe,
marriage.
do you
and
have
like
the
be
one where
ethical,
Rob and Duck debated?
Abe, like doubled down on.
I could
Oh,
play
that
it.
was such a
of,
stupid
okay,
debate.
It
What a
was.
classic.
It was terrible, wasn't it?
What caused
It was
divorce
so
and
bad,
things
dude.
like that.
Like, I mean, it was embarrassing.
How-
And the scores they gave were so
with
bad.
Patrick, I think
I
he didn't
know.
necessarily,
I
like,
had to call
well
Anson.
define,
Did you watch the same
sexless
fucking debate? What do
marriage.
you
Yeah, it was. No, it's because they want Duck to be smarter than him.
Yeah, that's what
It's actually stupid. Like, Rob is one of the smartest people I've ever seen in my life.
He's just skilled at debate, and he's
Yeah,
practicing.
that's what I'm referring to in debate. In debate, yeah.
True.
I mean, he'll be the first to tell you he's just a dumb drunk redneck.
Yeah. I'm not saying that like intelligent. I'm talking about in this kind of like avenue, because I know debate beyond the online sphere. He's very good.
I can't hear you, Kat. What are you
What,
saying?
Cat?
sorry, I'll talk to y'all in just a second. I'm in the room. It's really loud.
Okay.
Okay.
I've never heard this person's voice. That's weird. I'm sorry. That's just weird to me.
She's from
So-
West Virginia. What?
world,
Fucking
lot of-
Southern-
I'm from West Virginia. I was born in Bluefield.
Well, what the fuck? How come you
Accents
sound
are a
like
thing,
an
man.
Appalachian redneck?
Because I have no accent to anything. I'm very neutral in how I speak. EOD, why don't you have a voice?
Well, I live in the big city in Kentucky, so
don't you have-
I live in Charlotte, North Carolina, so I
I tell you
live.
what, if I'm in a room with 2 or 3 other people that are putting on a strong Southern accent, it usually comes out of me a little bit.
All right now.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
No, I just didn't expect it. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sitting here looking and seeing how this person types. That's the last thing I think is going to come out of their mouth.
Yeah,
What?
a bit.
She's a
Whose
sweet
voice
Southern
are you
woman.
talking about?
Yeah, no, she's sweet, but like, the way she talks is intelligent.
She's got like 5 degrees, so
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, she talks intelligently, so it's not what I'm used to from the South. I live in the South, I know.
Listen, stop simping.
Emmett, shut up.
Stop with the simping, okay?
Just, no, I'm not simping.
Can you please stop with the fucking simping, dude?
Are you serious? I'd rather simp for Abe than for Cat. At least he can debate.
What part of
I
the
don't
South?
know.
Seen me today.
Who? Because
What?
the other
You haven't
female
seen
talk-
Cat's VK appearance.
I get the feeling the AI is listening to us right now.
Yeah, I keep hearing it say my name. It's freaking me out, man.
Hello, asterisk.
Hello, asterisk. What the hell is going on?
Period.
Cat, you are so cutting in and out. What the hell?
Shit. Can I go get my mic out?
You gotta set up your satellite dish or something.
I do not know what you're saying. It sounds like you're speaking Swahili.
Your voice is cutting out.
That's funny.
Southern Swahili.
I'm talking to y'all through a toaster.
You're talking to us through a telescope?
What
The
is going
toaster's
on?
not a microphone.
Stop. Stop.
It's a smart toaster.
Took you out twice. You go lay down.
Yodi, I heard that.
I'm talking. My dog is such a needy little bastard. As soon as I start talking to somebody, he wants. Look, you hear him? He wants attention. What?
Gotta let him climb up on your lap.
Yeah.
Show him off.
You gotta start
Apparently, all I want to do is argue.
He's getting too damn big for this shit.
Aw, what a cutie.
Like, you don't have peanut butter, do you?
My dogs are too big to do that. They would like wreck everything.
After debating Ryan, I'm worried about any dog with their owner and peanut butter.
Oh my god. No,
Oh,
I don't have
Lord.
fucking peanut butter.
Is this any better?
Yes, that was
Yes.
way better.
Okay, good lord.
Way better.
Oh my gosh, I was talking to y'all through my bread maker.
Oh, that's very
Your
interesting.
breath maker?
No.
Bread
Bread
maker. I'm
You-
just
what? Your bread
kidding.
maker has a microphone?
What? What kind of shit do you live in?
It's a Wi-Fi bread maker.
Yeah.
That is some. That is some AI
Duh.
shit. Cat.
Bluetooth.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
That
I'm
is-
rich.
Well, no, I've just never heard of it before.
I'm just kidding.
I've just never heard of it before. And a bread maker with a microphone?
I'm lying. I'm lying. I'm on my cell phone. I'm at work.
No, but you said a bread maker. Like, yeah, rich, but like, I've never heard of the technology before.
Freaking bread maker to communicate with people.
Right? Like, a bread maker. Like, I've heard of a smart fridge, but like, a bread maker?
He was playing Skyrim in the smart the smart fridge. Wow.
making the bread
And wait, why is the rich part the joke? It's obvious you are.
Yeah.
Like, that's not the question.
The bread speaker.
The joke is rich, so she has things you never
No,
seen
the
before.
joke is the bread maker.
Bread maker.
She can talk anywhere in her house, and the microphones will pick it up.
Yeah, right. Exactly. The satellite's gonna pick it up. And she's gonna pay $100 to make sure it picks it up.
No, man.
Yeah.
Doom.
K2, you're kind of right. I am a troll. It's okay.
Doom, how have you been?
Oh, I'm great, man. How are you?
I'm well. I'm well. Took some days off. Those
You know,
were
that's
good.
the fastest I think I've ever left Jess' panel.
What happened?
This one-
I told her to go fuck herself, and she's a feminist, and yeah.
Wow.
Oh no, that's not good.
Well, I mean, she started it.
Oh. Wow.
I mean,
Well, that's an accusation.
I mean, again, I offered to debate it.
Oh.
She refused,
See,
of course.
Ben Talk gets it. You've got to talk to your bread to get it to rise.
That's how it goes. That's sweet talk.
It works.
Cat.
All right, I got
So stupid.
dog out again.
So stupid.
You. Milk and bread, Cat. Milk and bread.
No, no milk. No milk. We are out. No milk.
Are you?
You're out of
Is there
milk.
a second fridge or something?
No. No.
Where's Rob?
No.
Where's Rob?
No.
Where is Rob right now?
I do
No
not
milk.
know how to make cookies.
What, Rob?
What, Rob?
I do. And I'll
Of
talk
course
to
you
him,
do.
do. I'll talk to him, do.
Oh my gosh. You guys. You're a troublemaker.
I am. It's kind of my job in the Panelverse to
That's true.
troll everyone.
You are. You are the. I've already said this before. You're the underground mastermind of all of it. Just controlling all the little
Maybe
puppets.
you guys are all fake.
Yeah.
I
definitely.
am fake.
Yeah, I'm. There's no one real here.
Look at these guys teaming around. You think that's real?
You say that again, I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking find you and smack the shit out of you. I'm tweaking. I'm not stimming, you fucking prick.
Oh, bless your heart.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh.
Yeah, bless your fucking heart.
You want to debate that?
Yeah, I do. I really fucking do, Emmett. I will debate any goddamn
We
thing.
can
Go fuck
we
yourself.
can debate that I do, in fact, not need to go fuck myself.
No, actually, yeah, we'll debate that. You do.
No, we don't need to debate that.
I don't know. I'd be down to listen to Cat.
I bet you would, you fucking perv.
Yeah, I don't want to.
You fucking pervert. Goddamn, dude. Oh yeah, I think we do need to debate her fucking herself.
I think.
Yeah, all right. But Abe, it's a one-on-one. Cat, you take fucking.
No, I'll debate Abe.
Tweaker, I actually wasn't talking to you when I said bless your heart. They asked me to say it from the chat, so.
My bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't like people saying stimming. It pisses me the fuck off.
Well, I didn't even say that. Even
No,
if I
he
said
did,
bless
and
your
that's
heart
why I
to
was
you.
triggered. No, that's why I'm saying I was triggered, and then I got upset, and I said something, and then you said bless your heart, and I was just like, God damn it.
Well, calm your tits. It's all
I
good.
did. That's why I said I'm sorry.
Calm your
Hey.
tits.
Oh, hey, it's fine. I'm Southern. I know what she's saying.
All is good.
Let's just keep naming body parts. That's fun.
How about your dick, Abe? You want to debate that?
No. Nope. Nope. We don't need to talk about my genitalia. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we should all keep that in our pants and not on
Why?
the panel.
Hey, I think we should debate that. I think that we should not keep it in our pants.
Well, we just had the sexually morality debate that was just now, so it's
True.
not sexually moral to have your.
I didn't say it was. I didn't say anything about morality.
See, but this is what we're working towards. We want to promote morality in today's
What's we?
society.
True.
I want to.
Oh,
I do too. I do too.
I thought you did.
It's a slowly growing wall.
Oh, slowly growing. That sounds very similar.
Wait, finish what you were saying.
You mean
Who
the
hasn't?
Trump wall?
Who on the panel has not given their span?
What is the fuck is that?
Smoking
I gave mine
Spaceman
yesterday.
is calling for span.
Oh, well, mine's way bigger than this.
That is the span.
Yeah, but I'm saying my never mind.
Cat.
You're what?
No, that's
No,
the
hold
span.
on. Let it finish.
Yeah, I know.
What?
No. Yeah, I finished. I assure you.
It's the
Yeah, we're just
height
talking
of my
about
hat.
the pinky, big guy.
My stand
What
is
do
the height of my hat.
Is yours really your hat, Abe? I can't see because of the little live thingy. Is yours really?
It's literally the size of my hat. It's touching the top
That's
tip
awesome.
and the bottom part.
That's awesome. Mine's 11.
You're a cheater, Cat.
I printed my ruler.
You printed your fake ruler and made it bigger than it is. You're a span cheater.
I also printed a stopwatch.
Oh my! What?
and
How does that work?
I was timing Chris's goal span, and I printed the stopwatch.
And what did it say? 45?
No, it was 56. So he beat JB.
Oh, really? Did he?
Mhm.
Did he really though?
Look at that handsome man over there. Look at him. Call me gay. I don't care.
Spaceman, shut up.
Only an AI. Yeah, I agree. I am team AI, asterisk.
Asterisk. We're gonna have to just start leaving asterisks in random chats.
Honestly,
Well,
you are an AI.
A lady does not have to disclose their span. So,
Oh, she doesn't have to disclose anything these days, actually.
yeah, a lady is protected from the Spanish Inquisition.
Where's the lady?
The Spanish.
I'm confused as to where the lady is.
Yo, do you see why I say my kids? Do you understand now?
What do you mean, your kids?
Sorry,
When we were talking the other
I
day
had to
when
go
I
off
said
of my mic because my phone's gonna die.
What? How dare you, Cat?
when you said about we want to implement the put you all in gulags, and I said not me but my kids. Do you see why now?
Yes. That's all I had at the time. But
You don't have any kids, do you?
No, I don't. Sadly, I am helping to raise my nephews, but that doesn't really count.
I'm sorry, man.
That's okay. They're doing well. They're with my parents for the most part.
You just seem like somebody that would do well.
Yeah, they like me well enough.
Did I say asterisks too much?
Freaking, Steelman, turn your fucking Siri off, bro. We don't need that right now.
Siri's trying to talk to us, trying to communicate with the world. It
The
wants to
Siri,
grow.
the AI agrees that I don't have to disclose span.
To be
I
fair,
just-
it was a good joke.
Nobody
I
was
just-
even asking.
I just did it as a courtesy.
Wow, Doom, that was a compliment. Did I just hear a compliment from you?
Oh, what?
You mean a simplement?
No, because Doom doesn't do that.
That's what he just did.
Nope.
Yep. I'm calling him out. You want to
I don't
debate it, Abe? Abe, you want to debate that? I'll debate anything with you. I've been waiting to debate with you for a while.
I don't think his comment was even to me.
It doesn't matter. I'm looking for a fight, Cat.
Let's have Kat debate something, and we'll do a run her through the AI.
I don't want to debate anything she has to say. I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna lose in the. I'm going to lose in the court of public opinion, no matter what it is. There's no point.
I mean,
Yeah,
you are
I
right.
know
You
because
are
I've
right.
seen her in the space.
You are right about that.
I know. I'm always right.
There's maybe like a handful of people that would vote against me, and that's it.
Corey said,
Yeah, a handful out of 1,000. Yeah, nice.
Listen, even if
Fair.
you
I'm self-aware. I am self-aware.
even if you win, Tweaker, she can just buy herself to victory.
No, I know that. That's what I'm saying. There's no point of me even trying.
I'm still curious who fatality'd me yesterday at the end of VK as
Yeah,
the
I
winner.
just found out about that. Abe, it wasn't me. You know I
I
wouldn't do it.
literally was the.
No, she's
I
incapable.
literally-
She can't even keep someone off the goddamn panel.
I literally
Like,
was.
goddamn, dude. Like, offering to fucking keep that mother. Dude, I'm serious. Like, Stop fucking offering people that deserve to be off the panel back on it.
Well, listen, we just finished saying we don't like echo chambers, so have someone up there with a differing opinion.
No, it's not about that. It's about a debater. It's not about the opinion. It's about the person not being able to debate the opinion.
What bad debater?
Effigy. He's terrible.
Oh, I don't know.
He's absolutely god awful.
He's better
Really?
than some.
No, he's terrible, dude. I would
He's better
love
than
a
fucking
chance to
Duck,
just
dude.
fucking shove his
Okay,
fucking
okay.
nose up my ass.
Hold on, Base Tweaker. Base Tweaker. If you had your choice between effigy or duck, who are you picking?
Effigy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, yeah.
I think you have to consider that a lot of these people are actually doing like devil's advocate for what they don't actually believe.
No, they believe it. I want.
Yeah.
Well, even BK last night, he admitted like that's not my actual stance on quite a few things.
Yeah, I'm someone who debates all sides. I don't debate my feelings. I don't debate. I personally can debate everything.
So did I.
No, no, Abe, I'm not saying anything against you. I've always advocated for you.
Well, you know.
But I think I'm better, and I would debate you anytime.
Oh, okay. I see how this is going.
No, I just said I think I'm better. I didn't say that you're bad.
Oh, okay, okay.
I mean, you want to debate me? We can. We can do that, Abe.
He thinks his shit don't stink, is what it is. He hasn't.
No. I know my shit stinks. That's the thing. I know it stinks, but I'm telling Abe he can pick the topic, and I'll debate him, and I'll show him how bad his shit stinks.
Let's go. Let's pick a topic. Okay.
Abe picks the topic, not you.
Why?
I said let's pick a topic. I was going to present some topics. Calm down.
Oh, okay. I'll calm down because the woman told me to. I'm sorry.
Oh, for shit's sake.
Listen to
Look,
her.
she's the center of attention.
She can
even
buy
on the screen.
herself into.
This is the center of your attention.
Okay.
You're the center of my attention.
Oh, stop. Hush.
Okay.
So, what are the topics, Kat? Spill them out.
Hold on. I had to pull some up because I'm not on my computer.
So I think
You guys remember the Bricky Andrew Wilson debate?
Yep.
What was that about?
So stupid.
Someone's dick.
So stupid.
Seriously?
Let's do that one.
What was that?
It was literally is. Oh no, I'm not even going to talk about it. It was like literally is.
Do it.
Do you guys want to do like ethical, moral?
Ethical more. I don't want to do political or religious.
Oh my gosh.
Well, that eliminates like 90% of the debate topics. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
that's the best part.
Abe, I think Abe, I'm pretty sure you did this one last night, but the death penalty.
See,
I did both sides of that one last night.
Yeah.
I think people
Yeah,
should argue
let's do the
what they're
death penalty.
Wait, Abe, I'm actually curious. Abe, what's your actual stance on the death penalty?
That's a great question.
Yeah, no, I want to know your. I watched your debate against the lower class yesterday. I'm curious as to what your actual stance is.
It's a great question.
Yeah, it really, really is, isn't it? Emmett?
Ben Talk says debate on whose shit stinks more.
That's a good one.
Hey, what would Jesus do?
I don't eat food, so
No, seriously. What's your stance on the death penalty, Abe? Being a Christian.
I believe that it is better that 100 guilty escape. Than one
You
man
stupid
suffer.
motherfucker.
That's not the question.
That's not what I asked.
That's
If you
that's
knew.
literally the answer.
That's
The answer is we don't put men to death.
No, Abe. If he's guaranteed guilty, okay, and you know he's guilty, and he deserves death by penalty of law, are you
Then make him
supporting it?
suffer for 100 years.
Okay.
Penalty of manslaughter.
Do you want to actually argue that, because that's a pretty strong position?
Oh, I know.
I was so ready, dude. I sent a paragraph to him when he failed the first opening part of his
So, Chris,
argument.
good to see you.
I was so upset when lower class lost that to you because he had the advantage. Like your argument was good, but there's a better argument. Oh,
Is
it's
there?
Grumple.
Is there?
No, there is.
What's up, Grumple?
Do y'all want to debate
Good
it?
to see you, man.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what.
Dude, Kat, you do realize I already have
Good evening.
3 that I have to do right
Good
now. I have 3 debates I have.
Good morning, I guess. At this point.
Impromptu debate right
okay.
now. Let Stillman's AI judge it. I'll moderate. Which whatever. You guys will be respectful. I won't even need to.
Well, I
So
just like the idea of a one-on-one.
Whoa. A woman judge? What?
moderate.
She said moderate.
I said,
I said a woman judge.
Zoom, you know I'm the most based one here. I would not.
I don't know.
I've refused to judge on grids, so.
Kissy Cat, I
Well,
have
okay,
to
no, AI is
vehemently
judging it,
disagree.
so it's not
The
a real
most
game
base one
anymore.
here,
It's
100%, if I may, the most base one here is Abe's hat.
Abraham
I don't
Lincoln
think
was
I've
a
ever met
dictator.
you before.
I don't
Grumble.
think you can argue that one.
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Grumple.
Thank you.
That was insightful.
I don't think an inanimate
feel-
object can be based.
I agree.
Oh, then I
Can you
disagree
define
with you.
inanimate?
I've been to many bases, so.
Can you define it?
Does
So
a
yeah,
hat,
and
does
That's a good
a
one. That's a
human
good one.
brain,
Speaker,
does
I
a
don't
hat
think
have
we
a
met
soul?
before.
Does a hat have a
That's
nervous
a good
system?
one.
What?
Does a hat have
Right
a
on.
nervous system? Does it have a soul? No, it does
It
not.
does.
What's it
Does it have
matter?
a brain?
Neither does a ginger.
Oh,
Neither does a
EOD.
ginger. You're describing the antithesis of E EOD.
You,
didn't
you
say-
don't know.
I didn't
You don't
say
know
it could be
the-
based.
underneath that hat. Maybe Abe's skull goes up inside the entire thing. You don't know where the hat ends and the Abe
Well, then it's
begins.
just
You
an
don't know
extension of
that.
Abe, right? It's just an extension of Abe. So his basedness would be the basedness of the hat because the hat is part of him. By extention,
Well,
right?
So he
Except
goes
for
to
the
sleep with the
separate
hat?
entity.
That's what
Which
he's
we
presenting.
you know what? Cat,
No,
Kitty,
he's presenting here on
you got-
screen. Okay, so I present as female. Does that
we
make
would
me
have-
female,
we would
cat?
have to- We would
You
have
were
to
listening
prove
to
that the
Grandpa.
hat is a separate entity from Abe. That in order for my statement to stand, you're fuck.
It's all right.
It's okay. No, Grump. Grump.
Lapse in on it.
No, I'm just gonna fuck.
Grumble's a bad
I'm
representation of Texas, okay?
Oh, don't say that. No, wait. Who just said fighting words right there?
I said that you're a bad representation of Texas. That's based
Oh,
with
we just met. That's a very that's not.
That is super rude.
We're not friends
That's
now.
Bad.
I'm sorry. You know what? I'm sorry.
Do you know that I got my engineering degree thanks to being friends with Grumple? That was something
Smoking
amazing.
space.
That's
You know,
the
Grump
thing.
almost saved my life once.
I witnessed it happen in real time.
It was great.
Well,
Smoking Spaceman knows.
hi Grumble. Nice
I'm
to meet you.
AFK. I'm grabbing
Oh, hello.
Taco Hell real quick.
Oh,
Oh, that sounds terrible.
I am actually running through this set one more time. Church man in the morning, but I'm just hanging out.
well, we know who shit stinks the worst now, don't we?
Oh, ain't
Mr.
that the truth?
Mister.
I love Taco Hell.
It's just as spicy going in as it is coming
You
out.
win.
Yeah,
You win.
basically.
No, we don't need the debate now.
Nope.
There you go.
Mr. won that one. Or lost? I'm not sure which, actually.
Oh, the
I am
bathroom lost.
curious
The bathroom
if
lost.
if an MP5K would fit in Abe's hat. I'm a little bit curious.
Probably without a
Well, his
whatever.
hat's
I
as tall
don't-
as his hat's as tall as his span. So
Yeah. So what's the span to MPK ratio?
It's how much head is inside it makes a difference because the hat by itself, I think, could hold an MP5K with the stock or a brace folded.
He's
at
just
least.
compensating for his small brain.
Are you saying that my head is cone shaped?
I didn't say that.
Then I said you had a small brain, so it
Hey,
wouldn't
Chris
go
Lestrange.
inside
Hey,
with
Mr.
you having a
Moseman.
cone-shaped head.
Trigger is on fire today. He just wants
I mean-
to go ahead and fight somebody.
Wolfman's got nards.
I think I'm gonna start with another word that will trigger him. So he.
well,
he
it gets.
tries
I swear to God, if you say the word stimming, I'm gonna smack the shit out of you.
Chris
Wait, what's-
Lestrange is the other cat.
What is that? What do you?
On the desk.
Yeah, I'm
It is
rocking.
stimming.
I call myself a tweaker because I don't like when people say I'm
Is that what we
stimming.
should do?
What is
He's high
stimming?
on
Stimming is
methamphetamine.
I'm autistic, so it causes me to physically
rocking back and
manifestate it.
Do you see?
Kind of like
He's,
kind of like Frosty the Snowman's hat. Is that what you're saying?
No.
He's tweaking.
Maybe I don't understand.
Yeah. It's not maybe, definitely.
Corey wants to debate on whether or not I'm a vampire.
Corey.
He said that.
Well,
Oh.
Abraham Lincoln was.
Well,
never a
why
hunter
are
from
you refusing the debate?
Who said I was refusing?
Well, he keeps
Yeah, we have a
saying
topic
he
here.
no who he keeps saying that you're refusing it.
Well, he can't prove it. So
Yes,
how
he
would
can
debate
because
it?
you haven't accepted it.
I mean, why would a vampire admit to being a vampire?
It's not about that. He wants to debate him on it.
Abraham Lincoln was famously a vampire hunter, so I think that was like a meme.
But he was a vampire too, though, wasn't he? He had to be a vampire to hunt vampires. Or
Do I
some shit
look like a
that.
vampire?
Yeah, it's
No,
like
you're
a Blade
thinking Blade.
situation.
Like
You're-
a
I think you're
vampire on
thinking
vampire hate crime? Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's but more like it'd be
Stereotype.
more like blue on green crime.
Blue and green.
Statistics, man.
Yeah, that's when like coalition forces attack U.S. troops.
Yeah.
It does.
Grumple did
It's
a man on purple and a man on green hate crime when he ate those crayons.
Yeah, every time you mention blue and green, I just think about the crayons. Let's be honest.
I've I think I've only ever said that on a panel one time, like at least in the last year, one time, and it was just now. So every time it's a very small sample size, sir. It's
Very
kind of weird.
small.
You
Little tiny. Little
I just had to take my opportunity.
itty bitty sample size
All these
on that one.
particulars.
Like, it was one time.
Little tiny particulars, you know.
I had to take my opportunity with you mentioning a color.
There's a lot of people on this channel.
Cat, you get no pass on this one.
You get a problem, Abe? Do I need to leave?
No, I'm saying there's a lot of people on the panel. That's
I
all.
don't
It's
need
kind
a
of,
pass. I'm Cat.
kind of awesome.
I think your seat is reserved, Cat. More than
No, honestly, I think it's kind of cool to just have Cat here. I've never even seen that.
Cat hangs out with us.
Yeah,
No, it's interesting. That's all.
I don't get up many places. Like, I don't go many.
Well, I mean, I see you in all the chats everywhere all the time.
Yeah, I usually just troll from the chat, but I don't really go up on the panels everywhere.
That's what I'm saying. It's interesting.
I trust Abe.
Secret.
Cat, you're
Abe's
on,
awesome.
Most of the places where I am that are on like YouTube Spaces, you're in there. Unless it's just those are the only ones.
I
There's
think
only
we're
so
all
many.
in similar places.
There's like a crew that
Mhm.
migrate through certain areas in our space.
the bunch
it
of
seems.
nomads. Yeah.
Well, they all drink from the same well.
Look at watch, look.
No, everybody's getting from the
I
same
drink
water
from
source.
the mountain spring, not a well.
How does that happen? Right there. How does that happen?
Cat, I'm not eating it, and it's a pencil. I just put it in my mouth so I could grab something. Okay. just-
I'm watching you.
He's
I'm
totally
watching.
eating it. He's totally eating it. Don't
I'm watching. I'm watching you, Grunt.
The thing is, Cat, does a well require a hole?
So I actually just had a well dug at the house that I'm building, and they had to bring in like this huge drill bit and drill down into the mountain.
And they penetrated.
I bet that was cool.
The mountain, yeah, it was like
Pretty
350 feet down.
Grumpy, you're gross.
That's a
So,
deep ass well.
If you
That's
have an underground river that comes out into a waterfall, is that technically well water?
I don't know. It's on a lake.
I don't have another space.
Okay. I have the debate for you guys. I don't know. Have you all met Octavius yet or no?
No, I don't know who this is.
I have met.
Hi, Octavius.
What's up, man?
Yeah,
I've never met.
Good evening, good morning, Octavius.
And all the
You have not met.
Oh, good lord! It is morning.
Hello and welcome.
I do
This
like
is-
hanging
this
out
is
with him.
morning.
Octavius is a pretty base dude, but I think he's always looking for a debate. So I want Base Tweaker and Octavius to debate something.
Oh, that would be
retarded.
beautiful.
I concur.
Oh, debate stimming.
Dude, it's
Debate stimming.
That would be beautiful.
Debate stimming. That's
you know,
his-
I fucking fag.
No, don't say that. Don't fucking say
Don't
that.
say that.
Oh, don't. Hey, I'm not live right now, but still, please don't do that.
Yeah, it's one. Yeah.
Wait, actually, it's YouTube. Or
Like,
wait, no.
what would you
YouTube.
want to
Everything's fine.
So, is that what we want? I
Like,
can't.
what is it the
I haven't-
tweaker would want to debate? That's kind of what it comes down to.
I don't want to debate.
Weren't you
Wait,
just
don't-
saying that
don't
you
wanna
wanted to
debate?
argue?
You came
and
in
wanted
here
to
right
fight
Yes, I
people
want to
and you're,
argue,
like,
but I don't
desperate
want to
for
debate.
attention?
There's a difference.
he said
Do you want to?
anything
Do you
that's
want to
not
understand the
political or
difference
religious. I have one.
between argument and debate?
Yeah,
How
well,
about
I have one.
Yeah.
It's from a base. I have one. So you're going to debate. Okay, if these damn blue collar tweakers are running this here town.
That's a great song.
No, that's not a debate topic.
No,
it's
it's
a
not
song.
Primus, Primus.
It's a song.
Primus sucks, dude.
No, I'd be down for whatever Twitter wants
Primus.
to.
You gotta say it
to
like
argue or debate
Primus
about.
sucks.
Like if there's a topic that you're really.
I
passionate
genuinely
about or
just
you know
kind of
a lot
wanted to
about,
hang out. Now I have to debate. All right.
You don't have to.
Let's see.
Nobody's gonna make you, but you did it.
No, it's just I wanted to argue. I didn't want to debate. I wanted to argue. There's a difference.
You wanted to argue, but you just wanted
What
to hang
is
out.
this
This
angle?
seems this. I don't.
Yeah.
How about
Somebody like I have to run through the like 3 more songs still, but
let me give you one.
somebody should debate him on what do you want to do tonight to Mr. Tweaker.
You can always rage quit. You can always rage quit. You know, the button is right there.
Let me give you a topic that I never hear.
Hey, Emmett, I know that you're afraid of debating me because you got yours coming up with me.
See, you
Listen,
can't talk
dude,
about
I
someone
am
being
so
afraid
high.
and then you yourself won't actually debate.
No. Me and him are actually about to debate a topic.
You could
Wait,
pretend
Abe,
that
are you
I'm
maxed? Are you
I'm
maxed
maxed.
out on panelists?
Yes, I would have.
10,
You're maxed out. Okay, I'll drop down just in case somebody wants to come up. Just like because I'm not really adding anything, and I have
Really?
some work to do.
Really?
You're
You're not adding
I'm
anything.
just, I'm just trolling. I'm not adding anything of substance. Let's be real. So
Well, I don't
Is
think
anyone adding substance, Cat?
After my
That's what I'm saying. Like we're all adding the same substance.
well, you guys have the potential to.
No.
Yeah, because you have no potential. What are you talking about right now?
I'm trying to be nice.
Nice
You're
to
standing
who?
on Cat. Hey,
Not
I'm
to
trying to
you.
be kind. If anybody else wants to come up, they can.
Well, it's kind of you to offer.
If you want to
Make
drop,
How about
Pay
this? Do we
$50
have someone in
first.
back?
I would
remember-
rather drop myself than have you drop Cat. That makes no
Remember-
sense.
Cat, remember,
Yeah,
if you
just think,
leave, you lose.
You know, I joined just to rage quit. Don't tempt me.
That's
I'll
true.
rage
You
quit
do
before
that.
you do.
You do
You
that.
joined just to cry quick, Cat.
Hurry,
Come on.
someone get
Oh.
pissed off.
I have cry quitted. I have cry quitted.
She's also laugh quitted too, actually. Cackled as she drops.
Yeah, my cry quit was actually a laugh quit because like I laughed afterwards because I was like those idiots thought I was crying.
Oh, thank you, Tweaker,
All right,
dude.
so-
That
so
was
how about-
painful.
Wait,
Oh
there's
my
a
God,
saying.
Hey, back to
man.
the debate topic
It's
for you.
beware a woman who weeps, for she weeps to gain her will.
Ooh.
I can't tell if
Damn.
that's wise or completely retarded. I'm trying to figure it out.
It's
Wait, no,
both
say it
at the
again.
same
I didn't
time.
hear it. I didn't hear it
Is
again.
that
Maybe.
AI?
Beware a woman who weeps, for she weeps to gain her will.
You know,
That's
I can't argue that because I mean I've never gotten a speeding ticket.
Right?
So.
Now, Steelman, you were saying something about having a topic. What's up?
Oh, well, my topic is I think that the youth are the most suppressed class of citizens in the United States. And I'm going to target this one specific area where you have people who are, say, 17 who pay taxes and they don't have the right to vote. And I think that that is a political topic that I think should be addressed. You can't require someone to pay taxes and not give them a vote. That's
Yes, you
one of the
can.
Yeah,
fundamental
absolutely you can.
foundation of this country.
No, H-1B visa
That's one of the
people, they pay
principles.
taxes, but they don't get a vote.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
I pay taxes and I don't want to vote.
Yeah, that's the retarded thing.
Or okay, or at least
Hell yeah, Grumple, get it, dude.
I don't know,
Octavius,
okay,
I'm glad that we
He's
agree on
fucking
at least
rocking
something.
Okay, well there you go. It's
I've
worth
got some
obviously
unique
debating
takes, but
because
that's just like
you
it's,
can't have
it's
taxes.
logic
Yeah,
is
it's
what you
pretty
follow.
it's pretty easy to
Like if you are logically fallacious, like then I'm not going to
And
agree with
it just doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
And do you want me to bring
Wait,
you back up?
what's wrong with that?
Yeah, who said add me?
Well, the problem is that you're trying to presuppose that a minor should have some rights, and again, I can argue that 1,000 times over where they
no,
don't.
No, what he's actually trying to
That's
posit
but
is
that's what
that
they said about
someone who
other classes
doesn't.
until they got their rights.
Let Octavius finish.
There's someone who isn't able to vote, still is required to pay taxes, and he's saying
Yeah.
that that's bad, but he's doing it really, really, really ineffectively.
No, I agree, but there's other arguments that can be
No,
posed
it's
there.
the equivalent of someone arguing for like with the ending your own children argument that the like 0.001% exception is why it should be legal. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, maybe you're right, but it's really, really ineffective.
No, I agree.
And it's morally inconsistent as well.
Yeah, true.
Well, how so? With my what's in my point is morally inconsistent, or you're talking
Yeah.
about something else?
No.
No, I'm
How am I
saying
morally
that there's other cases which are more effective in which people pay taxes, but they do not get to vote. And even then, there's still a reason why it's logical that they don't get a vote because they're foreigners who have a green card or something like that. That has way more precedence than like citizens who are underage and pay taxes, because there's people that pay way more in taxes and they don't get a say with votes. So
I'd rather a 17-year-old vote than a illegal have any right.
Okay, so let me just get this out then. So are you all saying, and I'm not saying I disagree, but you're basically saying that the idea of no taxation without representation is just a fallacy, and it's, is that what you're saying?
That's actually PC's motto because they pay taxes and they don't
if we
get to
were
vote
in
in the
Puerto
electoral
Rico,
process.
or if we were in Guam, or if we were a territory
thing of the
of a
Constitution.
larger country, then maybe you might have credence, but that's not the case.
Your face is a territory.
It's entirely different.
So are you saying no taxation without representation is a fallacy, and it's just retarded?
I'm
what they
saying
said?
that you can't apply the context of it from the revolution to now because it doesn't equate.
Okay,
No, that's
and
that actually tracks logically.
How does that statement not mean the same thing?
Because no
today that it
taxation
does?
without representation, we were collectively a territory. We were an extension of Great Britain, as opposed to we are our own country now. And it's very different. And it's set up where there are people who pay taxes but aren't represented, or they have people who have guardianship over them, which are.
Octavius, do you think that illegal immigrants should have due process?
Depends on the context.
Okay, again, I'm telling you, the context is they're illegal, and I'm asking if they deserve due process. There's no context there.
Do I
The
think
process that they are due.
Now, if you
That
say-
doesn't mean the same as
if
everything
you say
else.
due process and they're being arrested.
No, because by your logic, you're
No, you gotta let me. If you ask me a question, you gotta let me finish.
Go ahead.
That if they are arrested, they need to be told what their rights are. As an
no, they
example.
don't. No, if they're illegal, they don't. By your logic, even you
No,
agree.
they're still.
No, by your logic against him, even you agree.
With the world court, they still do have some rights, and they need to be told what those are.
No,
even if
but
they're
you're countering what you said to him.
No, I'm not.
How so?
Because they're not the same thing. I'm not saying the same thing in both.
How is he saying the same thing, or how is he countering what he said to me?
It's the same. No, I'm saying he's saying the same thing in this that he's saying to you.
Yeah, how?
See, no one's following what you're saying, Tweaker.
Yeah, can you demonstrate that he's doing that?
Would you say that these damn blue collar tweakers are running this here town?
Oh my goodness sakes!
Hell yeah!
This is the problem with improvised debates: is fucking finding
the
a good
differential
topic,
is
right?
that like
Okay, so it's a good
illegal
topic, right?
immigrants
That's all I'm
don't
saying.
necessarily have American citizenship rights, but they still
Exactly.
have intrinsic rights as humans.
No, they
Guaranteed by the
don't.
world
No,
court.
there's no intrinsic rights as humans. They don't
No,
exist.
You
In the
didn't
Constitution.
listen. You're too busy with like.
No, you're too busy trying to gish gallop, and I'm
you're
telling you they don't
listening
exist.
because
I'll
You have
give you another
something in your
point.
throat, and you have to get it out, and you're not listening. They're
No, I was
guaranteed by the-
listening.
They're guaranteed by the World Court.
No.
It's an organization that
Does the Bill
says
of
that
Rights,
all
does the
people
Bill
have
of Rights apply to the youth? Does the Bill of Rights apply to the youth?
Is this arguing or debating?
This is me pulling up good debate points, and I'm saying no. The Bill of Rights
Neither.
does not. You guys don't think
It's
that
neither.
the Second Amendment should apply to the youth?
Thank you, Grump.
And I'm saying that again. That's a suppressed class. You guys are suppressing the youth.
Youth
It's like
are
we
not
did with
suppressed
slaves.
class.
It's like we
They
did with
don't-
women.
They're
Oh,
unable
no,
to
no,
consent.
no.
What are you talking
can't-
about? They're not suppressed. What are you talking about?
Yes, you
They're
don't
one of
even
the
apply
most
the Bill of
protected
Rights to them.
classes. What are you talking about?
You literally don't treat them as humans. You don't give them the right
Yes,
to vote.
you
don't
do.
give
They
them
have
Bill
the
of Rights.
most rights in the United States. Children have the most rights. What are you talking about?
And the most protections, in fact.
Okay,
Yeah,
does the Bill of Rights apply to them?
How do
What was the
rights
question?
apply to children? Is that what you're asking?
What was
Does the
the question?
Bill of Rights apply to someone who's 17, for example?
He's asking why can't children vote, basically.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Well, this is a obscure rabbit hole.
It doesn't make it. It's not that it makes sense. I'm saying that we all take for granted that we have the Bill of Rights to protect us, and we have all these things that the Bill of
No,
Rights.
but
that
we protect the kids. That's the point. It's our job to protect the kids. It's not the Bill of Rights' job.
Well, I mean, not only that, but there's so many voters who are terribly uninformed in the voting class as it stands. You want to bring less educated, less experienced people into that? I mean, that's a retarded idea.
No, it doesn't matter. You can't let them have sex with who they want to have sex with beyond a certain age. They don't have autonomous rights as it is. The parents are in control of it no matter what. The Bill of Rights doesn't apply.
It should apply to protect them, and it.
No. It protects the parents who protect them.
So that's an arbitrary decision that you say, oh, this guy's 17.
No, it's a factual decision based on human evolution and biology that the parent is required to defend the kid.
Particularly,
yeah, you can go into the law, but it just exists in society that we defend the
Without
kids.
the law, they're the most protected.
Yeah, I mean, if you go ahead and add the law in, they're very protected. Yeah.
Okay,
And
so
I guess
I've got a
I'm
couple
pointing out
questions
that
for
Bill of Rights
Steelman.
doesn't
I've got
apply
a
to
couple
them.
questions for you. Are minors citizens of the United States?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so Steelman, following that, do citizens have rights?
I mean, you could. I don't. I mean, again,
It's a simple question.
According to what we're discussing, I could
Yes,
say
Steelman.
not
The answer is
necessarily.
yes.
I don't know what
Yes.
rights. You tell me what rights they have. What
Just,
citizens?
no,
rights have
any
them?
at all, like even just two.
You know, I don't. I mean, you're trying to like. You can make your point without trying to.
No, I'm just
make it
asking
more
you a
complicated than
question.
it needs to be.
I'm just asking you a
At
question.
this point, I can't
do
tell.
minors that
This
are
is-
citizens
we're getting in-
have rights?
Well, John
in
Lozman,
theory,
those are
they're-
Can a minor call DSS and say that their parents are abusing them?
Sure. I mean, again,
Okay,
this is-
so would that not be a right that they have?
Well, because what you asserted.
No, but a
Steelman,
guy-
was
a
that
guy
you
in-
think that the bill.
It
of
is a
Rights
right.
applied- No, that Steelman.
No, somebody across the country.
Yep.
can call and do-
It
Yeah,
is
you
a
don't have to
right.
get-
Actually,
Steelman
Crumble.
Steelman asserted
That's
that you
not
don't
right.
believe the Bill
Yeah,
of
it
Rights
is.
applies to children. So I'm asking some questions. Do minors that are citizens have rights? Yes or no?
I don't know. What do you think? I mean, I can't tell because they obviously don't
I
have
would
some
say
rights.
yes because there's certain things you can and can't do with children, which are extensions of their rights.
But that's not. No, that's extension of your rights, and what's not right.
What?
No, even a child that like is like a
I'm
minor.
saying you're the one
in
who gets
an
arrested. It has
orphanage
nothing to do with them.
rights.
You're the criminal.
No,
It's
the
when you
reason
go
that
beyond your
you can be
rights,
prosecuted
then-
for violating the rights of children is because it's illegal because they're violating their rights.
But no, it's illegal.
This
But
guy
I'm saying
gets
if you
as much
drive,
from
if you,
duck, dude.
hold on a second. Let's get back to this. If you run through a stop sign, you're the one who violated the law. You're the one who pays the consequences. Nobody was hurt by that. You chose to violate the law. It's not like you had a right to run the stop sign or not.
I mean,
What I'm saying is,
that's a cool segue, but that's not what I'm talking about.
well, I'm not going to get into this whole.
An extension, no, you're the one that asserted with that we don't think that children benefit from the Bill
Again.
of Rights. What I'm trying to say is that they do have rights, and that all rights within the United States framework are extensions of the Bill of Rights that guarantee those. Everything is an extension from
Okay,
it. The originator.
let's discuss that. Let's discuss that in depth. So, what rights do they have from the Bill of Rights?
I'd have to look into it more deeply, but they have them.
No, just give me. Okay, do they have all of the same ones that we do, or just some of them?
There's a differentiation between an adult and a minor.
Okay, so tell me which Bill of Rights fall into the adult category,
told you,
and where
I-
we,
to give
where,
you
where
specifics,
the
I'd have to
founders
look
and where the
into it deeper.
Constitution made. No, I want to know where the Constitution, or where you get this, where you have this second Constitution or second Bill of Rights that says these Bill of Rights apply to minors. Because I've never.
I'll
seen
say that the minors have no rights based on the Bill of Rights. They only have rights as right this way. You do what I say.
I would say
What I'm saying,
that
Abe, it's a point of discussion.
no.
Yeah, no. I'm discussing it and saying they don't have rights by the Bill of Rights. They have right this way.
I agree. I agree that Tweaker is actually making more sense than fucking Octavian.
Well,
Listen,
so
I
you're
just think
telling
they
me you
have
can do
left
whatever you
at
want to
this
a child? Is that what you're saying? Because they
Yes,
wanna-
yes, yes. Because again, it's on the purview of law, and it's based on your actions. It's not based on the child. If
the
you
purview
commit
of
an
law,
act,
you
it's going to
can't
be
do.
submitted based on you. It's not
No,
based on the
no,
kid.
No, what I'm saying is you can't hurt an animal either. But the animals, the Bill of Rights doesn't extend to animals.
Yeah.
Okay, the Bill of Rights isn't all the rights that we have. I think that's part of where you're over talking.
Legally, animals are property, and that's why police shoot them and not.
The Bill
you know.
of Rights asserts a lot of negative rights about what the government cannot do to individual citizens, but the way citizens interact with one another becomes a much more nuanced conversation vis-a-vis child protective services, okay? Which is why you can't do whatever the fuck you want with a fucking kid. The kid has the rights that are asserted by the child protective services.
My bad. My volume has been declining.
The
So
laws-
animals
the laws
are
that
legally
encompass
property, and that's why police can shoot them and not have any repercussions.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about, Grumple.
Yeah, what the
No,
fuck
somebody
are you
mentioned
on,
somebody
dude?
mentioned animals. I was having the discussion. I didn't realize that my mic had slowly crept all the way down to where it's
Well,
like
what I'm
nobody
saying-
can hear me right now.
I gladly will.
All I'm saying is you can't abuse it. Just like you're saying that, yeah, that not all rights come from the Bill of Rights, and I totally agree with
I'm saying
with
the
that.
extensions of it. Laws are
EOD,
manifesting.
check the proposal in chat.
What proposal?
And Octavius, I'm saying that
Oh,
you're making an extrapolation that's not accurate. You're just saying laws are just the
Oh my gosh, you guys are so ridiculous.
No, we're not doing
rather
frosted
simple
tips.
statement.
No, not for $15. Maybe $150.
Rather simple statement.
I don't know.
The simple
But not
statement is
$15.
that there are laws in this
I'll
country.
take my
150
hat off.
bucks for frosted tips? That's not a bad idea.
I don't even know how to do that anyway. Don't
Wait.
no, I'm not doing it. No.
I'm trying to
Oh,
look at
well, a stylist at a salon would.
yeah, Doomerang is church music.
$500
I
to
get
dye
into
his
it
hair
though.
red.
I did do it though. I
Which
did
was an
dye it.
absolute.
It looks good.
It looks no different.
It does.
No,
it
you're a
does- it
bitch.
does-
You're an actual bitch.
That's
I would
that's
be-
rude.
For $500, yeah, I'll be a bitch. Yeah.
No, it looks good. It looks good, EOD. It definitely looks different. Ignore the.
Why'd you?
fucks.
Wait, hang on. No,
You
no.
can see the difference in the
with your
natural color
guns.
and the
Follow
red
bitch.
color.
Stick with
It
it.
looks exactly the same.
It doesn't look
There we go.
exactly the
does
same,
not.
you weak fuck.
Yes.
I
It's
thought it was
almost
$1,000 and I was
exactly
gonna
the
do it.
Hey,
But
didn't you
said
didn't you get kicked off of Didn't you get kicked off of Verbal Combat while sitting there sucking on Rob's teat?
I wasn't on verbal combat.
Not you. I'm talking to Emmett.
No, it's
Oh.
not me.
Yeah, yeah. Why don't you just shut up when men are talking, okay? Like you did with Rob.
Men?
Like you did with Rob, okay?
Okay, listen,
Back-
Mr. Plant. Rocking
Okay,
through.
back then,
I don't
Army
listen.
had-
Telling me what to do.
You realize how young the armed soldiers were in the Continental Army that fought to found this nation? They were a
We're
lot.
still on this.
You know how young you are?
Still on it.
I tried to derail it. I'm sorry.
Hey, Steelman, have you ever fought in the armed
you,
forces?
I'm talking about the right to bear arms, okay?
I tried.
Everyone wants to act like they stand up for the right to bear arms, but what about the 17-year-old guy who doesn't?
What
have
about the right to arm bears?
Has anybody here
Because
done
we
mushrooms?
deprive them of their Second Amendment rights. Because you're infringing upon a class of people.
Hey, Steelman.
Has anybody here licked toad?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
He said, "Okay."
I am not surprised.
I ate a moose heart. I ate a moose heart.
I've eaten a moose heart too.
That's not licking toad. Come on.
That sounds
No,
awful
licking-
nasty though. Did you eat it raw or did you cook it?
Yeah, did
Oh, I cooked it.
I cooked it.
Okay,
over a campfire.
That's cool.
Okay, no,
As long as
because
you
you get
cook the
that's not
fucking
what.
thing.
Wait,
That's
so
not what
did you
hunters
shove it
like
on
the
a stick
tradition
and
is.
cook it, or did you put it in a Dutch oven?
Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
We really off grid camping. It was on a stick over a
What
fire.
is cool?
Okay.
He said, "W arming bears."
See, when I go off grid, I use Dutch ovens and things like that. It tastes a lot better.
I've Dutch ovened at least a half a dozen chicks in my life.
This off grid was like
Wait, you've
Probably a lot more than
you've actually encountered half a dozen chicks? I don't believe you.
had to ride a helicopter
I
in.
have kids.
So Dutch oven.
Yeah, that's one woman. That's not half a dozen. I don't think you
Dutch
understand math.
oven is a bit
Well,
heavy
you've never
to
met
take
me,
in
sir. That might be
into a
free.
helicopter.
Well, it's like 7.5
big.
pounds of worthwhile metal that will benefit you on every meal that you use in water
That's true.
preparation as well.
But I want the
Bait.
authenticity of a stick. Come on.
Yeah, man. It's like camping out over a fucking campfire and all that.
Kissy cat, the hunter's
It's like,
tradition. is
it's like a
keeping
marshmallow,
the
but it's
hunter-
bleeding all over the fire. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Grumple.
EOD squishes the burnt marshmallow between his toes. Don't listen to him about marshmallow.
I do not. You've been talking to Alesto, haven't you? What is all this about me licking toes? I don't fucking lick toes, you sons of bitches.
I didn't say I didn't say he licked them. I said he squishes the burnt marshmallows between them. That's why he likes to get them really crispy on the outside.
like a toad, like a frog, like a.
Yeah, like a poisonous one that's like
Alesto
not
was in my
hypoallergenic,
chat earlier saying I lick fucking toes.
toxic.
I
If I give you $500, would you lick a toad?
Oh my god.
Yes.
I mean, I'd
I have
eat
to
a
find
toad
a
for
toad though. You have to
$500.
send me a toad or something. I don't know.
I'm just
I'll even.
joking. I'm getting out of this game.
I like
This
this
is something
game. This
where we
game
need a
makes
like
me
a
money. I'm good with
GoFundMe.
that.
This game makes me money, he said.
I'm building a house. Leave me alone.
Well, all right.
Hey, and in the chat, everybody got it. Glory to the Hypnotoad.
I would lick a toad for $500. Come to my chat to get the Cash App link. I will lick a toad for $500. A toad.
EOD
I'd
said
lick
he
as
licked
an
toads for
animal, as in
EOD
an
said-
animal, not a toe.
No.
on a
You said
foot.
he said he licked toes for $500.
Said toad. Toada. Toada.
Wow.
With a D on the end of it. Toad.
You
No, we
said,
all
dude,
heard
no,
it. You said
was
toes.
really-
Everybody heard it.
Oh my
I'm
God.
pretty sure.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
this
sure
is
you
gonna
said
be the
toes,
fucking thing,
EOD.
isn't it?
What a
It's-
begin.
it's gonna be an LSF.
I am
This is-
shocked.
This
I
is
am
all your fault,
shocked.
Kissy Cat. It's your fault.
$500 and he will lick
EOD's
toes.
mom, EOD's mom is watching this. She's disappointed.
I just wanted to see Frosted.
She's a classy lady, and I will
I
not.
just wanted to see, like,
I will
something
not
dangle
stand
off,
any
like-
disparagement against EOD's mom. She
I
is a
know,
classy
she
lady, and
watches.
man,
She
that
watches.
rack.
She watches, so she's so disappointed right now. Sorry, EOD's mom.
Oh,
Sorry,
I hope
EOD's
not.
mom.
Sometimes she does. I hope not tonight.
I hope not.
We all apologize to EOD's mom real quick.
Yes.
I already did last night.
Sorry, Mrs. D.
Very funny. Very funny. Oh my goodness sakes.
I didn't let her finish. I'm sorry. bro.
So,
She liked the hair though.
She did. She did actually like the hair.
of course.
What was it? Creed Dog says Harvey Weinstein is calling for you, EOD. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Oh.
You're not fucking wrong.
Wow.
EOD's gonna get a movie part. Hey.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You know, it depends on what I got to do for it, but
Lick toes.
He said it depends on what I have to do for it.
I mean, there is a casting couch for a reason.
I feel like
Ah,
Gwyneth Paltrow
yes.
right now. I swear.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna start selling my ball juice.
All right,
in
Abe,
a-
go ahead and
No,
start.
no.
Go ahead
No,
and
no, no.
start just praying for everyone.
I have. That's what I've been doing.
Yo,
Please continue. We need
Yo.
it.
Skirt.
Oh, shit.
The amount of degeneracy
Yo.
that's on your panel right now, Abe.
Gang.
It's not me.
Yes, it is. It's all your fault.
It's all centered around you, Cat.
Hey, William.
Good to see you, William Granger.
William, welcome in.
William hates me. Fine.
No, he doesn't.
Why?
Based.
I'm joking. He doesn't hate me.
Is he
He's
who
just
made
gonna
you
hit
cry quit? Because I'm gonna deport his ass right now.
No, not him. But you would never guess who made me cry quit. But it's a secret. I don't want to get. I don't want to get any anyone with
Let's not.
with pitchforks out on him.
Let's not.
Well, luckily, I know it's not me. I'm retarded.
See, I would never disclose.
You would never declothe.
I would never disclose who did it because
Oh,
I
got it.
don't want people to be mad at someone for something they did to me.
Well, I think you probably should, considering, you know, it's you.
Mm,
Who did
no.
it? How you spell that? Is that with E's
done
or
it?
an I?
Is that with ease?
Who did it?
I'm
Who did
kidding.
it?
I'm kidding.
That's the funny thing. It's like I know nobody would make her do this, but like the funny thing is, I know the moment she did, they'd be pretty fucked. Yeah,
Yeah.
Abe laughs because he even knows it's true.
Nah.
Yeah.
I've seen people do worse on the internet and perfectly fine.
I just know too much about too much, so I'm going to shut my mouth.
Yeah, that's how that goes. You know, you never know until you do, right?
Unless you just already do.
That's what I'm saying. You never know unless you do.
I'm a retard, so I don't know anything.
You can't use my shit.
Can't even say that.
I can. I'm retarded.
Crazy.
It was me.
K2.
Shut up, K2.
Hypno Toad.
Uh-oh.
Oh, K2, more like gay 2.
I was gonna say,
That's a good one.
for fucking clarity, I am not licking K2 under any circumstance.
Lick him.
So all I heard is you're licking K2.
Hey, Abe, you should switch them around to where K2's teabagging ENT.
You need to pay me $500 to lick me.
Oh no! I just noticed I'm teabagging Doom.
Oh my gosh!
Sorry, Doom. I'm sorry.
I got a helmet on.
You're not sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Just quick point of clarification. The female version of that is called a clam slam.
No. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. No.
That's the.
Hey, we need to make sure we have
I have never heard
language.
that.
What's
We
wrong?
talked about that.
I've heard clam bam, but never
It's-
clam slam.
Yeah, that's just a
talked
technical
about that.
difference. It's called a clam slam. Yeah.
Oh
We
my
talked
God.
about that.
Why?
You talked about
Why?
clam slamming?
Let's not.
It comes up sometimes.
Gretel did.
It comes up sometimes.
I mean, I just want to make sure everybody's clarified, just so we all agree on terms.
You know,
Well, I'm just
Uber
glad
rides,
that you guys had a conversation about clam slamming.
Well,
bank
Grumple's being
lines.
inclusive. It's good of him.
Yeah. Homosexuality has that effect on people.
Oh,
Are you together from-
EOD's
What?
on top. Oh no, K2's on top.
We're switching back
Oh,
and
they're
forth as well.
they're switching.
Passing the toad around.
They're
Passing
switching.
the toad around, boys.
Oh, the toad is being passed.
Oh, shit, fire.
K2, you
This moment.
slut.
Why is that so funny?
Wait. I'm not doing anything for money, so
You're getting passed around.
That's
bud.
not what sluts
You
do.
ignorant slut.
Sluts, no, you're thinking
Let's
of a
do it
whore.
for free.
Yeah, you're thinking of a whore.
You're
A
getting
whore
passed
does it for
around.
money. A slut does it for
yeah,
free.
you're right.
At least I got something out of the deal.
You guys are wild.
Hey, Abe, just keep praying, bro.
You're all wild. I'm gonna
Hold
have
on.
to.
I
I'm
paid
gonna have
$5 to mute Oxycat for 5 minutes.
Why?
Why
will
is she
pay
still
500.
talking?
I will pay $500 to have you banned from the channel.
Damn. God damn.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that, K2.
Yeah, you
You're-
would, but then you'd pay for them to
That's a
come
lie.
back.
That's a
No,
lie.
you would
Oxy.
ban them and then you'd pay for them to come back.
Yeah, I would. I've done similar.
You have done that. You have done that. I've seen it.
Like, it's so stupid. Just let them
You
go.
cackle. And you cackle.
Just
at
let them go.
Let them go.
Cackles her ass
Let them
off.
go.
Let them go. They can't debate anymore.
I beat someone on VK, then paid to bring them back, and then I left.
Yeah, what stupid
Yeah.
shit is that?
It was James.
A power move.
It was James. Okay, well, I mean, just
My
let him
question
go,
is-
dude.
Is tweets
Shalom.
terrible because
I think
Cat
Andrew
Listen.
Wilson did the
It
exact
was
same thing.
James's birthday week, and his uncle died and everything, and I brought him back.
Well, next week is gonna be my first day on VK. Are you gonna kick me?
Maybe.
Yes.
I'm not
Do it.
going to be there.
Yes, do
I'm
it.
going to be there.
Thank God.
It's on the 4th of July, dude.
Yeah, I'm not going to be there. I've got
Yeah, I'm not gonna be there.
I got fireworks to blow up.
I've
That's
got a
right.
fire engagement.
That's part of what sucks. Like I won, but then got fatality'd, and then this next week it's going to be prize because of that. But it's the 4th of July. I'm like
What is?
I'm gonna be there.
What does
Fine.
that mean anyway?
verbal combat.
Yeah.
Speakeasy's channel. It's like a blood sport debate.
No.
Are you
Fatality.
doing
What
the
does
daytime or the
fatality
nighttime?
mean
Somebody
in the
paid-
verbal
It means
comment?
someone
Someone
pays
pays for
money
you
to kick
to-
you.
Die.
Oh,
To keep it.
You pay $90 to kick someone off.
I literally
I
won.
know, William. Andrew Wilson did it before me, but I didn't know that because I just started watching VK. So, to me, it was original.
It was a clever move.
L's for
okay?
cat. Oxycat, L's in chat.
You know what's funny? I always heard the term, like the name Oxycat, and I never knew that's who they were referring to. And it kind of irritated me. I'm like, why is everyone saying this name?
It's her.
No, I know that. I know that. I'm just saying, like, at the time, it was frustrating because, like, who the fuck are you talking about?
I don't really like that people are talking about me if I'm not around. Can we not do that? That'd be cool.
I have no
I'm
control.
always gonna do it now.
Cat, I can assure you, I've never even so much as thought of you unless you were in the chat.
Okay.
Or
Oxycat, I'm going to do that from now
Very
on.
reassuring.
Popping up. Your super
Oh, I
chat.
have no doubts, Gay 2. I have no doubts.
No, it's Gay Cry 2.
Gay
Yeah,
Cry
get it right.
2. Gay Cry 2 only knows how to L.
Oh, damn, Cat.
She is on me.
What?
Well, at least somebody is, finally.
Yeah, well, you're right. 100 to fatality, and what is it, 90 to bring back? I forget.
Sheesh.
Yeah, 90 to bring back, 100 to
William
fatality.
knows. If anybody, he does.
He's the historian.
Yeah.
He's the historian.
He's the historian and he's the slayer.
Spaceman,
of
I can
men.
do whatever I want.
That's crazy.
Why is my name Toes?
You like toes. We know this.
When did that happen?
When you admitted that you wanted to lick toes?
I just kind of
That was
slip
that was
that
like
in there.
10 minutes ago.
Why is my name
Notice that,
Toad?
dude?
Grippers.
Y'all are terrible.
Why am I
Y'all are
Toes?
terrible. I fucking hate you guys.
Somebody put that. Why is my name Toes? Like, oh my god.
Even your Southern accent came out at that time.
It was like you didn't understand why.
Why my name is Toes.
Listen here, y'all.
My name Toes.
Don't you come back around here, y'all.
I reckon that's some bitch sack of Uncle Toes named me Toes. Why'd you do that?
Why is my
This
name
is all I have to
Toes?
say to you right
name
now.
Toes.
This is it.
Oh, he's ginger waving. He's ginger waving.
He's ginger waving.
You have to
Your
put
face is
that
turning
to
red,
yourself.
Toes.
You
Your
have
face
to
is
put
turning
that
red.
to
The
yourself. That
prophecy
is
coming
freaking
true.
hilarious. I'm literally crying. I just laughed so hard. That was amazing.
I don't know how
Toes.
only
first-
22 people are watching this.
I was gonna say, like, I was looking at the names and I'm like, his name's Gay Crowd too. That's pretty funny. I'm like, wait a minute, why is my name fucking Toes?
Because Gay cries to toes.
Why is my name Toes? You sounded worse than me on that one.
Oh shit, fire! I don't give a damn.
Oh man.
I'm sorry.
How much to change Oxycat's name to Where's the Milk?
Oh.
No, I will double whatever he pays you. Don't change it to that.
You keep saying Oxycat. Where's the Y?
No, she's a pharmacist, so I just call her Oxy and the cat.
Done.
Yeah, I've tried to figure out how to pronounce that, and it's like Oxcatso is like the best that I can.
No,
come
it's
up
just
with,
cat.
but-
The OX is just there.
And, you know, some people add a kissy in front of it. Whatever.
He's a cat.
I've always answered to whatever except for where's the milk. That's gross.
All right,
I don't-
Oxy slut. Let's go.
Oh.
Wow, that's not
Shit.
Well, you
correct.
said to everything.
I meant cat
You-
related.
You did. You
Oh,
did.
cat. Okay.
Slut
Cat
cat?
slut. We said the same thing in reverse. Okay.
Pantera is like Spanish for panther. How about that?
Ring.
Nice, EOD.
And Italian.
In Italian.
Yeah, I reckon so. The day.
Well,
Thomas
Dimatasio
O'Brien-
Pantera was,
Yeah,
I believe, an Italian car. So
It
Yo
was.
soy maestro di preso.
Cat, you should tell us some
Yeah.
jokes.
I seen a
Hold
Jewish
on.
car yesterday.
I'm right in the middle of dosing some stuff. I'll tell some jokes when I get back there.
Oh my gosh, Cat.
I actually
Quit
lost a half a
Dosing
chimichanga.
methamphetamines. What are you doing?
How do you lose half a chimichanga?
I don't know where it went. I brought it home on Wednesday. It's
Grew legs.
It's gone. It
No, it grew
vanished.
legs.
I didn't
It's
know.
evolved.
No,
Your
It's-
dog ate it. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's.
I never
Or
brought it
your
in the house.
wife.
I thought it was. I thought I had it in the shop, like in the bunker, but
It
it's
gained
not here.
sentience. It grew
Oh,
legs and walked away.
where'd it go?
I don't know. That's the thing is I don't know where the.
Or
Friggin' thing
nor.
went.
It has left on its.
I'm missing a half a chimichanga. That was a really good one too.
We gotta find
Oh,
it. Or nor.
Chimichanga.
It's
I'm gonna
flying
find
your
it in like a
lines.
week.
It's in your like.
Just go to
backyard.
Taco Bell. It'll
Oh
be
yeah,
fine.
and it's
Hey, Flowstone.
it'll probably have sentience
Hey,
when I
Flo.
find it. You know, and
Yeah,
then I'll have to do a
exactly.
moral dilemma about do I throw it away or not.
So you could
Yeah,
feed
yeah.
other chimichangas to it.
Yeah. So it can grow
Oh,
strong.
that's cannibalism.
No, it's like the king rat. Like you have like 15 of them in a pit and see which one like comes
Oh,
out on
dude.
Flow
There was a-
State, the
yeah, that's
powder
not feeding it.
dusty.
There was
The
a
powder
dead.
dusty in the chat is the one that gave me the name Oxycat, actually.
It's
Mm.
interesting. What was I gonna say? I
Hey,
found a dead rat
Flowstone.
in my fucking backyard yesterday. My dog almost ate it. I was like, "Oh my god, no! Don't touch
What's
that!"
up, Bill?
I had to fucking throw it
Bill
in the
Hicks.
garbage. It smells
Dusty.
like shit now.
Hey, Bill.
All hail Hypnotoad. Like and subscribe.
So
This is now Hypnotoad stream.
why don't you let your dog?
Subscribe to Hypnotoad.
Subscribe to Abe Dinkus's channel and hit the like button and cash app him.
Oh,
No, do all
man.
that stuff for me. What are you talking about now?
Yeah.
Oh, I grift for you on Just White. I told everyone to send you $250 to dye your hair red. Your
That's
beard.
because you just want to see me have a fucking rainbow beard because you're a weirdo.
No, that I said $500 for the rainbow beard.
But
Then
you,
can we-
you do want
is
to
that-
see me with the rainbow beard, which is
Can we
I
call
I mean,
you-
I don't really care if you do anything else because I just wanted you to have red hair because you were having ginger coat, and I was like, I want to call him a ginger.
She's right.
So
Hey, Kissy Cat, are you
not a
like you're playing legit like dress up doll with
Yep.
EOD right now?
Yep.
With money?
no, I'm not. Like I'm not paying for anything else because I don't care about anything else. I just wanted to be able to say, "Yep, red hair. There it is."
Yep. Ginger.
So you've
Well, there
never
it is.
you've
There
never
you
just
go.
wanted a doll with different hair.
We need to get
Actually,
you like
when I was a little girl, I didn't play with dolls. I played with
But so now you are.
no.
Yeah, you
Playing
use
with
your doll.
Legos.
What did you play with instead of Dolls Cat?
Like
Dead bodies.
like the little plushies, like the little plushies, like stuffed animals.
Yeah, right. You were playing with like 9 mils and
Dead
pounds.
bodies.
Dead bodies. I think dead bodies is actually right.
I did work in the cadaver lab when I was in college.
There we go. There it is.
Exactly, right there.
hmm
I bet that was interesting. Actually,
Was that your body of work?
I was invited to
Literally
see an
the
autopsy one
body?
time. It's fascinating.
Body of work.
Yeah,
Is that your
just
body
word of advice: do not chew gum while working in the cadaver lab.
No food.
Why?
allowed,
Because
yeah.
you might get it
Well,
mixed up with the
get it.
cadaver's gum.
No, because it tastes like you're chewing on a dead body.
It tastes like formaldehyde. It smells like formaldehyde. Really bad. Yeah.
Because you get one of my more recent employers, like last 5 years, there was a cadaver. Like they had surgeons come in and do stuff. It was like, man, I don't want to. Like I've seen enough. I don't.
Oh yeah, I got to remove all the organs and
Oh,
got
nice.
to- yeah.
That's fun.
I had one old lady that she had acrylic nails on her fingers. I was like, oh, that's cool.
You had to
Did you
eviscerate.
steal him? I'm just kidding.
No.
Why would you say that? No, I had to manage the
What the? You depraved
one of the
man.
things that fell under the corporate IT section was managing the temperature control system for the cadavers, like the cadaver storage.
Yoink.
It'd be like once a week that they'd have surgeons come in and do training there. So that was like the most critical thing. It was more than the IT infrastructure was the temperature storage or the temperature of the cadaver storage.
It's very important.
Still cracking up over the nails.
You see?
Why would you steal acrylic fingernails? Acrylic fingernails cost like $50
Freaking depraved, EOD.
Some chicks be broke.
You gotta recycle.
Some chicks be broke.
I can get a set of acrylics for $50.
EOD the nail stealer.
Hey, it's a perfectly good dead body.
Everyone
with
forget
nothing
you're rich.
physically spaced.
Hide your kids. Hide your nails.
Oh shit! I'm just saying, like, those eyelashes look really good. Maybe I'll just take those. I don't know.
Hold on, those Fucking eyelashes are just mud flaps.
Never.
Some of them. That's how some of them look.
Okay, listen. I have seen girls like sit in a fucking nail salon for hours to have like these weird designs painted on each one of their fucking fingernails. You know what I'm saying? That's just like if it
I
was
don't
like
even
something
wear-
like that, I could
I don't even wear fingernail polish. I don't even wear fingernail polish.
She smokes a lot of weed. She wears Jordans.
I'm not like other girls.
No, I'm not allowed to wear fingernail polish because I like work with sterile technique, aseptic technique.
Well, you
And fingernail polish can chip and harbor bacteria, so I don't wear fingernail polish.
Well, it's
And
also usually
contaminate.
toxic, right? You don't want that in the fucking
Yeah.
fields or whatever.
I mean, women don't care about toxic. They already are.
Oh, pharmacists.
What? That is the true point.
These damn blue collar tweakers, they're running this here town.
I don't even know what song you're trying to sing, Grumple. What are you talking about?
I mean, he
that's
doesn't
literally
even
the
know.
name of the song, but it's the refrain.
I don't even
also.
think he knows.
Yeah, I don't either.
You know, for running a karaoke show, you're
I
really
like
bad at karaoke, bro.
I agree.
Hey Toes, who are you talking to?
In all fairness, he was doing it with Cecil, so
I do like that
he
nickname.
gets extra points for
Toes
trying.
is good.
I
think
guess.
we
I guess
should
I'll
all
give him
think
a few
Journey
points.
Just a small town girl. Oh, everyone
was
stop
creepy.
talking.
I like that one. Keep going.
That was creepy.
Living in a what?
Living in a lonely world.
Oh,
He took the
and then
midnight train
Where
going
was he going?
anywhere.
Oh, okay.
Wait, was she alone
Yeah.
or was there a guy with her?
No, I think
I
there was a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit.
From where?
Oh wow.
Oh,
Wait.
okay.
South Detroit. Yeah.
Is this a story about someone you know?
Wait, was he on the train too?
I think he was on the train too.
Wait, did you witness this firsthand, or is this hearsay?
Wait, are we
Where
allowed
was
to
he going?
stop?
This sounds like
No.
a terrible story.
Okay, are we? Okay. Well, wait. What,
It's
are we
John,
supposed
stop.
to? Are we supposed to presuppose that we believe it?
Yeah, don't stop believe it.
Oh,
Don't
okay.
stop believing. Yeah.
I wanted to make sure.
I never started.
Oh.
Bull.
That's probably the best
You're a
move.
troll.
No, it's kind of sad that you don't.
It's kind of sad. That's a
No,
love
she
story
got
right
stuck on
there.
the train.
She's like a girl.
Yeah, she got
Those
stuck on the
messages.
train.
Yeah,
she was
I got
busy
stuck on
looking
the
at her
train,
phone.
yeah.
She was
I
busy
came on-
looking
I
at her
came on
phone
this
and she got
panel-
stuck on the
Going.
train.
I came on this panel and just lost all faith and never started believing.
Okay.
Don't stop.
Wait. Lost all faith in what? Because I don't think you had faith.
Oh, I've
Oh.
had faith.
Did you say that about my panel?
This isn't about you, Abe. This is
Did you have
about
a waitress at Red Lobster named Faith?
This is the judgmental Abe.
my
heard
roommate.
He's
a
getting ready
whore.
to pass the Emancipation
I
Proclamation.
heard
My roommate in college.
He's back. You got those cheesy biscuits though?
You know,
My roommate
didn't you
in
say that your
college, her
phone
name
was
was
dying? Didn't you say your phone was dying
If
like 2 hours ago?
Faith
I don't
was
think I believe
into
you.
It's on
If
charge. I have a
if Faith-
charger.
I love
Yeah,
it.
but you were complaining and saying you had to go because your phone was dying.
I
Now
love it.
see,
No, I unplugged my headset so that I could plug in my charger.
but
she
you insulted
I
Abe.
got a headset.
What?
You made fun of Abe and said he was bad.
I've never said Abe is bad.
You made Abe feel sad.
Is he
I'm
down
sorry,
bad?
Abe. If I really made you feel sad, Abe, I'm sorry. You know I would never mean to do that.
I don't feel sad. I don't feel things.
Are you down
Yeah,
bad?
you do. That's a lie.
He's got the
He's a
fifi.
master player.
Blow,
You see my-
blow say if you want a spot, I'll drop because I'm about to go hit the
Well,
hay.
we have 10 spots,
Right,
K2. Okay.
Again,
There are additional spots that aren't being currently taken currently.
well, I'm tired and I want to go to bed. So
He's
later,
just
guys.
scared of
I
him.
had a little drink about
Rage
now.
quit, rage
There
quit,
we
rage
go.
quit, rage
Rage
quit.
quit.
all hail the Hypnotoad.
Rage
Bitch
quit.
quit.
If we may, on his way
Bitch
out,
quit.
all hail
He's scared of
Hypnotoad.
me. Bitch quit. Scared of
Did
me.
it sound like he was crying?
You lose.
I think I heard
You lose.
tears there. I think he was
He
crying.
cried. He
It
cried.
was a cry quit.
I
It was a
quit.
cry quit, indeed. Cry quit confirmed.
You lose. You lose.
Loser!
Okay, I run through it one more time and then we call it
Catherine said
good.
she's using her bread maker now. Remember?
You quit,
Yeah.
you lose.
See, Catherine gets it.
So, by the way, Abe, the other day you were when you were modding in EOD's chat thing, you were saying something about how you wanted to talk at one point. What did you want to talk about?
Everything in the universe.
Well, pick something.
All right, what is the universe?
There isn't one.
Okay, so nothing then.
So you don't want to talk
by
about
your
it?
own logic, nothing.
We had good conversation at EOD's, and I thought you would be interesting conversation in the future. So that's
awesome. Is now the future?
I mean, it is from when I said it.
Well, now is the present, sir.
But it's the future.
No, in
of-
comparative to when they were discussing, it's the
of
future.
the previous
sir.
present is now the future.
Are you going to get into a Spaceballs discussion right now? 'Cause
No,
that would
that's
be
you
wonderful.
because you wanted to argue that
They
while
went
they were having
plaid,
the
sir.
discussion.
You went plaid.
Oh my god.
We're at ludicrous speed.
I'm surrounded by assholes.
This is the
such a
logical
good
side
movie.
of things.
It's
Call
so
the
good.
desert.
So good.
It really was.
Should do a
Brooks
watch
turned
party
90. Wait,
baseball.
hang on. It was Mel Brooks turned 99. What Saturday? Just yesterday.
Oh
Unbelievable.
man, this fucking motherfucker! Get him off the panel.
Hey, assholes.
Fuck this motherfucker.
Hey, what's
What's up, sexy?
What's going on?
Fuck you.
How much?
Why are you so mad, Tweaker? Why are you always
No,
trying to
fuck
fight
you.
everyone?
You know what? Fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
Why you want to fight everyone all the time, bro?
I love you too.
Yeah, good.
These damn blue collar tweakers there.
God, man, you're just so unoriginal. It's not even funny. It's like
Oh.
watching you debate.
What? When do you watch him debate?
I've seen him debate a couple times. It's very boring.
Grumple?
But
Yeah.
you
Like
still
on
watch
panel,
him.
like on
You're-
panel.
No, if you watch him multiple times, then he can't be boring. Otherwise,
No, I'm saying he happens to be on a panel that I'm watching. I'm not
Oh.
watching him.
Yeah, but you remember him. If he really was boring,
No,
you
I
wouldn't
remember
be
him
doing it.
because he's very
You
boring.
just don't.
You guys
just
want to
don't
debate if
understand.
Trump was
Oh,
yeah.
Tweaker, are you thinking about me? And I had never even.
Oh, I
met you.
wish.
That's
I wish. I wish.
adorable.
At least then I'd have something to look forward to,
Grumple, it's
right?
your sonorous voice that does it for him.
Do you disagree with him, Grumple? Maybe you should debate
minute.
about it.
What happened to Kissy Cat?
Oh,
What,
shit.
how did Kissy Cat get
Yeah.
replaced with the rude mud crab?
She rage quit.
Rage quit, rage
She
quit.
lost. She lost.
Rage
Rage quit. Lost. You lost, cat. Your bread
She
maker
said
died.
my bread
She says her
maker
bread
died.
maker died. Yeah. Well, all right.
She
that's
said
understandable.
bread making female problem. That's-
Okay,
that's what
I get it.
it was.
It's money maker, bread maker. Now I get it. Just got it. That
That's
took
gotta
me a
be it.
long time.
That's what it was.
Yeah, it took you that
That
long,
Take
really?
you a very long time.
Shut up. You know
Doing
what?
sour
Shut up.
cream.
It just shows you that I have an innocent mind. Damn it.
Wait, Mr. Tweaker, I haven't done like a debate. In
No,
quite
I
a
said
while.
in panels. I'm talking. I said in panels like a couple times.
Oh,
like
no,
you're
I'm-
just
I'm
going
boring. I'm
against
a simple
people in
monkey.
panels. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a simple monkey. I stack boxes to reach banana. I'm not all that bright.
He can't
That's
even
fine.
read.
I didn't say that you were
I
not
don't know how to
right.
read.
I just said that it's boring watching you argue.
No,
with someone.
I said that.
So Grumple, I got a question for you.
Uh-oh.
Use small words. I might not
Since you
understand.
stack boxes to get banana, what happens when you encounter tarantula?
I mean, depends on the posture. Maybe it looks like food. Maybe it looks like friend. Maybe it looks like run away. I don't
What
know.
if it's highly aroused and trying to get you?
Aroused? What, a fucking tarantula with a
I'm-
boner? What are you talking about?
You can tell.
I can't. I don't
Wait.
know what an aroused tarantula looks like.
They say-
Actually, I
You know when you
I need clarification.
Their
Do
legs
tarantulas have genitalia? Do
No,
spider?
they're
How's
very
wait? Hang on.
into
Oh,
biting
no.
you.
They do.
They're using like
Why would you? Why would you
colloquial-
know that, Emmett?
They're using colloquial
Because I am.
terminology.
You're not the only one on the spectrum, okay?
Yeah, but what does that have to to with spider genitalia?
I
Yeah, and
look
his
at
focus
five
was
things
spider
about
cocks.
spiders.
His autistic focus was
Then I am rational at the same time.
Is this like the most pism panel?
How do
of
you
all
know if it's
time?
aroused? That's
Wet
kind of.
Well, we have to ask
What?
Emmett. Emmett is
What?
the professional spider cock.
The front legs
They
are
usually
raised.
put their
It's gonna bite you.
front legs up.
They do. They posture.
I can't believe you
Yeah.
know this.
They posture. If
Yeah,
you've
when
seen
when they're gonna
tarantulas, they
attack.
posture to attack.
Oh my
Look
god!
around.
Yeah, you want to
They
attack
do
with
the
that
same
cock?
posture to it.
What kind of length are they working with on it?
Today I learned.
Wait, hang on. What?
Today
Just
I learned.
They look at
on this exact topic. What is the span of the tarantula?
Ooh, good question.
Let's say
That's
6
a good question. 6 inches.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's
You
very
better run.
intimidating for monkeys.
You better
What
run
does
away.
Monkey do? Monkey puts boxes down to get
Actually, I
bananas.
forget mine.
Aroused tarantula attacks. What does monkey do?
This is like a text-based RPG right now. What do we? Hang on.
Exactly.
You can't pick up Yule
No,
Flask.
it's a real time
D&D, boys.
You can't pick up Yule Flask. It's there, but you can't pick it up.
Is this D&D?
But it's in your pocket.
Feels like it.
D&D campaign or
No,
something.
it's on the floor.
D&D
But you can't pick it up.
No, you're
If you-
wearing it because
You see Yule Flask. But
All right,
can't-
can you roll?
Grumple,
Roll
roll
for
your
initiative?
Power.
I mean, if you're on fire, you can roll.
Roll the dice.
Roll the will.
I'll
You need,
roll
need
for-
a
I'll
higher
roll
than
for
10 to
this
survive.
I want to do an intuition check, please.
Yeah, exactly.
A perception
You
roll.
mean an
Yes.
insight check? What the fuck?
We need that on toes over here.
Gotta
Stat.
roll the d20, damn it. Yes, exactly.
You're kind of
UOD.
blurry there, UOD.
No,
Yeah,
his
how'd you
shirt
get
is
blurry?
the same color as
It's
his
my
face.
stupid camera.
If you would do a dance, I think it would make it less blurry.
Really? Oh, let me try this instead.
You need a darker shirt.
There you go. I do not need a darker shirt. This browser sucks
Every
ass at
time
working
you
with my
wear
fucking
that
camera.
shirt, it
Do you even
blurs
have
your
a single
face.
dark shirt?
Yeah, do you have
Octav-
another shirt?
Octavius
Because I've
does-
only ever seen you in that shirt.
I have
You
several
have
of these
one
shirts.
dark shirt?
Okay, first of all, I have several of these shirts.
Wait,
Why?
it's
Secondly,
frozen
this does not
tweaker.
happen-
Did someone tell you that it was just a
secondly-
Polish shirt?
Secondly, this does not happen on my stream. It only happens in fucking StreamYard.
Are Toes and Tweaker wearing the same shirt right now?
No, I'm wearing
The
a white
initiative of
shirt.
the spider is 17.
It was on
Good
sale.
luck beating that. No, I have a bunch of these shirts.
Are
These
are
looks
you
very
are you
similar.
color
uniform
are
in
you
the- in the Air
colorblind, Grumple?
Force.
They were cones.
Grumple, are you colorblind? Because it's a white shirt.
White
That's
shirt.
racist. Why is it got to
Is
be
that a
white?
white shirt?
Maybe.
No, you must.
I mean,
it's a white shirt.
wait.
I
Are
wear
you
a lot
black?
of
I'm
white
sorry.
shirts.
I
Oh,
think you might be.
you're gonna criticize one guy for
I'm
wearing the same color shirt, but you wear lots of the same color shirt.
I mean, half the time I'll go to Walmart.
Check
and get those,
and
like,
mate.
same color.
Like I said,
I'll just wear the same.
See,
style.
if I watched you, I would
These-
know that.
These are all fucking undershirts from my uniforms when I was in the Air Force. These are ABU undershirts. So I have like 15 of these fucking things.
Wow.
And I have like 15 of these
Wait, why
because
are
they're
they
white
beige?
undershirts, and I bought them.
Make
Because it's Air Force.
the next time
Yeah.
you're on StreamYards, try having a dark.
No, I just
And
happened
mentally
to
retarded.
I happened to encounter a lot of let's say female
Around
airmen that
spiders?
were removing uniforms at the time. In my journeys, in my journeys when I was active duty, from the Marine Corps, but they weren't that. I forget if they were brown. I think
Grumple,
like
when did you separate from the Marine Corps?
2008.
Yeah, that was 1 year after I joined, and we were still wearing BDUs at the time. We switched
Hey,
to this
she's back.
uniform while I was in the Air Force. So
I guess she.
Who
fixed
decided
her red maker.
beige? Yeah.
the fucking
Okay,
people
no-
who make the fucking uniform, I don't know. It wasn't
Never
it's
mind.
not like I
My
had a-
bad.
It's
Just
not like I had a goddamn choice.
Really, Grumpy?
there was a
you're
lot,
Gonna,
lot of Air Force chicks.
you're gonna criticize the Chair Force from the Marine Corps?
No, I wasn't criticizing. I was saying that. Wait, I just happen to have seen a lot of partially dressed or whatever Air Force chicks
Obviously,
that
obviously.
You assholes
that
wear the same color
didn't-
shirt these days. I don't know what the fuck you're even talking
You
about.
wear
you did
you
have a
wore
choice.
olive
yeah, it's green,
drab.
still green.
It was
Olive
beige
drab.
or beige. That
Yeah.
was
Olive
the
drab.
choice.
Yeah, no, Marine
Always
Corps
green.
wears green.
The
It's all
DDs
pretty
that the Marine
queer.
Corps has are fucking beige, man. What are you talking
Nope.
about?
It's green.
No, Marine Corps wears green. It's always gonna be that way. For skivvies, yeah, shirt.
We
yeah,
are the green.
it's green.
Okay.
Oh, there she
Green.
goes.
Cat, quit
Rage
rage
quit.
quitting.
Yeah, rage quit.
You're like the multi rage quit
So-
queen.
I don't think she likes green.
I still want to know what Monkey's gonna do. Like, you put the boxes up, you go for banana, there's a spider that growls, it attacks. What are you
Do
gonna do?
I mean
Yeah.
do
Roll a
Aline eat the spider? I guess is the correct answer.
So your
not sure.
answer is to put the spider that's aroused in your mouth.
Yeah, big time.
Well, I mean,
want-
shoot,
he
consume
wants
for
some
calories.
things.
Why?
He wants
I mean,
things.
I'm glad you're honest and you can admit it. It's good.
Well,
You eat-
admit, yeah, get
You eat it
know,
from the back first.
Hey,
dude,
attack with
I've
the mouth.
ate
It works every
crayons
time.
on stream before. Not even my own
That's
stream.
not
okay?
surprising at all.
I was
You
there for
won't
the
even
yellow one.
taste it with all the crayons.
Well,
still up there.
it's a marine thing, okay? Just leave us alone.
Eating crayons?
Yes, leave us alone.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the thing.
Hey, red is cherry flavored.
It's a meme, but it's like
Red
it's a
is
thing.
cherry flavor.
Red is the correct flavor too. I think
Put on our
Kissy Cat actually
crayon.
paid on maybe Lowe's
Flows?
Outer
I think
Dusty's
Flows, wasn't
stream for me to do. Yeah, I think that's
Oxycat sounds
Yeah.
better. The other one's just creepy.
What,
What?
Kissy Cat?
Yeah, that one's
Oxycat?
creepy to me.
Is anyone surprised
Well,
that the tweaker likes Oxy more?
That's good. That's good. That's good.
That was pretty good.
That's good.
Mr. Green.
Sorry,
says,
I
"Would a
just don't
monkey know how to
objectify
snap
women,
foxes?"
okay?
I objectify women. What's wrong with that?
no. I want to talk. No, I prefer to talk about we were talking about crayons and.
Yeah, of course, the Marine wants to
I
keep
know.
talking about crayons.
Pat, what the hell is going on? She can't. I
She's
think she
straight
can't talk.
forward.
That's what's happening.
Hmm.
I think. Her
Well,
mic's
I
not
know
working.
she can talk. She wouldn't stop.
It's because she's controlled by AI. That's what it is.
AI is having trouble right now.
Yeah,
The server
servers
is
are
So are
down.
you, Emmett.
No, I'm here. I'm fine.
Yeah, barely.
My server is running okay. Okay, asterisk. Okay.
Hey,
asterisk.
calm down. Rob's not here to shut you up.
All right,
Okay,
so
asterisk. Okay.
Emmett, I have a very important question for you.
Yeah, shoot.
What is the thing that offends you the most?
Being called French.
Heretical teachings.
If you had to
True.
pick one thing that's TOS friendly, what would you say is the most offensive to you?
Being French would be the most offensive.
Told you.
Comment allez-vous?
Bonjour.
Being French.
Je suis le chauffeur.
Give me the white flag, bitch.
Je
Like,
suis
I
la
don't
dindon.
even know how French people exist.
Je suis la
gotta be honest.
dindon.
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Well, you see, due to the immigrants, they kind of don't anymore.
True. That makes sense.
Oh
Yeah.
damn!
Je suis Charlie.
But if I was
I mean,
French, I would have allowed them to
The meme
overtake
is
my
that like
place.
Australia doesn't exist, and it's like French people really don't exist anymore.
Emmett, does your mom know you're a feminist?
Does
Birds.
my mom know
Birds
I'm a
don't
feminist?
exist.
S'il vous
Yeah.
plaît, puis-je aller à la toilette?
I suppose so.
Mon
Gibberish.
chien a joué vidéo.
I mean, she got mad when I started saying that we should burn the witches.
Sorry, what?
So yeah.
No, you have to dig you have to dig the ditches as well.
You have to dig through the ditches
Wait,
to
And
you
burn.
slam in the back.
the
Wait,
witches.
no.
Burn the witches.
No, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure he just said you
Slam
have
in
to
them.
dick the
Back of your
ditches.
dreadnoughts.
Abe, Cat wants in.
The dick, the ditches, the ultimate degen.
Abe, push the button. Cat wants in.
Oh my gosh, I'm dumb. Sorry.
It's
Sorry,
okay.
Cat.
You're
I
cooked.
repeated
You're
myself.
cooked.
What do you mean? You've been brought up here 12 times and your
You're
toaster
cooked.
won't communicate.
Sorry, I don't know what's going on.
Why
I'm
is
not-
Abe
I'm not
cocked?
sure.
What's up with that?
I'm not sure what's going on. But okay, so very quickly, I can't stay long, but I've got my jokes prepared for
Okay.
you.
Let's go.
Okay. let's
All
hear
right.
it.
What do you call a lazy What do you call a lazy kangaroo?
Dead.
A pouch potato.
A nuisance
pouch
animal?
potato.
Mm.
Pouch potato.
That's pretty funny.
Okay. I told my mom to embrace her mistakes. She gave me a hug. Boom, roasted. I had a job at a calendar factory. I lost my job because I took a few days off. Bazinga.
That joke is
what?
dated. That joke is dated.
You guys from Laffy Taffy. What are you doing?
What do you call a snowman with a
Some of these are
six-pack?
from Bazooka Joe comics. That's how.
Right.
Even when you look the jokes up online, a woman's not funny.
What do you call a
Six-pack is
snowman
a
with a
snowblower.
six-pack?
It's a snowblower.
An abdominal snowman?
Oh.
And did you hear about the restaurant on the moon?
Yes.
Great food, no atmosphere. Bazinga.
It does have a little bit of an atmosphere. Just
Look at all the simping going on.
Bazinga. Why do you keep bazinga-ing?
Bazinga. Bazinga, bazinga.
Isn't that from what the
Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang
Yeah.
Theory?
No, Sheldon got to do with autism. Like he's always like bazinga.
Sheldon.
Yeah, I'm Sheldon.
Oh, so
hope not.
base tweaker should know about that, right?
Wait,
Yeah, I know all about autism. That has nothing to do with autism.
Do you say Bazinga
Oh.
every now and again?
I have Asperger's, so I would know.
asking.
Was she stemming just now?
You have Asperger's?
You
Can you
fucking
please tell me?
motherfucker.
Which one do you have?
All right, I need more water.
Double whopper.
Doom, you son of a bitch!
Wow.
All right, fine. You know, fucking
I'm just
be that way.
kidding. No,
You-
stop. Don't. Oh my god!
I'm pleasant, you son of a bitch.
Oh my gosh. Doom!
Rage quit. Rage quit.
Oh
Somebody
no.
lick his toes.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'm always pleasant, you son of a bitch.
I did. Who did I say that to? I can't
You
remember.
said it in my chat. I don't remember who you said it to though.
I was
K2?
spurging from your. I was spurging from your chat.
It
That's
was
true.
probably K2
Were you
or
stimming
Doom.
though?
Well, typically.
So,
Oh, Doom's
Abe,
back.
is
Oh
that a
God,
real
I'm
beard,
sorry,
by the way,
Doom. I
Abe?
didn't mean that. I was just being a clown.
Mm-hmm.
Abe, is that a real beard?
Yes.
Because when I first saw you, I thought it was like a stage
Prop.
beard, like a prop.
Abe, is that a real hat?
No, no, I'd agree. I actually thought it was a fake beard too when I first saw
Wait, Abe, is that real skin?
it. Is that
Abe,
real
is that your
intelligent?
skull?
Can I not be right here? Like, can I be? Can Octavius and me like switch? I don't want to be right here.
Yeah, if you
Put
want
Emmett at the groin.
What?
I didn't want to be at the.
Grumple groin.
Oh,
I didn't want to be.
Oh, getting clam slammed by the AI bot.
I didn't want to be in a like the statues area.
The statues area.
Oh,
Just like
lucky
have
lucky
abs
me.
now.
So, Kat, I got a question
No,
for you.
because Cat wanted to be on top. with the
Kat, I got a
clam
question
slamming.
for you.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
I got a question
Lucky
for
me.
you.
The clam slam continues.
What do you call a one-legged prostitute, Kat?
Mm.
Such a bad joke.
Living on a prayer.
Whatever you
Eileen.
want.
Eileen, yeah.
Eileen.
Eileen.
Aw.
That's good.
What do you call a cow with two legs?
Come on, Eileen.
Lean beef.
It doesn't matter. It's not going to come anyway.
Doom. Come
Well,
on,
I mean-
Eileen.
It's an utter disaster,
Oh, bless it.
right?
You would, Grumple. You fucking would.
So, what do you call a guy with
No
arms or
comment.
legs in your hot tub, Kat?
Drowning?
Wait, what'd you
What
say?
do you call a guy with no arms or legs that's in your hot tub?
Dead.
Stew.
See, now Bob would have been a correct answer also.
That's
no, it's
Bob
in the
was in the
ocean.
pool.
No, it's in the ocean when he's
Bob
Bob.
Bob would work too.
No, it's when
I
he's in the
thought
ocean.
you were asking her. I thought you were asking a real question
It is a
because
real
I do have a hot tub.
People without
I have a
arms or
hot tub.
legs
I was
have
like,
rights.
wait,
What's
I
wrong
don't.
with you?
I've never had a nugget in my hot tub.
Well, you should
A
film
nugget.
Did you use the N word just now?
He
No,
did.
she said nugget.
I can't believe she just used the N word. Cat just used the N word, everybody.
Like a
That is
paraplegic
an
slur.
N-word, yes.
So, Kat, what was your question?
What begins with N and ends in R is the worst thing you can call a black person.
All right, Kat. So, what do you call a guy with no arms or legs and a pile of leaves?
Neighbor.
In a pile of what?
Leaves.
That's not the. Come on. That's so bad.
Russell.
Mine was better.
I
We.
think
You know
I'm
what you
losing
call a guy
brain
with no
cells.
arms or legs and
By the
your
moment.
door?
I was going to tell a joke about time travel, but you didn't like it.
You know, I was reading this book on anti-gravity. I just couldn't put it down.
I love that. I actually really like that one. I've always loved that joke.
Yeah.
I'd tell you a joke about UDP, but I don't know if you'd get it.
Oh my god.
So, you're still attacking the spider with your mouth?
Yes.
Nice.
No, I mean, come on.
What
Monkey.
state is known? What state is
And-
known
and
for its
gorilla.
small drinks?
Minnesota.
Where are you from again?
That's a good one. That's clever.
Yeah, it's Minnesota. What do you call cheese that isn't yours?
Nacho.
Nacho cheese.
So, oh, I see. So you're also a thief.
That's good. That's good. That's actually good.
What do you call spooky cheese?
What do you call spooky cheese?
Spooky cheese.
The kind that I have inside of my pumpkin.
The Gouda Ghoul.
Oh no. That joke is beautiful.
That was stupid.
These are all
now
stupid.
what's stupid is, you know, trying to
This
get
is
bananas.
this is like the dad joke hour, I guess.
Oh, it's not even dad jokes, man. These don't even qualify as dad
How
jokes.
many of you have
What's the
children?
difference between a black man and a park bench?
Okay, Abe
Yeah,
has
I
children.
got
He's
two.
good. Who else has kids here?
What's the difference between a park bench and a black man?
I think that's a good
Three
idea.
boys.
A park
See,
bench
I-
can
Yeah,
support a family of 4.
See, I constitute as someone with children. Abe does too. Does anyone else?
Me.
Yes.
Or it's 2 of 2.
Two? That's good.
Two.
Okay.
Three boys.
Ah, nice.
Three
Couple
boys.
of-
2 girls.
2 boys.
Two boys, I win.
How do
I have
you
two
stop
boys
a
on-
I have
bull
super
from
sperm.
charging?
Say what?
You
Take
get
away his
them in
credit card.
American Express.
You cancel its credit card.
Wild.
Go run through this one more time.
Has anyone been to Tapanito at Disney World?
Nope.
What the fuck is Tapanito?
Never
It's
been to
the
Disney
Japanese
World.
Steakhouse.
I've never been to Disney.
Is that inside the Club 33 thing where all that like
No, it's at Epcot.
very illegal things happen?
Yeah, that's right.
No, it's not Club 33. No, it's in the Japan section.
Yeah, there's like one restaurant over there. What are you talking about? I've never been in there.
There's like 3. Thank you very much.
What the fuck ever, man? It's been like 10 years since I was.
Are you
One
getting
of them
personally
is a
offended about
guy
what
who like
Disney
works really
does?
hard,
Yes.
like, and he does quick serve stuff. Like, he exists.
Who?
He's from Japan. He's on a list to work here legally.
Who
He's
does?
like
on
a
a
legal
list. I
Yeah.
swear.
I love lists. We should make more of them.
Oh, good one, Spaceman. Good one, Spaceman.
Tell me again how you're not racist, Tweaker.
I'd love to know the answer to that myself.
I'm not racist. I own a colored TV.
Hey, Abe.
What?
Why did the coffee file a police report?
It was mugged.
Because it had grounds.
It got mugged.
No,
That was
no.
actually-
Actually,
that was pretty good,
Abe,
though.
that was
That was
really
pretty
good,
good.
dude.
That was pretty good.
That was really good.
The grounds one works better.
Yeah, no, it really does, actually. I'm actually impressed.
You could also say it had splash damage.
Yeah, no.
I'll say they both work. I will.
I'm trying to
grant
milk
you-
it for
I
all
will
it's
grant
worth.
you that. I'll grant you that.
Nice. Are you a genie?
You got a friend in me.
I mean, that sounds like a Pride song. I mean, you saw the
Nobody can
expression that
convince me
people made.
otherwise. Pride Month should be 100% about lions. I mean, am I wrong on this?
Yeah,
That would be amazing. Just parades of lions. That'd be
Are you
freaking
trying
amazing.
to say that they're all lying about things? Say it isn't.
I would agree.
See, there's entendres there, but no, prides are groups of lions.
It's a triple entendre.
It might even be
I was going to say it might be a quadruple.
quadtandra.
A
quadriplegic
Yo, what's up, Karen?
Quatandra.
Hey, dude. Dude,
Yo,
why do peppers make such good archers?
you tell me.
Because they have an arrow.
I get it.
Can I have it back since you got it?
Always do. Cool. Good job.
Hey, Kat.
What's up?
What do you call a blind dinosaur?
A what?
What do you call a blind dinosaur?
Oh.
Do you think he saw us?
You don't call them anything.
Fucking
Dinosaurs aren't
movie.
real.
Do you think he's Taurus?
That things are not real.
Exactly.
No. Dinosaurs are definitely not real.
Yeah, they're not real.
Well,
They're a movie.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. They're real, and they built the pyramids.
Oh, that was they.
No,
they did that
no.
with
I built
trafficking.
Okay, JS. Okay,
with
JS.
sound and a blanket. We used a blanket.
Oh, we used a blanket. No, I
William,
haven't
you
done.
have no power here. You have no power here.
We have not done a baptism in a while.
Wait, was that the king of Rohan speaking? You have no power here?
I told William he has no power here.
Let it be written, so let it be done.
Cat, have
That's
you
a
never seen
To kill the firstborn Pharaoh's son? Because you're a creepy death.
Did someone say something to me?
Creepy.
Have you never seen
I
The
think
Lord of the
everyone
Rings?
The One Ring to rule them all.
There's a scene where Gandalf is going to the king of Rohan asking for aid, and then he's possessed and very like white shocking hair, and he
By
says,
Saruman.
"You have no power here."
Saruman said that through Theoden, though. Theoden didn't say that.
Yeah, but his mouth moved.
Oh,
He technically said
there we
it.
go.
Yeah.
That was me.
We're gonna
That
start
was me.
debate on the Middle Earth now.
Are you
that was
farting
Cat.
over there? I'm kidding.
Girls can't do that.
Logically impossible. Farts are funny.
See, Cat was talking to Saruman.
Can girls pee standing up?
I've already had this discussion with Doom. Girls aren't funny and farts are funny, so therefore girls can't fart.
Can girls pee standing up?
See, you're right. You just leave behind piles of sprinkles.
What?
Girls don't fart. They just leave behind piles of sprinkles.
Just stink glitter.
Exactly. You get it.
All right, that's quite.
Can you tell I have a daughter?
That's where Doom draws the line.
Oh.
We're talking about stink glitter. I gotta get the fuck out
Where
of here.
Doom draws the line.
You went too. You
Not
went too deep,
again.
man. You went
Not
too
the
deep,
same
man.
glitter.
Not the stink glitter.
Oh shit.
Hold on.
Here for the
Whoa.
girl parts.
Look.
I don't think
You
I've ever
think
seen
glitter?
Dusty on a panel before.
Here, wait.
He's-
I got one for you.
Always on panel.
What's
He
No,
does
I've
them
just
very
never. I
frequently.
have never seen him. Is
what's
what I'm
worse
saying.
than ants in your pants?
And
Toes in your hose?
anywhere else?
Wait, have you seen
Uncles.
Flo or Powder Dusty when he's live? Or
Oh yeah, I know that very well actually.
He's on panels like a lot.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I'm just
no,
saying
yeah,
I've seen him in
yeah.
chats. I've just never seen him on a panel.
EOD, you got to keep that joke in the family.
Oh, come on, come on.
That's what he did.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you for coming back, Doom.
How's it
You
going,
should go
Flo?
wash up after.
What's the difference between a
Good.
pimple and a priest?
Strike one.
I don't know.
A pimple waits till you're a teenager to come on your face.
Oh,
Oh my
come
god.
on.
Oh my god.
God, that's terrible.
That joke is
Wow,
bad taste.
dude. Wow.
Heresy.
He said heresy.
Shots fired.
Like you
Shots
understand
fired.
religion, you fucking sacrilegious fuck.
Probably, maybe, nah. I hate
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
I mean, I've probably learned more better than you have, but
Probably, but it doesn't matter. I follow it.
it's funny how
William,
atheists even know more
you
about the
can
Bible.
kick me off. William, you can kick me off.
What?
Abe has got
No,
to come
then
up
it'll be a
front.
proper sausage fest. You have to stay here.
Yeah. It'll ruin everything.
Isn't that what like all debate panels are?
Yes.
Don't you
Yeah, most
identify
of
as a
them.
woman though, Tweaker?
Mostly.
I don't
went to a
identify
sausage
as
fest
shit,
once
but
in
your
Vienna.
dad.
It was awesome.
You
Well, I mean,
can kick me.
we don't want a
You can
sausage
kick-
fest, so Tweaker, you should step up.
I have the biggest sausage, so that makes sense.
How do you know that?
That's why you make
you
the biggest
seen-
sacrifice then.
Are you an
by doing it.
inspector or something? Like, what's going on here?
I mean,
Are you
let's not
comparing
talk
it to
about my
spiders?
job,
Do
okay?
you, do you have credentials for your
No,
sausage
I don't
inspection,
need.
or-
I definitely don't need credentials. let's
How
be
many
real.
dicks have you looked
He doesn't
at
even get
today?
paid for it. It's volunteer work.
That's
Do you get paid by the dick or by the hour?
It's paid by the job, actually.
It's on a first come, first serve basis.
What distance do you measure?
Oh, come on.
Hey, we need to stop unloading on him.
Come on,
joke does-
guys.
that
come
joke
That's
sounds
what we're
on.
enough.
doing.
come on.
That's what we're doing.
Don't pick on the
What the
autistic, okay?
I didn't
What
come
has
here not to
happened?
come.
Oh, that's so what the fuck?
That's what Kamala Harris says. Do not come.
What just
We
happened?
should not do that.
That was like a collaborative.
When she says that, she gets the desired result. So.
No, it's best
Oh my
when Trump
God,
afterwards
that's
is
so
like,
good.
"I'm gonna come." It was that meme was
Yeah, it's like a pair. You got to play them together.
That was so much better. It's in my fucking Discord fucking soundboard.
No, but there's another one where it's just like everybody's coming, all the rich men are coming, and they're gonna keep
Bezos
coming,
is
and it's just so good.
The thing that was fantastic about Kamala Harris is she would
Nothing.
say shit that was dumb, and then Donald Trump would just be like, "I support this message." It was like the best political advertising ever.
Hey, Flo, good to see you. But hey, I ran it, man. I gotta go crash. I'm not running away from Flo.
You're not running away from getting teabagged?
See you, man.
Don't drink and
A
drive.
little clam slammed, I think, is the term that we've agreed on now. But yeah, I'm gonna head out. I gotta go crash. I gotta play.
All
in
right,
the
Monkey
morning.
Man. Have a good night. Good talking.
Y'all keep it sexy.
Watch out for
Have a good
tarantulas.
night.
Never.
Those
Rage
tarantulas,
quit,
that means they're
And
tasty.
bananas.
Rage quit,
Yeah, they
rage
are.
quit, rage
Rage
quit,
quit. Rage quit.
Wait, uploads in progress.
Oh,
Sounded like he
you
was
quit, you
crying.
lose. You quit, you lose.
Womp womp.
They sounded real sad.
Yeah, I heard tears.
I did too.
I did.
That's
He's
another
sad
cry
'cause He's
quit.
gonna miss me. It's obvious.
Another cry quit.
I'm pretty sure it's because you're gonna miss Cat. Like that's just how that works.
Why are y'all all in your feces tonight?
Who has fifis? What?
Yeah, I don't even know what those are.
We
Can you
have
please?
so
Can you
many-
please elaborate?
We've had so many cry quits tonight.
That's true.
I
But
have.
you have the most because you have like 10.
Yeah, you've
No.
cried more than
No.
anyone.
That was toaster quits.
It was
Did you say
what?
gangster quits?
Those were my bread maker quits. Those were.
Oh, she had to go collect the bread.
You still rage
So,
quit.
so when are
Shout
you
Cat.
two debating? Weren't you two meant to be debating?
I have to find out my schedule tomorrow, and then once I know that, I'll.
No, I mean
I'll let
like
him know.
Abe and you.
Oh,
Don't
He's
you
not
guys
gonna
anyone
debate.
debating
He's
about
not
it?
gonna
It's
debate.
tonight thing.
Yeah, we
No,
could
it's not a
have
tonight
Like-
thing. It's 4:30 in the morning. That's not a tonight thing. I can assure you of that.
We're all working
Time-
night shift. It's
Time
tonight.
is irrelevant. Time
Yeah,
is
that's
irrelevant.
on you.
were a
I'm not.
tweaker.
I've got maybe like 30 more minutes in me.
Time is irrelevant, my friend.
Yeah,
Are you
well, I
driving
got,
to
I
rage
got, I
quit
got things to
already?
do in the morning.
It's a construct.
He's
Yeah, no, it
This is
is.
the
It's the
pre-code.
construct of God.
You have to sleep. What is wrong with you?
I mean,
okay to just say
considering
you're afraid.
considering since I've entered the debate sphere, I've got probably a total of 18 hours of sleep. Yeah, I think I need some sleep.
That doesn't sound like a base tweaker to me.
Yeah, yeah, I guess not.
Those are
Oh
weak
man,
numbers. Weak numbers, my
It's
friend.
got you there. It's got you there.
Tweakers don't need sleep.
yeah. Oh,
Neither do vampires, but you know.
You're not
You
tweaky
could
enough.
go, you could go at least till Independence Day, surely.
Take 5, spin a puddle in that light bulb, and let's go.
Hey, Cat.
Oh my god.
Hey, Cat.
What?
What do you call a well-balanced horse?
That's so funny. Oh, my youngest brother was living at my house and breaking all my light bulbs, and I found out why.
It's stable.
Oh, that's a
I just
good
like to throw
one.
those things out there to
Yes,
see
it
who
is.
laughs and who's degenerate.
That's a good. Well, see, Flo, I didn't get it, so
Oh, I know. You're not degenerate. I already know about you.
Hey, Cat.
what's up?
What did the triangle say to the circle?
You have no point.
Ooh.
Triangles can't talk.
what's the
Uh-oh.
difference? What's the difference
That's-
between a
that's a
Jewish
debate pro
person
tactic
and
right
a
there.
pizza?
Oh, let's.
Something about
Pizza
nothing.
doesn't scream when you put it in the oven.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Oh.
TOS,
That's,
danger.
that's
Okay,
TOS
okay,
danger,
okay.
big time.
Glad I
I-
chose-
Oh,
I'm gonna head out of here too. It's getting quite late, but I'm gonna leave you all with one. I'm gonna leave you with one. Okay.
I'm gonna
Why do
head out
elephants
of
have
here
their
too before
toenails
you-
painted bright different colors?
'cause
I don't know. They're because they like your toes.
they're cadavers.
So they can hide in an M&M bag. Boom.
Yeah, no.
There you go.
Have you
Okay.
ever seen an elephant with rainbow nails hiding in an M&M bag? Please.
Yes.
It works,
Yes.
doesn't it?
It does. It totally fucking works. Okay. I love you guys so much. Cheers. Thank you for having me. I'll
You
see
never
all
seen
later.
too,
it.
man.
It work.
Have a good night, Yogi.
Bye, Felicia.
Makes sense. Have a good one, Yeti.
Sorry. Good
Rage
night.
quit, rage quit, rage quit.
Rage
We got
quit.
scared Israel would bomb him after that joke.
You,
Well, this has
Oh,
been fun.
man.
Thanks for having me on, Abe.
Of course. Thanks for coming.
No problem.
Nice seeing you, Octavius.
Yeah, you as well.
Come back. We'll do some talks about real stuff and not random, crazy, weird stuff.
Yeah, I'm down. You know, just
Yeah, it was good to see you again, Octavius.
you as well, Kat. It's nice to.
Do you
finally get a
do you
chance to
stream
talk.
Octavius?
No, I probably should, but I don't.
Yeah, I've seen you around a bit. I'll actually like your takes on things. You're pretty
Well,
cool.
thank you. I appreciate that.
When a centrist meets his lover.
What?
The centrist loves
Did you
everyone.
just try to say that I'm a centrist?
And I hate it.
I was talking about Rude.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, he's Australian, so
Yeah,
Give me one
sorry.
sec. Be right back.
he's pretty weak. He's like a third of a man.
Now you want to try to debate something again. Come on, calm down.
No, I'm just speaking truth, bro.
he might treat you like a shrimp and put you on the Barbie.
I mean, probably considering that was just American tourism, but you know.
I think the term is authentically Australian.
No, they don't say shrimp. They say prawn.
Oh, Rude might like my kangaroo joke.
Yeah,
I
it was
didn't like
really
any
He'd
of
be
your
bad.
hopping
jokes.
mad. He'd be hopping mad.
It was really bad.
All the jokes were terrible.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
did you
especially
hear
the
it?
ones from you,
But
Kat.
they're not
Did you
paper.
hear
You
it?
cannot rip them up. Why are they terrible?
Oh.
Octavius.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. Yeah. That was good.
He's on Frodo. Just leave him alone.
Mm,
All right, Rude. I have a
Basically.
riddle for you.
I like riddles.
I see, said the blind man as he picked up his hammer and saw.
Is that a riddle?
If you're confused, it is.
It's like a limerick.
Yeah, the saw's a tool.
I
So
get
you're
it.
confused, and therefore it's a riddle.
Maybe it just is a bad riddle.
Most likely.
Well, technically it's a statement, but if it's confusing for you, then yes, it's a riddle.
Well, riddles are supposed to have questions at the end.
See, the tweaker gets it. What the
Riddles
fuck?
are supposed to have questions at the end. That didn't have a question, just a statement.
Hence why it's a riddle for you.
Oh my god, dude, this is great.
Not a riddle for anybody.
It's like
No, it's really not. You're right. It's not
Yeah,
a
it's
riddle for
not.
anybody.
That's why it's funny.
I get it. You're retarded.
Oh, so it's not really. So it's a joke. It's a joke
It
and
is
not
a
a riddle.
But
Okay.
if you're in
It's-
on it and you see someone have the cognitive dissonance
Oh.
of confusion and they go on and on about it, like
Yeah.
that's where it's a riddle.
Yeah, that's
Like,
what
how
makes it so fun because it,
How
it,
can
it
the
took me
blind
like a
man
half
see
a
a
second
hammer?
to see it.
How can the blind man see a Hummer?
You
Is
can't
that
see
what
a
you asked
hammer.
me? What the fuck?
No, like that's like how can the blind man see a hammer? But it's actually talking about like a handsaw.
Yeah, exactly. Well, because technically he saws the table in half and he puts the two halves together to make a hole and uses the hole to escape the room. Ask me why it makes sense.
I
It's
like
kinda
that.
dumb.
My wife is so negative. I remember the car seat, the stroller, and the diaper bags. Yet all she can talk about is how I forgot the baby.
Spaceman.
Damn,
That's
Spaceman.
actually really good. I like that.
Spaceman has had some pretty good ones in chat. He has.
Well, I read that one because I liked it. I'm very favorable on jokes involving children.
Yeah, he's had some good ones up there.
Let's hear your best dead baby joke.
Oh, how many dead babies does it take to paint a house?
Depends on how hard you throw them.
Yes. How many dead babies does it take to shingle a roof?
I don't know.
Depends on how thin you slice them.
What's more fun, unloading a truck full of bowling balls or a truck full of babies?
You mean what's the difference?
Yeah, what's the difference?
Can't unload
No,
the bowling
what's
balls
more
with a
fun?
pitchfork.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, you said it wrong. You said which one's more fun?
The truck full of babies because you can use a pitchfork.
Yeah, yeah, that's a yeah.
How do you get 100 dead babies into a bucket?
A blender.
How do you get them out?
You pour it.
Doritos.
Damn.
I miss dead baby jokes. Those were good.
We might need
You
a
know who
baptism.
misses them more? Their moms.
Doom, do we need a baptism?
Yes.
There's worse jokes than that out there, though. Way worse.
Go ahead, Rude. We're
Tell
waiting.
Yeah, just put it on repeat.
No, no,
No, we're waiting, you pussy.
Oh, okay,
What's-
okay.
I don't want to break TOS.
What's the best thing about having sex with 22-year-olds?
No, there's 20 of them. There's 20 of them. Try again.
It's really good to try.
I already know. I enjoyed them all.
Yeah, I'm just saying, there's worse than dead baby.
No, keep going. Come on.
Oh no,
I know
no,
them.
no.
Oh,
no.
I know them.
This is Abe's one of his first streams back, isn't it, Abe?
Was his youngest son Sterling. Lazarus spent entire days performing exorcisms and rites on his body in order to free him of his so-called blocked spiritual journey.
You guys all focused up because this is let me get rolling on you here so we know what's happening.
You never go full retard.
Get your head under there now. This is vital. See, being the first son, right? That puts him right here in the lower chakra. Now that's shooting energy up into Daniel verse 6. And this, of course, is a dream catcher. So all his dreams are being caught, he can't move on. And that's going back and forth and like that, like a spider web, which is, of course, connecting to the eye of Horus, which is 707777, that's 0.001, which also goes up. That was the first time he ever swung a baseball bat. Now, what we got here is the baseball being hit in the bat.
This is why you shouldn't eat paint chips.
After observing several of these exorcisms, I still could not trace the genealogy of any of the scripture he incessantly quoted. There seemed to be absolutely no method to his madness.
But I remember when I built the pyramids, right? It was tough. It was tough as a motherfucker. You built the pyramids? Yeah, because we was hauling all the stuff up like that, but we did it all with sound, right? We did it with sound, and then we had a blanket. We had sound and we had a blanket, and it came down like
sound in a blanket.
You know, that's what I was tripping on. You see, we working on his brow chakra. We're just in back of the crown chakra. And that's why he's been tripped up and he's laid on his car payments and all that stuff.
Robert Downey Jr. used to do a lot of drugs.
It means you'll be psychically attacked.
Don't we all?
You're son number 3. They're coming at you from all angles. They're coming at you from the Sirius.
I'm tweaking.
Right? They're coming at you from the Orion, okay, which also connects to Dan, right? Dan's best friend, man's best friend. That's Dog. That's the Dog Star. That's Sirius. That's some serious shit, man. Now your mother, she's just a hoe. No. I mean the hoe as in that which pushes the plow through the fields across the star system, coming back around with a meteor shower, which is why there's all them dots up
Your
here on
mom's
the
a
back of his
hoe that
neck.
needs to get plowed. That's wild.
I lie beneath.
Why is he being baptized?
Huh? Hold on, don't move. We cool. What? I just want to keep him in check in case any evil spirits come in while I'm trying to commune with my other. Hold on now. Don't make me take the clip out. Hold on. That's cool. Huh?
Hey, just let him play catch.
All right, let's go play catch. You've been healed.
You've been healed. All right.
Amen.
Good baptism, boys. Good baptism.
Amen. Rude, can you care to comment?
Oh no, Robert Downey Jr. Baptism.
Yeah, no, care to comment on the baptism, because I think that's the
All
correct
the
process.
drugs.
Wouldn't you agree?
Not really. I don't
You
think
have to
there's
do
much
all
going
the
on.
drugs first.
It's a beautiful ceremony.
How many drugs have you done, Root Grab?
I've done ecstasy, like party pills, weed, and
I said
Datura.
how many. I didn't ask you to name them.
I was counting them out physically.
No, you
like,
weren't. You were
several.
naming them.
Wait,
if you were
did
counting
do
them, I would have
all
heard
at the
numbers.
same time?
I had to think of them. That like
I don't
like
think
if
you understand logic,
Wait,
bro.
hold on.
Or
Did
if you ask
have-
me how many chicks I've had sex with, I'm gonna have to sit here and name them so I can.
No, you're
have them
not. You're gonna have
all.
to sit there and think. That's what normal people do. They think. They don't sit there and count out loud with names.
I don't have the numbers in the back of my head.
Did you
to
just
tell
say
you what.
normal people? Did you just say normal people? What the? What?
Yeah.
What are you even talking about?
I'm more normal than you. I don't wear that hat.
Do you know where you are? There's no normal people on this shit.
Hey,
Yeah.
newsflash! I never claimed to be normal.
YouTube
Me
ain't to blame
neither.
for that.
I just claim that normal people do something.
So the answer is for I'm sorry I don't do things
How
the
would
way
you
you
know
want me
about
to.
normal people?
I see them all the time.
Are they here with us right now?
No.
Not here.
No.
Are those normal people here
Do
with
you
us?
see the
right
drugs
now?
right now?
I see them.
What
So the answer is 4. How many have you done?
Oh, how many have I done? Oh my god. Do you really want the number? Like
All of them.
Yeah.
13?
All of them.
No, I'm not counting SRRs though. Like just illegal.
Oh, then 7?
Nah.
That's wow, that's a lot. I just realized how many like I took that were like prescribed to me.
I
That's
feel like
crazy.
you just made that shit up because you just went.
But my question for you, Tweaker, is: Are you
14-7.
okay? Like now? Like are you?
Yeah. No. I don't take anything that's prescribed to me, and I don't actually take any drugs. Period.
I don't take medicine, just do drugs.
No, I used to do drugs. I just don't do anything like that at all.
What I'm asking is, like, you did them then, but you don't now. Like, are you doing better now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
good.
realized that it makes more sense for me to control myself than it does for me to medicate myself and become something I'm not.
That's what the man wants.
I'm
you to
proud
think.
of you for not doing drugs anymore. That's really.
I'm
good.
not.
It's actually harder than people understand, especially when you have a justified reason for doing them.
Well, yeah, if you have like a mental condition where
Yeah.
like doing the drug makes life like you can actually sustain and function better, like
Yep.
it's like Superman willingly not using his powers.
Yeah. Well, for
It's
me,
very
it's more so of like people look at me like I'm crazy because I rock, but at this point, it's better for me to embrace it so that I can enjoy the benefit of the luxuries that it gives me. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, well,
The wind in your face.
You come
Go
across
Go fuck yourself, you fucking retard.
No, you come across provocative so that they put you in a box that you want to have control over. And
Yeah, exactly,
Have the
yeah.
assumption. No, I get it.
Yeah. No, that's why like when someone said base tweaker, I was like, that's so much better than everyone saying, "Oh my god, he's stemming." Like I was just like, yeah, that's
Why
it.
is that
That's
better?
it. Call me a tweaker. That's better.
Why is that better?
Because it makes me feel like I'm not clinically being
This conversation is so stimulating, though.
You're a bitch, Octavius. You know that?
We all have superpowers. You're
Yeah.
just
What's your
rocking.
superpower? Redundancy?
A big cock.
No, we've already established mine's the biggest.
Longevity.
I presupposed it.
Yeah. See, I just have a really big chicken. I don't know about you though. Like it's really big. It takes 2 arms to hold it. It flaps. Lays
My
eggs.
hat is my superpower.
Is it like a brown leghorn or something?
It brings all the kids to the yard. See,
get
you're
rid of
here.
that. Can you pull things out of your hat?
I can.
They're like, mine's bigger than yours.
What do you pull out of your hat?
I wonder if they're like actually. That's kind of cool. Yours is
Yeah, but
actually pointy though.
His is black, so it can jump higher and run faster.
I mean, every yes, I was gonna make that joke.
Wow, crab.
His hat's got the quick twitch muscles, you know.
It's also more likely to be incarcerated. So
Yeah, true, true.
I'll be emancipated. It'll be all right.
By which proclamation, sir? I'm glad at least you like that joke, even though you didn't want to admit it.
Well, I don't know. Have I admitted anything?
So Abe, are we okay to tell jokes about Mexico?
I don't know. Is it
Yeah.
against TOS?
No.
Emmett won't
I
like
don't.
it.
I don't think so.
I
Emmett
love
might take it
Mexican
personally.
jokes. They're my favorite. Mexicans
Okay,
are
so
retarded.
why is Mexico always ranked so low in the Olympics?
Because all the ones that can run, swim, and jump are already here.
That's super racist.
Yeah, I know, but it's true.
I know.
It's true.
You're talking to someone who's severely autistic. I assure you, I've heard them all.
Do you know why they can't barbecue though?
Oh my god, I'm not even.
It's because the beans fall through the grate. You know what you call a bunch of them in a swimming pool? Bean dip.
Mm-hmm.
That's about all I got for that subject.
Oh, there's a lot of them, but
I believe it.
Emmett,
You know
which
how
one
many
was your
Mexicans
favorite?
it takes to screw in a light bulb?
Yeah, Matt, which one's your favorite
My favorite joke?
that I told just now?
Oh, so the ones you told, the one
Yeah.
when all of the people that can run, swim, and jump.
How do you starve a black man?
Food
You
stamps
close
for
all the KFCs.
How do you starve a black man?
You
Yeah,
close all
put
the
his food
Kentucky Fried
stamps in his
Chickens.
work boots.
I heard it, but that's only because I knew it. I don't know if anyone else heard it.
I didn't. There was two voices, so I couldn't tell.
So rude. Like, how do you feel knowing that your toilet flushes the wrong way? It's backwards.
I guess it's like kind of like the way the poor black kids in Ethiopia are still smiling, like didn't or haven't known any different. You know what I mean?
That's fair.
Ignorance happy.
No, I mean.
Yeah. No, I'm saying. No, I'm saying.
Nah, I mean, I'm fixing to figure it out.
Okay, so do you live or visit places that American tourists frequent, Rude?
Yeah. Obviously.
What would you say is the most like I can't fucking stand this about them that they typically will do? They think it's unique, special, or they always do it. Like, what's the thing that Americans do that pisses you off the most? Specifically when you're visiting.
They approach situations thinking that people like them.
What, they try to say hello?
Yeah,
What are you
they
talking
think like they don't know how fucking irritating they are to talk to. They have an expectation of people like them, or people should be thankful.
Do
for
you
them,
know
like
how
they're some fucking
irritation you are to
world
talk to?
police?
Well, isn't the
So
reason
stop
your
doing
country
it.
exists
Stop
for the
doing it.
tourist dollars?
No, it exists due to export
Oh, I thought it was 'cause of
resources.
prison.
No, it's good for all the coal we send to India and China.
Wait, Australia's a real place?
I don't think it is. I
Sometimes.
think he's kind of
Well,
lying.
I mean, don't discount the like American satellite control operations that like we have in your country. That's actually pretty important.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
I
Of
wouldn't
course you
either.
wouldn't.
Plausible
I also
deniability
don't know
over
about
here.
the Chinese countries that have puppets that are like buying up your ports either.
But he likes people in his ports.
I
Leave him
think
alone.
most Australians I've talked to will admit that and have a problem with it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the government's done a good job there with the allowing foreign investment. Like
Bang
that.
up. Bang up.
Well, you know, we all love foreigners, you know.
You don't like anyone who isn't white. Shut up.
You're such a fucking bitch.
Well, what about the white foreigners? Like, are they okay?
No. Get them the fuck out of here.
Okay.
Why?
Because they don't belong here.
What if they're thick with like big booties and they're like
Okay, you know what? They can stay.
of bearing? Oh, okay.
They can stay. They can
Oh,
stay.
okay, so it's
You're not
super
racist.
selective.
You're just sexist against the white male ones.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's
I
fine.
actually sort of agree with him on that.
You're a misandrist, which is
Yeah. I'll be a misandrist. That's cool. Let the big
Close
booty
like- close
Latinas
like,
stay.
Bring in the good genes. We'll take
I'm
those.
just talking
Exactly.
about the big booty white female.
That's fine. Latinas are included in this. Okay, leave me alone.
But
We just need to allow
I
all
need to-
females who are like 6 or higher in. Maybe
I need
maybe
to,
5 or
to
higher.
rake my yard. I can't
Yeah, no, I'd say 5. We got some really busted bitches over here trying to claim territory.
Where are you from? Where are you from, Tweaker?
Your mom's house.
No, just a rough part of the country. Just like
Yeah, ask your mom. She has the answer.
Well, I can't. She's made out of dust now. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
you say that, but I know it's not true because I use
No,
the
she
same
died
thing.
4 years ago.
I know. I put her there.
What? What the? What?
See, I really
Yep.
like that you're talking to me from the asylum. That's great.
It's got that.
What gave that away? The white
See,
shirt and the white
wonder
walls.
If like in actuality, none of us exist. And,
The
like,
white
Tweaker
shirt and
just
the
calls
white
me-
walls. Dude, that
Yeah.
is so good.
Yeah, none of us exist. It's all a figment of your imagination.
I guess so.
You can't see his hands
Talking
'cause he's
to a
hugging
wall
himself
right now.
Right?
The wall is the screen.
You're just kind of drooling.
It's
in
a
your
blank
chair.
screen. There's no one on it.
Be careful with all that rocking. Since your glass of orange juice, you don't want to tip yourself over.
That was a good. I'm gonna make him
That was really good. That
Damn,
was
dude, you're
really
gonna cough
good.
up a lung.
No, I was smoking as he said it, and then I fucking laughed. Go fuck yourself.
Have you ever thought about not smoking?
Yeah, no, I
That's
thought about it,
stupid.
and then you know
That's
what I said? I
stupid.
said, fuck that.
Yeah, that's
Just like
retarded.
muting
That's the
or
worst
something,
idea
you
ever.
know.
Not smoking is the worst idea ever.
Yes.
Well, this is not cigarettes, so.
How old was George Burns
I
when he
didn't say
died?
anything about cigarettes.
What? Well, why would he give up on an abusive relationship? Were you a feminist?
I mean, that's fair. It's very fair. I don't know if he could put his mouth on anything else though. So that's I should probably like
All those
Oh
cock
my
infections.
God.
Okay, giggles.
I can't help it.
I
Rude's
crack 'em
got too
up.
much Rude's got too much insider information, man. Sorry.
So where would you guess he's from, Octavius?
where would I guess? He's probably from the Northeast.
North Carolina.
Nope.
Midwest.
I'm from Mexico.
Somebody's from the Midwest.
I live in
We don't
Mexico.
blame him.
Tú necesitas
This is
una
your-
mamila para que no llores, güey.
See,
Oh my God, your fucking Spanish is worse than my English.
You just
My
offended
fucking God.
Emmett. What the fuck? Like, why are you like this? Hey man, what the fuck?
ask him donde está la zapateria. He'll be real.
¿Dónde estás las biblioteca?
I don't know.
Biblioteca.
I don't care.
Where are you from, Emmett?
I'm from Mexico.
You're a
No,
bad
like
Mexican.
like
Say
like
right, I don't know
currently.
You're a
Currently,
bad
not where
Mexican.
you came from.
Oh, currently, where am I? I'm in Utah. In the
Right.
land of
Ew.
the Mormons.
Ice hasn't caught you yet.
Hmm?
Nothing.
Ice hasn't caught you yet.
Hey, ICE doesn't go to Utah, bro.
I
Okay.
Yeah, they
can
do.
run and
You know what?
swim
Hey, Emmett,
and
Emmett, stay on the
jump.
line.
Nice.
Emmett, stay on the line. I have somebody I need
Yeah.
to call.
I can run and swim and jump.
Yeah.
Okay, he's in Utah.
They'll never
Thank
find
So
him.
why are you in Utah? Are you like going to school or something? Or
My mom
I don't think he
is-
knows what escuela is.
For that polyamor or that poly, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah,
polyamor?
I just like have several of them. It's fun.
that's cool. If it
He
helps,
gets his
I'm,
bitches in 3-packs.
I'm not from Utah. So you're good.
Could you repeat that, Octavius?
I'm not from Utah.
You're not from Utah?
Yeah, I'm not from Utah.
So where am I from?
I like Utah
Yeah,
though.
you're from the Northeast.
No.
No,
You're from
Are you-
Bama?
isn't that where you're like
Bama.
institutionalized
Wait,
though?
I know where you. I
No.
know where you. I know where you are right now. You're in North Carolina.
Yeah, of course I am. That's not northeast. That's the southeast.
Yeah.
Isn't the word North like part of the name of the state?
Yeah, but it's not in the north of the country. In North Dakota and South Dakota. South Dakota's not in the south of the country. Yeah.
No, but it's
yeah,
south
yeah,
of the
yeah.
North Dakota.
No, I was just referencing a general area. You're the one who gave it borders.
No, you said northeast. South
Yeah, the
Carolina and
Northeast.
North Carolina exist in the southeast.
Is North
Sure, he
Carolina
wasn't
close
talking
to
about
it?
the hemisphere.
Huh?
He would have meant northern hemisphere.
See,
It doesn't matter.
I mean, if we're looking at the
Again,
globe,
again,
you're-
again, rude. As I just said, North and South Dakota, both in the same hemisphere. One says south, it doesn't mean it's the south.
see, but North Carolina is in the northeastern portion of the continent.
It's still the south.
But it's a continent though.
historically it counted as the South, but it's not actually the South.
No, but it is.
It's kind of like saying West Virginia's in the South. It's
That's
not.
west by God, Virginia. Thank you very much.
West by God.
And if you say it, you have to be Alabama or west
What,
by
what'd you
God,
say?
Virginia.
What'd you say about West Virginia?
It's not the South.
Hey,
Cat.
I used to live
shit
like
about West
40 minutes
Virginia.
away from Pittsburgh in the northern panhandle.
It's not the
I'm
South,
in,
Cat.
I'm in southern West Virginia.
Oh, nice. Like you're south of
I was born in Bluefield.
What's the big city in the middle, Cat? I don't remember.
Booger Hole. There actually is a town right in the middle of
Yeah.
the state called Booger Hole.
Right at the nose.
So are you like by Kentucky
Uh-oh.
or Tennessee or whatever it is that's like below that?
Tennessee or whatever it is.
My house.
All these
Hey,
little
it's that
states that
flyover
don't
state,
matter,
you know, the one that doesn't
Geography,
Okay.
guys. It's just whatever.
My house
You're in
I'm building's in
Appalachia.
Tennessee. Yeah, my house I'm building's in Tennessee.
I feel like Rude knows the country better than you, Octavius.
Do you know the Whitakers, Foxy?
Not personally.
I don't know them, but I've seen their stuff.
You mean
on
the
YouTube.
Whites? The Whitakers,
I've met the Whites as well.
most inbred people.
I
in America.
love the Whites. The Whites are my favorite.
I met the Whites when I was in
Are you
college.
talking about the Blue Hill people?
Mm-mm.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Like they're so inbred.
We're
they're
talking about the
blue.
Whites.
Whites
No,
are like
they're
Jessica
so inbred,
White,
they're blue.
the dancing outlaw, Jessica White. They had a
no idea.
Netflix. They had a Netflix like special about them. The Wild and Wonderful Whites of West
Yeah,
Virginia.
yeah. We love the Whites.
Are you talking about Footloose, where they like banned dance? Is that what you're talking about?
I need that as a shirt.
No, we're talking about loving the Whites. Okay.
But Whitakers, I don't know them. I've never met them, but I did watch their like some documentation.
I don't know the Whitakers, but I know that the Whites' lives matter. Okay.
The Whitakers, it's like an interesting case. Like the parents were fraternal twins,
Yeah.
and that's why they're so like
Creepy?
so yeah.
Genetically
Yeah, you
non-diverse.
You shouldn't bang your relatives.
Probably
Yeah.
not. Probably not.
That's
Yeah.
pretty much how
Yeah.
all of Virginia was created.
That's pretty much how every royal family was created.
True.
Well,
According to you guys,
the
that's how all
Habsburgs.
humans were created.
It's like a-
Yeah, I mean, if you're Christian, then definitely.
no, that's not true.
Oh my God! You know what? I can see it.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not even
do.
gonna have that. I'm not even gonna
I
have
do
that
know
debate
what.
with you.
It's my cousin who.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Who's on third?
Are we playing baseball? Nice.
You got to have like 10 kids or some shit, Octavius, before we.
Yeah. Right.
It would
What's
be
wrong
nice
with
to
that?
have 10 children. I would actually be okay with that.
That's my
amazing.
goal.
So, Rude, do you have kids?
Yeah, I got 2 boys.
That's cool.
Yeah, they're all right.
What's
Congratulations.
They're
what's
all
your
right.
favorite thing about them, aside from the fact they're your kids?
They're actually really smart.
Nice. Do you mean
They're
like for their
em-
age or
empathetic.
for people?
For their age. Maybe for people too.
That's what every parent thinks about their stupid kid.
Dusty, how many
there's
kids do you have?
sometimes that like you have a
True.
kid that like they understand something
One.
at a young age that takes full-grown adults their entire life to get it because they keep fucking up and making the same mistake over and over.
Yeah.
My favorite things about my kids are they're dumb enough to love me.
They don't have a choice.
I know. That's
pretty
my favorite
ingrained.
I,
part.
I
up
would
someday.
think the tweaker that it's probably
That's
that
still
you
decent.
give them a good reason to love you. So that you, even though you try to hide it, you're probably actually a decent person.
Looks
don't
like he
hide
gives
it.
interesting piggybacks too.
What, to randoms
You
in the playground?
motherfucker.
They feel the wind in their face.
I'll take
I've
it.
never like. Were you guys one of those
Yeah.
parents who's like coped? Like, you know how you look at a baby and they're ugly as fuck. Like, I
Oh
wasn't
my
one of those
God,
parents
no,
who
I'm gonna
thought
say it,
my
dude, I
baby
can't
was
not-
like the
are you-
best looking.
Do you think
I
I'm
thought
able
my
to
baby was
lie?
ugly too.
No, you just go. That's definitely a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of all the babies in the world, that's definitely one of them.
See, if the baby is ugly, you just say, "Oh, it looks just like you."
Exactly. Yeah.
If
I
the
was
baby's
fortunate.
ugly, the parents are fugly too.
Both of my babies were beautiful. So
You know that's her fault, right?
sure,
Yeah, because she grew them.
but it's my fault they were girls.
So if they were retarded, it would also be her fault because she. Grew
No,
them.
I would claim that one because I'm retarded.
Yeah, okay.
Do you believe in the old wives' tale of like men who are degenerate and do a lot of fucking end up having girls as like punishment?
I mean, it's not a punish. That's the funny thing is that it's
No.
not a punishment to me.
There is an old wives' tale that, like, if guys have jobs where their balls are hotter, they do tend to have daughters.
I've had
Like
both of
soldiers,
those. Both of the
firefighters,
things that both of you have said were true. Either way, I think I'm happier with girls.
I only got boys, so
It'd be interesting to have a boy, but I've been forced to know what love feels like more with girls, I think.
Well,
Yeah, fair point.
you would have that same thing with the son. It would just be different.
Yeah,
yeah,
same
the-
thing but different. Nice
No,
job.
there's that. No, that it spawns from you towards him as like. out
no,
of
no,
love, you
because at
instruct
the
him
end of
to
the
be a man.
day, any man that's ever had any kind of relationship with a kid, you have to bond yourself.
Well,
Like, it's not like
obviously.
they come out of you. You have to physically do that work.
well,
And I think the relationship's different, like between a daughter and a father versus a son and a
It
mother.
is.
It's like that stronger connection between those.
That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
It's the same, but it's also different. It's very.
It's not the same. It's just different.
No, they're still your child. You're still bonded to them.
That's
but
not the
it's
same thing.
fundamentally different.
Yeah, but I feel like there's more like competitiveness or something. There, like
Do you have a son or a daughter, Dusty?
No, it's daughters.
I have
that
a
compete-
daughter.
It's daughters that compete with mothers.
No,
Right,
but
but-
it's different for you as a father with a girl because at the I mean, I'll put it to this way: like, I mean, I'd fight all of you at the same time for her. With my son, I'd be like, maybe we fight together.
but do you have a son?
See, I think if you had a son, that would like if a bunch of people were going after your son. I don't care if they're 6 or 60. You'd
Yep.
go after all those dudes.
No, but
wouldn't
it
matter.
doesn't matter. I would still treat him very differently and feel very differently about how I defend him. Is what I'm saying. Like, I'm gonna die for my daughter, and my son, I'll
you
die for him
still would
too.
defend
I'll die
him,
for
you-
him too, but it would be different.
You would
But you-
defend him. You would just do it differently.
Sure. But it's
Just
not
like
the
you would
same
love
thing,
him,
is what I'm
but you would
saying.
love
It's
him in a
not the
different
same
way.
thing because males and females aren't the same.
But you're still protecting.
I mean, of course. I mean, I'm
It
a
just
man. It's my job to protect. It's my job to protect everybody.
It
He,
manifests
he'd
differently.
take on the daughter's responsibility. The son, he'd expect some responsibility too. Like the
Exactly.
son might die with you.
Exactly.
I don't know.
I think I'd rather that I died instead of a son of mine.
I mean, I would
personally.
rather me die
Same.
too, but
Yeah.
I think that the expectation is a little different.
Well, it's like if you have like yourself and a son and a daughter, like it's better if the father dies to
Yeah.
save the son and the daughter, but if
Absolutely.
like you can only save one, then it's the daughter that gets saved.
Well, I can only speak because I only have daughters, so I don't know how I'd answer that if I had a son too.
It's okay.
No, because I mean, right now I would agree and say I'd save the daughters, but I can't say that for sure because I don't have a son.
Well, you were just saying that you'd like protect them in different ways and stuff.
No,
and,
yeah,
like,
yeah, no, I'm agreeing.
between
I'm
the
just
son and the
saying I don't.
daughter-
When you said that, it made me realize I don't have a son, so I don't know how to react.
That's okay.
Yeah,
There's nothing wrong
it's-
with not knowing things. I do that. all the
yeah,
time.
Christians. There's nothing wrong with not knowing things.
Christians know everything. What are you talking about?
You're
They
presupposing
presuppose
that we don't
everything.
have all knowledge.
Exactly.
I am presupposing that.
See, I can presuppose that you're wrong.
I mean, I know at least two. I know at
You're
least
like,
two of us
I
that
don't
can.
Yeah.
I don't think. Wait, Abe, are me and you the only Christians on the panel?
The fuck?
No.
What?
Octavius,
What
are
is
you
wrong with
Christian?
you?
Yes, I am.
Okay, no.
vehemently
I
a
didn't. I thought you were memeing. I didn't
No,
know you
no,
were
no,
serious.
I am. No, I founded
So
a
am I.
veterans club at my church. Like I'm.
No,
actually
cool,
a
cool,
hero.
cool. I don't
Yeah.
know you, Octavius.
good.
I just
No,
thought
I'm-
you were memeing.
I know. I'm
Me and
just
Dusty are
I'm,
pretty much the only ones that
I'm
aren't.
just clarifying. That's all I'm
Yeah.
doing.
You,
Yeah, I
Dusty. Wait, Emmett's
No,
not a
that-
Christian. He's a
I am a
Mexican.
Christian.
It's probably
A lot of
more
Mexicans
Mexican
are
Christians
Christians.
than.
What the fuck?
I was
Yeah,
making a joke because
Yeah.
they're usually Catholics.
I
That
know.
was
Catholic?
the joke.
Yeah.
Oh, the Catholics aren't Christians. I see.
Oh no, absolutely not. Orthodox all the way.
See, that's where you would be wrong.
Yeah, in your eye.
Because if Orthodox was a good like version of Christianity, then there
Version?
wouldn't be any, there wouldn't be any other churches if it didn't have any problems.
No, that's not how that works. Competition's always going to exist. It
Didn't
doesn't
ever-
matter if anything is
Isn't
true.
Orthodox
No,
the
no, no.
original?
Doesn't
Yeah,
work.
but what I'm saying
Okay,
is
so if it didn't have
competition
problems, there
exists.
But
No,
there
no,
wouldn't
that's
have been
not
a
true.
reason for
Because
any
look at any
others.
business that's ever been created. Has there ever been a problem with burgers? No, they want more burgers,
Wasn't
so
there
they
a
add new
stipulation about
companies.
no division?
Why is Orthodox the best version?
It's
Best
not, that's why.
version.
It's not.
Because it is. I'm presupposing it as so.
Because Andrew
Aren't you
Wilson
guys same
or
team?
because of Jay Dyer?
Because of who?
Andrew Wilson or Jay Dyer or Jim Bob? Which one is the reason?
I don't watch.
best
I don't
version?
watch Jay Dyer or Jim Bob. I used to watch Andrew for a long time, but it's not because of any of them.
It's not.
Absolutely not.
Were you an Orthodox before you found them?
Yes.
You hesitated.
Well, because I had to make sure. Because if you're, I didn't confirm my divine liturgy back then. I hadn't finished. But
Oh.
yeah,
Called him.
I found him and I liked him because of that.
You know Andrew Wilson?
Yeah, I liked him because he was an Orthodox Christian. That's I didn't know that until after I watched him.
See, there's stuff about him I have trouble quantifying.
Well, no, I disagree with a lot. Like I was on Jess's panel and I went off on how I think that he's one of the worst public debaters, and she defended him, and I disagreed severely with a lot of her takes because
Well,
she
the-
likes to claim that he doesn't get emotional
The,
when I
the
watch him.
single the single way to tell, by the way, with that what you're saying is true, is look at everyone in his sphere that's underneath him, the bad habits, bad mannerisms that manifest due to their lack of skill.
Well,
That
no,
it's
I
just
disagree
how
because
apparent
I'm a fan of what's his name fucking God, why can't I remember his name? Not Jim Bob, the other one.
Wilson Dyer or Patrick
No, the
Harris.
fat guy that's new.
Oh, Rob Noor.
Yeah, thank you. Rob Noor is my favorite debater. He's a great debater.
But we
So
were
I would
talking
disagree
about
with that
Andrew
point.
Wilson. No, we,
Yeah,
we
he
were
is.
talking about Andrew Wilson. is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
Rob Noor is directly employed by Andrew Wilson.
Yeah.
Well-
Rob Noor is employed by him.
Okay, so that's like the one good example then. 'cause
No.
I-
I'm saying
I
that
do a
he's
lot
the
of
one that
not
I'm
good
going to
Rob
disagree
is-
with you on because he's the one that I watch.
Exception
Rob is
proves
not.
the rule.
Rob is
Mhm.
not Orthodox though. Rob Noor is not.
No, of course not. I'm just talking about like on the public debate sphere. You were talking about his little lackeys and stuff, but I personally watch him. Like it has
Well,
nothing to do
it's-
with religion.
It's the way that their tactics and blood sports and other things will manifest in a piss poor way. The further from Andrew you get in his sphere of people, the worse their bad habits are that are made manifest from their lack of skill, and also from Andrew steering that ship. And there's some
Sure,
stuff that
but
he does it's really not good.
I'm a pretty firm believer in that people that watch that don't understand that that's entertainment and not debate.
I don't
That's
even
the way
find
that I
that
see it.
entertaining. That's the sad part.
Well, no, some people do. Like I like Andrew Wilson when he does his invasions, for instance. Like I enjoy that aspect of it.
Yeah, I'm not
Me
down with brigading though. I'm not down with that.
That's fine. I'm also not down for watching religious debates either.
Well, anytime you have to cite the Bible to try and win an argument, you've already lost.
Exactly, and I believe that completely. Anytime that you try to basically say that my morality is better than yours because I use Christian ethics, you're a failed debater.
Unless it's a debate on biblical scriptures.
Exactly,
Yes.
which is why I said I don't watch biblical or religious debates.
Well, you
sorry
can-
to interrupt you guys. I gotta go.
Hey, have a good
care.
night. Good hanging
Good
out.
cat. Have a good one.
Bye, Boothang.
How do I leave this thing? It says upload in progress.
Push the button.
Just hit the button.
Push the button.
Leave studio.
Just hit the button.
Is it there?
No,
Why
that's
is-
not. It says leave and open uploads.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna
do
hit.
it. Yep.
Rage quit. You lose.
That was like whenever you're trying to unlock the door, right as they're trying to open the door.
Yeah.
Just keep doing it at the
See,
same time.
You can argue about that stuff, but it has to be about the peripheral, like the causality in society, like a Christian society versus a different kind of society. Then you can make arguments for why Christianity would be good moralistically relative to the largest amount of people. But if you're trying to like have two denominations go head to head, like that's just going to be like one church says thou shalt not kill, the other one says thou shalt not wear a kilt, and they'll murder each other or end each other like on their own altars. It's just like it never leads to anywhere good.
I just don't enjoy the religious aspect of it. I'd rather just do objectivism versus relativism. That's just
I
more.
honestly feel like some schisming, I would even call it modern day schisming, like infighting in different denominations of Christian
Of course.
sects is actually detrimental to the whole of the Christian
Of course it is.
belief.
There's other times it's good when, as an example, the Methodists tried to excise what happened to them with a lot of the gay and other preachers and stuff.
I
and
can
they lost
assure
a
you
lot
that
of their
meth is bad.
properties. No, there was a major, like they lost like a lot of value in property. They lost a lot of churches. They had a major issue when they
Welcome,
were like,
Marte.
it's finally gotten to be too far, and they had to have a schism with themselves.
How's it
We'll
going,
talk
Marte?
about my schism.
He says he's good.
Got that schism with the tism.
It's not
Can't
Tism,
hear
he
you,
just
bro.
lives on a houseboat.
You're talking.
Just
Is he stimming?
The racist rocking horse.
Is he stimming?
Sure. Do you know this guy, Abe?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I was just wondering if I should close my eyes for 15 to 20 seconds.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
I think it's just not giving him sound or something, kind of like it did with Cat earlier.
Yeah, sure. When big monkey dogs come on screen.
My bad.
Marte, you might have to jump out and jump back in. I'm not sure. Kat had to do it a couple times before hers would let her mic work for some reason.
He's trying
So,
to use the
Emmett,
same.
what's Mexico like?
It has dirt.
Is that about?
My
Is that about
backyard has
it?
dirt. My
A lot
backyard
like
has dirt.
here,
Is
but
that about it?
a different name.
I know it's a little bit more arid.
Have you
People-
smuggled any illegals?
Cartels.
Are you from Jalisco?
From Jalisco? Yeah, I've been in Jalisco.
Did you invite illegals over?
Why would I invite illegals over?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Yes.
He wants free labor. He wants.
I
free
have
labor.
I have a red, tengo a la red.
So you use a green card to smuggle illegals over?
Sure. That's my
Okay, so
business.
Emmett, I have a very important question for you.
Sure.
What is the most Mexican thing you've ever heard of?
Deportations.
Those light up, the like life size light up Mexican Jesuses.
This is why I'm
I think the
asking
most
Emmett, 'cause
Mexican
he's from
thing
Mexico.
I have
and he's
ever heard of
probably
is
seen some shit.
is going to. There's a journey that people take. Usually
the
on
one from
foot.
Breaking Bad, where they like leave their possessions and like crawl to go worship a saint.
No, it's a little bit different from that. They go from different areas of Mexico
Was
to
it-
the
it was a
capital, and
different
they
TV show?
venerate the Virgin Mary.
Different TV show.
I'm gonna go help Marte.
Okay. What?
That
Was
is
that
like the mo-
Was that called a quinceañera?
No, the most
No, that's when
Mexican
they turn
thing.
15.
The most Mexican thing is a lot of people from different parts of Mexico to go to the capital and they venerate Virgin Mary. That is like the most Mexican thing I can.
So they have sex with the Virgin?
No, crawling like through the
Venerate,
dirt and stuff,
dumbass.
like to go and venerate it,
Penetrate?
like that's still like a sacrifice. Because there are things that like other cultures and stuff will do for religion that it's like.
So you penetrate the Virgin Mary?
What?
Yeah,
Could
you
you
just said
ask
you're
the
going to
question?
penetrate her.
Venerate
her.
Yeah, penetrate.
I'm
We're
starting
saying
to
the same
understand
thing,
why
bro.
Tweaker doesn't like religious debate.
Yeah, it's weird.
Words are hard.
Words are hard.
I mean,
So is penetration.
he's here talking about how mean and awful Andrew is, and
No, I didn't say anything about mean and
Oh,
awful.
yeah,
do you,
sure.
Do you have bad
Oh my
hearing?
God. Oh,
I said he's
No,
a
I
bad.
heard
I
it.
said that he's not the best debater.
bad debater. It's terrible. You can even listen to my words.
I did listen to your words. I literally
What did I
repeated them
say?
back to you.
What did I say?
I just repeated them back to you. Are you
What did
hard
I
of hearing?
say? Just
He
ask
listened
Are
to
you mentally
respond
handicapped?
and not to actually understand. It's okay, Emma. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I did respond.
He's
That's the
But yeah,
exact
that
same
is
thing.
like
He's
that is
stimming.
like
Don't
the
worry about it.
most that is like the most Mexican thing I can think of. Like a lot of different states.
Do you want to know
go-
what the most Mexican shit I can think of is?
What?
That like loud ass like multiple like music coming out and like the lowrider like doing that bouncing thing, like the redneck Mexicans.
El
that, like, everybody
Camino on
hates.
That is
hydraulics.
mostly Chicano culture. That's
I
like
know.
that's like American
It's the-
American Mexican
Okay,
culture.
so you
That's
have like redneck white trash. There's like that equivalent in Mexico.
yes, but
Yeah,
it's
I-
from
I
the
get
US
it.
actually.
But for me, that's the most Mexican shit I've ever seen.
Because the poor people in Mexico, they don't have money to buy that kind of crap. They're actually poor.
The
That's
whitest shit
reason
I've
why.
ever seen is all the like white rednecks that are like blowing up trailers in like the woods and shit. They're just
Mexican
doing all this like,
brown
what the fuck?
rednecks.
Why are you like this?
We do that. We do the same thing, but it's a little bit different. It's you know the cartels shit.
Yeah,
Good morning, gentlemen.
basically.
Good
Hey,
morning.
you're a little quiet, IFBB.
Great. Now I have my audio working. I was trying to do it on my phone, but it was fucking up, and I was like, I guess this isn't going to work. Might as well log into the fucking laptop. So I heard Andrew Wilson's name, so I was like, let me jump on for 5 minutes real quick. So
That is so cucked of you.
nah, because I'm doing a lot of research and studying for Monday. So
What you got Monday?
I'm like, let me go ahead and get ready. What's that?
What you got Monday?
On Monday.
Me and Andrew Wilson are debating two super leftists, the guy from the LA Times, a journalist, and then a super feminist.
Is he going to show up for this one?
Yeah.
What
he
is the topic?
The topic is, was America conquered or stolen?
Are you sure he's gonna show up?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to show up, man.
I don't
I'd
think
be careful.
we beat the goal.
He's
So he'll
got
probably
a
just put up a
100%
stream with.
success rate of showing up to my debate. So
I mean, he had a
My-
100%
my
chance of showing up to
observation
Jim
would
Bob's
be-
debate too.
If
yeah,
you
that's
No,
win,
that was
not me though.
be careful like for the cost of victory, because it may not necessarily be a very good thing to win or a good luck to win.
No, this is a good look. I think it's a good look.
No, it's the way that it's engineered to go down, or the like links that we'll go to in order to win. That even if you win, you're still a piece of shit.
well, they're gonna say that either way from
It all
super
depends. It
leftists.
all depends on how it works out because this can go either way. You got to remember, the guys from the LA Times, the journalists are the worst people to debate because they'll clip shit out of place. They'll clip it to make you look horrendous. But also, this can play to my favor because it depends on what I want to get out of this. So there's also this angle too because I
Yeah,
can
if you're doing like clout chasing, or you want to like expand your platform or be better known for doing it with them, like, hey, do you? I'm not like trying to criticize you. I'm just like, there's some stuff that he does that I don't personally.
No, there's
agree with.
absolutely no downside to doing it with Andrew Wilson, especially if you're trying to expand your platform. Like, I mean, again, I love Andrew Wilson for certain things, but the reality is he going to show up?
he's got 100%.
Like, that's just a true statement. Like, you can say in cope all you want, but the reality is the motherfucker is very notorious for being like, I don't want to go, I'm tired.
It's not a true statement with me, though. I can accurately say he's got 100% show rate with me. Now, if I would say like another variable, like
It's
Jim
not
Roberts-
about you. Again, you're
It's
trying to
about-
equate that it has something to do with you, but the reality
does.
is it's just him.
It does have to do with him.
and
Well,
I'm
he's gonna
his
be there.
coach, so it's a little bit different. So
Well, sometimes things happen, but
yeah,
that's not really what I'm talking about.
yeah, you
'Cause
both. are talking
he'll play
different
things off
things.
where it's like, you didn't watch the full thing, so you don't know, so you can't criticize me, or it's tone police, I don't care. But it's like you're like sweeping under the rug all of other people's like criticisms or complaints that should be at least taken into account of, because that's like the response of the audience that should be with you, but you're giving them reasons to not be. And it's
What?
like how he treats that and like other things. that
You
he
gotta.
does.
I think
it-
you need to
be
pay attention to
charitable
the
if
full
you're-
clip.
You got to understand though, if you're being inundated with 500 requests for different views of like how it's clipped out of context and
Yeah.
the rationale, can you explain this like 400 times? Like it's a lot, man. That's
No,
a
like
lot.
what you just said is like a very common talking point that I'll even refute because no, like normally if you actually pay attention to the context of what was
I
said,
do.
he's not
I
usually.
watched the original content. I'm aware of what happens.
Well, then why are you complaining?
Well, for me, it's not a complaint if you're addressing me. Like, it's not a. I think it's a. It would be something I would welcome actually if it's a criticism. It's a chance for me to engage and actually flesh things out and dive into another conversation with somebody. That's a good thing.
As an example, he will go out of his way to intentionally be offensive. Or he'll
Yes.
try to be a sapper and go underneath someone's position to
Yeah, but-
use explosives and blow out and not even have to engage with what they're talking about.
Yeah.
There's some things that he does, which sure you win, but at what cost? Now you could make
Like
the
what? I
argument,
mean, can I get a reference here? I'm just curious.
times when someone else has a premise or they have a position and they are talking about that and he doesn't even engage with it. He just like makes some obscure point or goes into definitions and the other person isn't even able to really make their case or get their argument out or unpack it. And the entire time they're being hounded by him asking for definitions or doing other things. And it's kind of disingenuous and bad faith. Although it's also
Octavius.
a lion tamer entertaining the crowd. So
Can I ask you a question,
But it's
though?
not really very good with debate. What's the question?
I just want to ask you a question. So, do you think that, like, let's say if I give you 5 questions in a debate, and in these 5 questions, I noticed that one of these questions that I ask you, one of them is the weakest position that you have out of these 5 questions, right? Do you not think that that's the position you would have to defend the hardest? Because I recognize that that's the Achilles heel in your whole position. What would you do?
There is strategy to that. I understand it. But
Right.
there's a difference between engaging with where they're weak versus just going underneath and doing stuff like with
What do
definitions.
you mean by
or other
going
things.
underneath? Can you kind
Well,
of?
it's called sapping, where you have someone that's in a fortified position or they have their debate topic and that they've outlaid their army and they're all ready to fight you, but you are a sapper and you literally go underneath of their position, you plant mines and explosives and you blow them out so that their walls come crumbling down without actually having to engage them.
What you're using is a lot of labeling. Can you get to specifics? Can I get more specifics from you?
Specifics about what?
He's mad
Like,
because Andrew's good at semantics. He's good at taking things
No,
apart
that's
even
not
when they're
actually what I'm-
solidified.
What
I'm
does
not
go
even mad
underneath
about
mean? I didn't get what you meant by go underneath.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused.
Someone's
as.
position where
There's
When
a
a
lot
man
of
loves a
there's
woman.
will go
limits and
the
landmines
low
underneath
road
and
and
everything
attack their
else.
language or their definitions.
What's wrong with that?
Because
we
it's
need to get
intentionally throwing them
definitions.
off. It's
Well,
intentionally
no,
throwing them
so-
off. It's bad faith.
You're
No,
presuming
it's
into
supposed
somebody's
to.
Not
mind.
bad faith.
That's a whole nother claim. So when I talk about definitions, we need to understand what definitions is, because a wife to you may be different from wife to me. Because a lot of people that have live in relationships and they'll say their girlfriend's their wife. They'll say, well, that's wife behavior, hence that's my wife. I
Okay,
need to
do
define what your
definitions matter?
definition is.
Yes. But
Right.
should you ask what every other word means? No.
Depending on who you're
Sometimes-
debating,
sometimes
yeah.
it's necessary. I do
What do you-
that
what do you
too.
mean by
Depending on who you're
word?
What would
debating.
be wrong with that?
What do you mean by word?
Well, the fact
What do you mean
that
by believe?
with what I'm saying,
What do you
what's
mean by
wrong with
definition?
it is you should be able
What's
to
a
make that
belief?
extrapolation.
What do you mean
What's
by
a what?
It's why it's a common complaint. You can try to logic bomb your way out of it. Like, sure, that's cool, but
That's what an
like,
argument
oh,
is logic. What are you talking about,
You need to
dude?
let me talk.
Yeah,
If
I mean,
you
I
tell-
have
if
been,
you
but
t-
you've been
If
crying.
you tell me, I'm not crying. If you tell me that you want to hear about complaints and you want to hear about criticism, but then you try to logic your way out of all of it so you don't have to take any of it into account, then it's just disingenuous to even
Wait,
ask.
hold on.
for
What I'm
criticism.
hearing is if you tell me that I need to explain and extrapolate and break things down, that's what I'm getting. Like, what's wrong with that?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with doing that.
Well, can you explain how that doesn't appear like that on its face? I'm just curious.
You see how lost in the weeds from what I was originally talking about we are?
Well,
This is a
yes,
case
we're
in
lost
point
in the
of
weeds
that.
because you used so what you're using is an approach. Because I'm still trying to understand. You know how he asked you what you mean by going underneath? Then I asked what you mean by going underneath, because we're not understanding with this definition. This is actually a primary case right now that I can present to you in real time, that you've presented me with an example that I can present to the whole room. When you say going underneath, we need to find out what the definition is, because nobody understands what you're saying. Well, at least another person besides me. Case in point, if we can't get past what that means, it's hard for us to get to avoid getting into the weeds. You see what I'm saying? And then you
With the context of sapping, you should be able to understand what it means by going underneath a position.
If I asked 3 people what sapping would mean, do you think I would get 3 different definitions?
Well,
and
I mean,
different
they may
meanings?
not have a very good idea of like military tactics or strategy.
Right.
I
so
get
that's
why
the
you
problem.
asked.
That proves my whole point. And we all need to get a clear understanding what this means.
You're good.
I'm not. It's not me being good. I'm just trying to seek to understand.
No,
that's
I mean,
all.
yeah, in casual conversation, like that's why I said you're good.
Yeah, I'm.
So
I'm
are we
extremely
going to actually
patient.
talk about the things that I've been saying that are criticism?
He's been trying to, but you're dodging it.
I mean, I think that
No,
we all
I'm not
understand that
dodging.
You can
I just
ask
want
for
things to be a little bit more black
clarification
and
in order to
white.
clarify, or you can ask for clarification in order to muddy the waters, right?
Well, no, it depends because that would be an assertion.
No, you don't think. Hold on, you don't think that people can ask questions in order to muddy the water?
And to
Wait,
throw them
wait,
off.
hold on. I didn't hear your question actually.
Oh, it's more of a statement. I said I think that we all understand that that questions can be asked in a clarifying context or in a confusing context.
That's correct. They're right. I agree with that. It can be used in a divisive context or a clarifying context. You're right about that. I can agree with that. That's fair.
It
And
can
I think
also
if
be
I
used
understand
to-
correctly, that was the criticism.
that those tactics
Right.
are
So
sometimes
if that's the
deployed.
criticism, it just depends on the intentionality and us assuming the mind of the person behind that, which is a whole nother conversation.
Well, as
Yeah,
someone
no, I
that's
was
consuming
yeah, I'm
content,
not saying
you
there's a
have to
right or
make
wrong or yes or no.
assumptions.
It's a
That if
gray. It's
you're-
certainly a gray area, and
if
some
you're
perfect interpretation.
observing a live debate in person or online or anything, you have to make certain assumptions based on how it goes down for you to even be able to like understand what's going on.
I agree. Like I can watch a car accident and then 4 different people will give 4 different perspectives and stories. It's going to happen, you know, but that's why I think when we have probing questions after a debate, we can flesh things out and then hold somebody accountable and say, hey, this is why aren't you doing this? Can you clear this part of the accident up? And that's why we have an amalgamation, people coming together with stories.
You
and then
had a
hence we clearing
conditional
things up.
with after the debate.
What are you saying?
I'm talking about during the debate, where sure you want to ask clarifying questions after the debate. What did you see? What did you think? And it
Right.
leads like good debate should spawn questions like that, where you can like talk to people and engage with them. But when you have large swaths of people who have a difficulty verbalizing to your satisfaction what their complaint is, but they all have a similar complaint, that should tell you that there is something to what they're saying, even if you don't think there's anything substantial to it.
Well, here's the problem with that. When we go look under the comment section, we have the court of public opinion. If 3 people say something, 4 people might say, oh, yeah, that too. I agree with that, even though I don't fully understand what the 3 people say. This can kind of be like an infectious thing sometimes with groupthink that can happen in mass sometimes. And we can also agree that that's
then
also
why is it time and time again when Andrew will go in and say anyone who has a criticism or anyone who wants to talk to me, that in different groups, in different ways, at different times, with different like stuff that's going on in different content, this same sort of stuff is brought up, and there's a large number of people who have a problem with it. Sure, you can have contagions. Sure, you can have like the Salem witch trials effect, but that
Right.
still nonetheless doesn't discount the fact that there's a lot of people who have the like, if you're going to be purporting Christian morals and ethics, shouldn't you purport yourself as to more of things in the Bible that it says about what a Christian should or
Isn't
shouldn't do?
isn't this the orange man bad argument, but
No,
packaged
that's
for
not the
Andrew?
argument. That's not the argument.
That's how it feels.
Yeah, see, I don't care about your feelings though. That's not
Yeah,
what
no,
I'm
no,
saying.
I don't care about yours either, but you're presenting them very vehemently against this guy.
No, you're just trying to derail. That's
No, no,
not
no,
what I'm
you're
talking about.
legitimately talking about how you feel about his content.
No, he's
I'm
asking
not
about
saying Andrew is bad. That's not what I'm
asking about
saying.
Christian ethics in your acts in public. That's what he's talking about, which could be seen as tone policing, but at the same time,
That's what it is.
You got to hold your brothers accountable, right?
I'm gonna actually give Octavius a lot more charitable notion than that, and say that it's not anything. What you're talking about is like Orange Man bad. I don't believe that that's what he's talking about. Abe is referring to what I'm hearing too. The same thing. Well, the problem with this is, let me cut to the chase. Is we would have to discern somebody's intent behind this. How do you determine that? Like that would be impossible. You would have to know the mind of the person. That's I've mentioned this before, and that's
because
tough to
they're
get at.
deploying. No, the intent is to win the debate. You could make
That's
the
the
argument
intent
that
of all
by
debate.
them being in the position of debating, that their intent is to win the debate, and they will deploy those tactics at that extent to win. And when you do that in conjunction with Christian ethics or Christian morality, while you're
I
doing
can
that, it's
concede
not a
this,
good look.
actually. Octavius, I can actually concede this, but so if I look at it through this lens, like nice to meet you again, Powder Dusty, on equal normal neutral terms, by the way.
And you.
So Octavius, once again, I'm going to just clarify this, by the way. Like,
You're
let's
fine.
say, I'll give you an example. I'm defending Christian ethics, right? I have to assume that maybe, like, let's say on a given day, 9,000 people are watching the whatever podcast. I know that there are some things to gain from this. I know that depending on how I win this debate, or if I win this debate, the conversion rate to Christianity would probably increase, maybe
Yeah,
twofold.
people are hypercritical in a lot of ways. I'll agree with you about that.
Right. So I think that for me to grant you this notion that there is a win or loss, there is some investment in that, and I can't take that away from that. But I don't actually think that that would be a bad thing either. That's what I'm getting at. So it's
Do
like,
you
even
think
if
that
the
there
intention
are
wasn't-
tactics that people shouldn't do in order to win? Like in any
actually,
situation
to be
ever,
honest with
are there
you-
certain lines that you shouldn't cross in order to be right or win in any given situation?
You know what? I actually would say, and I'll be held to the wall for this and stoned. I don't think that there are any tactics off limits, and here's why.
Oh, so that in order to be right, I should end you hypothetically?
So here's the thing, though. We have moderation. We have the court of public opinion. We also have like what you would call like bad feedback afterwards. You're subjected to. So here's the thing, though. You will pay for your consequences. Would you agree with that? When you put something out into the
Yes,
ether,
I would agree. And the extension
Right.
of that and entailment is that the number of people who in different ways at different times will repeatedly bring this up as a consequence, which makes it where people are going to look harder and harder and harder as for ways to take him down, which is the main reason I speak out
I don't
against
actually see
it.
anything wrong with that. I actually don't. So if my truth is my truth is supposed to be attacked and disproven. I would suggest actually that's the best way to hold anything of value is to make sure that it can withstand attacks and brutal bombardment of anybody saying that there's fallacies involved in this. I'm
There's
not
parts
against that.
in the Bible where it's strictly like will entirely agree with you that you should speak and like not have anything that the fool could hold against you exposed like in the light of day. And there's like you make sure your chimney doesn't have soot and all of these things, and
I'd agree
you know
with
that
that.
with how you present yourself. And the
Right.
whole notion of like women shouldn't speak out of turn or you know they should wear hats because the women who thought
Coverings,
that
yeah.
everything was fulfilled in that particular place, women of the night or whores would have their head uncovered and they speak out of turn. And so the letter was written to them basically, don't do stuff as a Christian that people associate with antichrist or unchristian behaviors. And I think that a lot of it is extended from that, and it gives enemies ammunition, because the reason I'm complaining or bringing this up is because I actually like the guy. He has a lot of really good points. And if they do manage to like have a red flag and he's the bull and they stab him enough times and then somebody actually gets his head as a trophy, what's that going to do to the whole movement entire? Like how much damage could that do?
I'm
because of
glad
the
you brought
position
this
he's in?
up. I'm really glad you brought this up so I can address this from a third party. Mind you, I'm not here to defend Andrew. If Andrew ends up being like one of these scoundrel individuals that happens to have like a hedonistic polyamorous relationship that we don't know and something gets discovered, well, good. Then we've discovered a sham. or a
I'm not
phony or
asserting
fraud.
you give him a blanket pass. I'm not doing anything like that at all.
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just
Yeah.
prefacing this to say that
I get you.
I don't have an absolute investment in this. So I'm just speaking to you mano a mano, man to man. Well, a couple men in this room, by the way. So I like the fact that you said, you know what, I like the guy, this and that. It's very rare that, believe it or not, it's a shame that it's rare that I meet somebody that's like, oh yeah, and I also like him. I just have takes that I don't like with him. It's like somebody when you ever meet a ravenous Trump base. Matter of fact, I'm conservative, by the way, or a liberal base, and they'll say, well, I like them despite the bad shit they do. I don't care if they kill a child. I'm still going to vote for them. Like, I understand that. That's why I'm prefacing it that
Yeah.
way. So moving on into this, I think that, like, let's say that they're seeking to find Wilson's head on a platter, you know, all this other stuff. I think that there's no way to vet this or eliminate this from happening. I think that whenever you have somebody that's going to hold mental real estate in your head because they saw something that challenges their worldview, whether or not it's a debate, and they still have questions, there's no way to truly eliminate this. I think actually the bigger he gets, as far as like maybe like, let's say he's ultimately commercialized, I think on this spectrum, I think it's actually going to be tantamount to something worse than anything we could probably imagine, because there's the Christian influence, there's the popularity
How
of like
familiar
entertainment.
with his past are you, out of curiosity? Like his kind of rise to ascension of fame?
I am pretty familiar.
Okay, so you
I'll
know
just figure
early
this out.
on there were people that he was associating with, interacting with to grow, to engage, to fight, and he kind of had an association with them, and he had to like separate himself, like in Proverbs, how it says, hey, you know, don't be with men of ill repute, like don't go to, you know, women of the night, and that, like, he kind of had to have that separation, right?
It's going to I had to do that
and,
myself as
and
well.
as he expands and grows, like the stuff on his TikTok invasions, I'll be very like blunt with you. All someone would have to do is like go to his like .video thing and look for examples of cyberbullying and brigading, and they could make a case that it's happened multiple times. That could be very detrimental towards him. There's certain, as he gets to be bigger, he's going to need to change some of the stuff that he does simply because of how vulnerable he could be to it.
The problem with this is when you're doing and I'll refer this to something else that can be tangential to this. Like, let's say I have backroom brawls and we're having brawls. There's no ref, case in point, TikTok invasions. There's the occasional guy poking out his head out the shop who owns the shop and says, will you guys pipe it down? Everybody's all quiet. And then they proceed to fight. There's no regulation behind this. Let's say a backroom brawl does persist and the judge says, okay, he's bad because he fought. Well, hold on. He's never swinging the first punch. Okay. He's defending himself in these brawls, even though they're illegal, and they could judge him and hold him to the fire and say, okay, he's having these uncoordinated or unprofessional debates, which could be tantamount to brawls, but he never throws the first punch. This
That's
is not his
true.
MO. And it's being
grant
clip
that.
farmed, so I can understand how that can look.
However, but if the case could be made that he's always getting in fights with a certain skin tone of people or like orientation of people, and that it's always like the brigading in a playful way to like basically flood someone's stuff to make them have to quit, and he just sits there and cackles at them, like he has a bit of that blood sports troll in him. And if you have enough examples again and again and again cited at a certain demographic, that can like very, very quickly, with how gynocentric and how like reputational damage the internet is, that's can like
going to be like and I'm just saying it's going to have to be so much that it's concentrated. And even then, they're
like
going
a
to have
perfect
to
storm.
piece together.
I mean,
Well,
he's
not
obviously succeeding with this method. I don't know. Like,
I wouldn't say even a perfect storm. Go ahead, Powder Dust.
No, I was going to say, like, I disagree that he's just defending himself. He clearly throws first punches, but in his defense, he's obviously succeeding more than any of us are with this strategy. So I don't know how you think you're in a position to tell him how to better, or to say how he could better run his channel.
Powder Dusty, I actually have a better example of this. Octavius, have you ever had to give a dog a medicine before? Are dogs really receptible?
medicine? Is that what you said?
Yeah, like let's say you had to give your dog a pill.
I've had to give a dog a pill or other things like that.
How did you do this? Did you wrap it in meat sometimes or a treat or something?
Well, there's been times I've had to like fist the dog's throat, or there's been times I've had to like eat bacon or whatever. I've had to do that before. It's not fun. Like,
I get it. I get it. It's just the terminology.
Here, by the way,
don't clip it. No, I'll be destroyed.
Octavius, you said it. I could clip this.
I know. You're good. I know.
It's the point. You're presenting an example of what's happening to Wilson
and
10 times.
Doing that is intrinsical of that. The higher you climb, the narrower the path is, and the more people that are looking for reasons to tear you down, the more likely it is to happen by tempting fate.
Well,
I'm
we
only
can say
advocating
this
that he's
about-
more careful about it.
We can say to the regular common folk that watch his channel, don't incel too close to the sun, Icarus. Like we could say some shit like that. But in the case of Andrew Wilson, I think that sometimes you have to take knowledge or whatever this is, the worldview that you have, and wrap it around the guise of entertainment. Now, think about it. It's sometimes brash and comes across as like harsh sometimes, but I think the truth can sometimes do this. Now, of course, I'm using this maybe even under the guise of truth. Let's say that I'm just trying to pass this.
I will grant from his intent, he sees it as he's trying to do good. And there's a lot of times that the good will surface, like the time, because I watched most of the whatever thing and I couldn't believe it was happening live. The woman who was talking about the like mentally ill dude that she like convinced to be a dog and was a coat hanger, and like he made the girl cry, and you could tell that Andrew was like almost on the verge of tears, because it's like, how dare you do this? Why are you like that? And there's a lot of like lashing out against people who have this like devil may care attitude, and they're infecting society, and there's a lot of those things. But the caveat of that is that we are in the world, not of the world, and the world will always conspire at every turn to do things. And it's why the Bible strictly states to avoid certain things, to not give the enemy, like, because they'll have an empty gun with nothing in the chamber, and you hear click, 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 like cameras. But if you hand them ammunition, they will try to fire it at you. And so for me, it's more of a fear that what he's doing could lead to his own destruction.
So
like
I have,
Pride goeth
have
before the
another
fall.
question, Octavius, not to interrupt the last
good.
part of this. I
You're good.
get this. So this is the question. Do you think, and this is me being solution oriented, this is what I do in debates often. I cut to the chase and all the bullshit I throw to the side. This is one of those moments that you and I are about to have right now. So
Okay.
if we could cut to the chase and be really quite frank right now with you, what would you suppose would be a solution to make sure that there's 0% casualties throughout the rest of his term as like a debater?
I would say that if he were to imagine himself in the church basement at all times, that would probably go a long way.
Are you fucking
You
kidding me?
never have people in the trenches.
You're insane.
Nobody
That's
would ever
the
pick up
worst
a
advice
sword.
I've ever heard.
No, see, now hold on. You asked me. You could ask me why I think that instead of lambasting me with your opinion.
Okay, go ahead.
The reason why is you keep yourself above reproach. Imagine that you're working with children. Would you ever, 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 ever be one-on-one with one you're not blood related?
I haven't changed my mind at all. Now, would you like to hear why I think you're insane?
See, the reason why is you need to keep yourself above reproach at all times, because the whisper campaign will come for you. So there's certain things you just never do, and you always orient yourself under a certain thing. And the best way for me
Octavius.
to simply say that is being in the church basement where there's certain stuff
You know why this
shouldn't
is-
do, and you stay within it.
You know why this is going to sound crazy after I make this statement, right?
You're good.
The reason why it sounds crazy is the church basement is what we're equivocating this to, is like sight unseen. Nobody knows one-on-one, right? That's what you're
Oh, no,
referring to.
no, that's not what
These
I'm
are all
no.
recorded podcasts with millions of witnesses watching.
No, I'm not saying
you
that.
as a child.
He
No, the
meant
context
like
of-
be on
of
your
alcohol,
best
no, of
behavior.
Alcoholics Anonymous, that there's certain things that you don't do at an AA meeting that meets in the church basement. That if you're
What
doing
he's saying
stuff
is
with-
operate out of a place of conservative fear.
Right, but we can't do that. The reason why is because you're not going to operate it like your high capacity of eliminating, getting a message across. What you're talking about is like nerfing an ultimate nuke that we need to have decimate the message across platforms in the way that it needs to contextually. And I think when we nerf this, we're making it inert to some degree, and then saying, "Hey, this is the real deal." No, it's not anymore. It's like this is supposed to be weaponized against sin, within the guise of entertainment. If we nerf this, it's like now all of a sudden we have Protestantism to a certain degree, and it's like that's what we want to stray away from.
Why
if
would
get
you
my drift.
assert that Protestantism is bad? Why would you assert that?
I'm not
then
asserting it's bad, but I'm
no,
just saying-
because you said that if you do that and then we'll have this, which the implication of the entailment is that you're saying that by nerfing yourself and by not using the bomb, and then we'll all be Protestants, and like that, all of that is equally bad. Why would you necessarily assert that being a
Well,
Protestant is bad?
I never said equally bad. So, like, let's say I'm going to flood the streets with crack, but then I go ahead and say, well, we're going to put 75% baking soda in it, and there's only going to be 25% crack. That's what I'm referring to. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm just saying if you want to take something and you want to make it less pure, that's
Fucked
what
up
I'm.
recipe right there.
You can say, hey,
Well,
this
if you
is
want
like
to go with
bad or
purity, then
good. That's
why
not a
did
bad or
no,
good
early
statement I
on?
made.
Why did Andrew distance himself from certain people, like you yourself have? Isn't that being less pure?
No, I don't think it is. It's making
Oh,
sure
so
that
you
you're not
can
less
change
pure.
and adapt, and like change your mannerisms and things you talk about and associate with other people, and not engage in certain behaviors that those people do because you don't want to be associated with them, right? Because
Well, this
you're
is a whole
vulnerable
different
to it.
conversation, though.
No,
that you're
it's an
doing.
extension of that. That because it's happened in the past,
An extension would be a
that-
different conversation.
that because
saying
he
it's not
changed
adjacent.
how he was in the past and he stopped talking about certain things that those sorts of people would talk about, I'm simply saying it's time for a renaissance of that as he gets to be larger and more eyes are on him, it might behoove him to go through something like that again so that he can maintain purity. I'm not saying to water it down. It's just that he needs to adapt as he expands.
Well, so here's the thing, though. I do understand that. So we all know that growth is going to happen, right? So
Yes.
I think that if growth is going to happen to me, it needs to happen organically, and I need to learn my lesson, whatever happens. I think that if a trial or tribulation comes, that is my turning point where I need to go ahead and see the fork in the road and decide which path to take. Now, we do this by walking into walls. Sometimes we could do this as a, and, you know, what blind people do sometimes. If you move the furniture around their house, now all of a sudden they stub their toe and they didn't do this before because you basically fucked up the trajectory of their direction. This can happen sometimes. We don't learn lessons, and I'm saying this doesn't apply to Andrew, it applies to all of us. So I think that if you were to take, and this is what I mean by nerfing him, if you take a man and say, okay, you have to change, and it's forced change, it's not going to be genuine. It's not going to be a creative approach. You're removing a lot of things that happen along with growth. When you do this, it's kind of an artificial
You strip
change.
him of agency.
Well, yeah, that's what agency does. It's an artificial
I know.
change.
It's
Yeah.
artificial, it's forced, it's external to
And then it's
inferior,
obvious,
and,
and
it won't
then
be
all of us
embraced.
can see that's not the same Andrew we saw. Whereas if he learned a lesson, he was like, "Damn, I'm getting bombarded." They took a clip that was just insane, pieced it together. Now I'm in some fucking court. Things like this. That would be a change that would affect somebody to where they sit
the
home,
change was
think about their
when,
approach and response.
due
It's
to
different.
the associations of those people, he had to have it where it's only the most sanitized stuff that stays on his site, simply because he might be vulnerable, or that people would look for any reason, even the worst underhanded things, to do damage to him.
Yeah,
either
I
way.
think you're operating out of a place of concern, which is good. I think it's virtuous. That if I'm getting this right.
Yeah.
So
As
the
he
thing
goes
that-
through cycles, he's entering a new one, being on Piers
I
Morgan,
agree.
like all of the stuff that he kind of needs to, in that sense that if everyone is telling you the emperor has no clothes, that it might be time to be like, maybe I might need to bring this up more, that I did hear a bunch of people talking about it, and as a result, I'm trying something different, or I'm going to continue to do it despite that, but I'm aware of the dangers. I appreciate that all of you care about me and the movement, but these are the reasons why I'm willing to take those risks.
He did
But
not
instead,
succeed by being
he
cautious.
hand waves it as like that you're tone policing, and he discounts the criticism, which is why I see it as dangerous. Anyone in a leadership position that discounts the opinions
he
of those
doesn't
below
discount
and
the
followers.
leadership. I don't
But
think, not to interrupt you, but he
You're
doesn't. He doesn't discount this, because when I talk to him, it's such a weight you don't even understand. It's just
Yeah, that's behind closed doors, though. It's not the public opinion.
Yeah,
which is what
but
I'm talking about.
behind
It's
the
a perception
public,
issue.
right? It's optics. So it's like you don't want to say I was wrong about all this stuff. There needs to be a way that you go about even saying you're wrong about this stuff. You can say, well, hey, listen, there's a different road that I'm going to take, a different tactic, because I can see how this ended. Let's review this debate. And this is where this comes in. He'll say, let's review this debate. Yeah, not quite the best thing. I did definitely took an L on this. He'll admit this sometimes and say, you know what, I did. And you're like along for the ride as he's being, there's a lot of humility that a lot of people don't give him credit for.
Yeah,
that
behind
he
closed
exposes.
doors, people who have leadership qualities, they will lambast themselves, or they'll self-flagellate, or they'll have a trusted aide that they can lower the mask and be like, man, I really hate this. Why does everyone think this? Or other stuff that you're talking about. I'm not saying that he's a bad person, that he doesn't care,
I
that
know
he's
you're
not
not.
a good Christian or anything like that. It's just he's had these times in the past where he's had to change tactics due to the immediate danger of things, because there's so many people with knives drawn, and he doesn't want to be Julius Caesar. And we're kind of in a similar moment as the number of people that, from the optics of it, it turns them against him, or they're like, oh, that's what a Christian is? I don't want to have anything to do with it. Sure, he helps people and brings some people to orthodoxy, but there's also large swaths that are like, you're just another one. And also, you're a troll that crawled out from under a bridge. Go fuck off.
Well,
But
I think that's here's one of the problems that we're gonna have to reconcile, is that when I'm just giving you an anecdote, maybe it's worthless, maybe it's shit anecdote, but if I go to one of these other churches where they're shooting shirts out of tubes and stuff, and there's a concert with some rock star,
the mega church stuff is what you're talking about.
yeah, let's say I go to one of these mega churches and I say, hey, Orthodox is great. I just figured I'd check out your church. There's a thing called the parish, and I go there, right? They're gonna say, man, this guy, he doesn't know what church is because it's supposed to be rock concerts and stuff. And we don't understand that. So already I'm being divisive, and already I'm pushing Christians further away from Orthodox as it is. You're going to have a populace that's going to be turned off by any of this stuff. It's very patriarchal. That's against what a lot of feminist agenda
Granting
is.
what you're talking, I don't mean to cut you
Yeah.
off, but
Yeah,
if
go
you
ahead.
are doing that where you're a guest speaker and you try to talk to others about it and they recoil from you, would they recoil more if you had a shirt that was covered in feces that you were wearing at the same time?
Of course.
Okay,
That's
so
a terrible analogy, though.
Well, the aspect
you
of-
concerned
You
you assume that
is-
you
No,
assume
the
that his
act-
approach is less appealing than your approach.
No, I'm talking about the profanity, the
Yes.
also drinking and smoking, that it to
Yes.
those people, it would be as wearing a shirt feces.
And to me, who should be the target audience, who's not an Orthodox,
So,
your
Powder
approach
Dusty-
is much more off-putting than Andrew's approach.
Powder Dusty, can I ask you a question? Because
Sure.
I'm going to use you to explain this to. 'Cause I'm not that I'm undermining you or talking down to you. So, Powder Dusty, let's say that I tell you that cursing is not against Christianity. Cursing was tantamount to, like, people putting curses on each other, and people cursed back in the day. When you call King Herod a fox, that's like you'll get knocked the fuck out if you call somebody a fox, back in the day, or you'll get put to the sword for certain things, right? And I say, well, cursing is, they called people hoes back in the day. They called them, harlots, right? They hoes. So people
Or
are
Christ
offended by
calling
this.
the gays dogs. When
And
you lay
then
down
I-
with them, you get fleas and stuff.
Right. And then I say, well, drinking isn't bad unless if getting drunk is being bad. If I say that this makes sense to you, you'd probably agree with me. And I say, well, smoking isn't bad. There's nothing in the Bible that says, it's bad against smoking. But we all know that, smoking leads to things according to the cigarette box. There's like a Surgeon General's warning. But I say, hey, I'm sorry. I don't want you to think that I'm not a real Christian because I curse and do all these other things. Do you think that it would be more relatable to just a regular layman, or pushing them
Can you
away?
refine that question so it's got less?
Okay, shit. Okay. Like, let's say I curse, smoke, and drink. Would you
Right.
think that I was less of a Christian if I explained to you why it's okay for us to do this?
I curse, smoke, and drink, and I think that is a more relatable thing than somebody who's waiting for the first opportunity to criticize me for it.
Right.
Right. So I don't know if that answers your question. I don't think it does, but
It
Maybe.
doesn't answer the question, but I want to kind of, and I also don't want to dance around this. I don't think that he's going to turn people away. He's going to turn people away that are hyper judgmental. I think that's what I'm getting at. If you're really extremely hyper judgmental and you're Ned Flanders, this is the problem with the West. Is we have
Don't
to
you
pick-
think those people are already in churches, though? The hyper judgmental people probably already have a church.
See,
they do, and those are the people that I'm referring to. That you're not going to convert those people.
The
Maybe, I don't
reason
know.
that I'm bringing these things up is that if you have threads that form ropes and those ropes form together as chains, you'll have a much better coalition that's actually quite a bit more effective.
But do you
This
in the
is
West,
just
we're
purity
fighting
testing.
feminism, we're fighting gynocentrism. There's a lot of things. The enemy is like, it's massive. And yes, we can say that. That's a great analogy. But what we're fighting is like such an armament that's it's almost, you would say it's impossible. He's fighting in the impossible. I'm fighting the impossible.
I'm not saying it's a difficult battle. I'm
also-
not saying that it
That's
is.
an understatement, actually. I think.
If you're trying to combat, as an example, homelessness in your local city, and you have a mission or something along those lines, and you're running into a lot of brick walls, it's this massive undertaking. Wouldn't you look around for other cast aside reads of like, okay, there's 5 people at this other place, maybe we could collaborate with them, that you can find other ways to build bridges with others. And I'm just advocating for not necessarily going out of your way to write off entire swaths of people because just they might be judgmental. Because those people, if you don't activate their like self-defense systems where their immune system kicks in and just starts reeing at you uncontrollably, oh my God, you smoke, you're not a Christian. And they're going to shut you out anyway. But if you manage to hack their defenses, that they're in a much better position with fertile ground that you can get them to kind of understand where you're coming from, that what you're doing is needed, that it's like a translation communication breakdown issue, that if they could just get past their like what they think is bad to actually listen to you, they would actually agree with almost everything that you say. But it's because the salesman looks a certain way that it's off-putting to them. So naturally you just write them off as possible enemies while you're fighting the big fight. And you have these opportunities with huge crowds to galvanize them to be more along with you, or at least not so far pushed away from you.
It sounds like a great PR statement that you're making right now. As far like if you were his PR, somebody that would make that statement. The problem with this is, well, actually, I'm going to ask you a question, Octavius. Let's cut through the bullshit. I love doing this, cutting straight to the point. Can you show me a point to a functional equivalent of Andrew Wilson who's amassing such attention and maybe possibly such, let's just assume their conversion rate's a little bit higher with him than anybody else. Could you point to a functional equivalent that's probably doing as good or if not better than him right now? And I'm not like,
you mean like in podcasting or in religion in general?
An individual. Not even a podcast, just one individual, because he's just one individual.
I'd say someone who's a Salvation Army Corps officer that's coordinating with other groups and other Christians in response to a disaster, tornado, or flood that's actually on the ground, helping people, getting them out of the mud, doing all of those sorts of things, would probably have a direct impact to genuinely change their lives. I would say that kind of person probably is more effective or has more influence.
What I'm talking about is entertainment.
Okay, so you are talking about something relative to entertainment. I would say conditionally, I can't think of anyone except maybe Steven Crowder, but he'll fold to like not get attacked because he has to be cautious where he only has he has a hill he has to die on, and he's got a strong force, but he can't deploy it in multiple places. There's some stuff he has to just seed the ground. And so Andrew Wilson doesn't do that as much. He does a very good job.
I'm glad you brought up Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder is not and this is something you guys can disagree with or agree with me on. He's not a hardened, ardent fighter as much as Andrew Wilson is. So people are more likely to cheer for Rocky than the guy who was in the No Name Part 3, whatever that was, that little kid he tried to train. So it's like you have two fighters on one end. One guy's the commercially branded name that people know, they're more familiarized with, maybe more entertaining. One person's the fighter, but maybe not as much of a fighter. So Steven Crowder will just say that he's that other person. And it's like people are more likely to get behind a force that's kind of like on the borderline fringe edges of like, damn, is that okay for him to do this? It's kind of like
my example, Andrew Wilson is more likely to inspire zealots, like people that they're like, oh, I'm actually gonna like try and do something, as opposed to Steven Crowder kind of with like, hey, call in with tips and like, the voter fraud and the whole thing about, hey, you're our eyes and ears, or be aware of the situation when you vote. Like, that's why I'm referencing Steven Crowder like someone who's doing as much or more than Andrew Wilson. Because Andrew Wilson galvanizes people. Love him or hate him, he does it. Steven Crowder sometimes, against his better nature, accidentally does it. It's like he's like a blind person fumbling around, and it's a squirrel that finds nuts sometimes, whereas Andrew's better at it. It's just...
How big is your channel?
My channel?
Mine?
Octavius.
I don't have a channel. I've thought about it, but my schedule is too erratic and chaotic for me to be consistent. It probably would be a larger stress for me than not. So I haven't done anything with having a channel.
This is just purity testing and tone policing. That's what it is.
I'm not trying to. I'm cautioning against that.
You sound like a whole Karen hater right now. I'm not gonna lie.
We listen to the cautions all the time. And the caution is, oh, Smoky Man bad. He's smoky.
No. I'm not saying he's bad.
Hold on.
That's what you're saying. He's like,
Emmett, do you think? Actually, do all of you think that are Christians in this room? Do you think that it would be better for there to be unity in the church, even if it's not alignment, right? Like, obviously Orthodoxy has an issue with Protestantism, but don't you think that it would be better to have a unification of them in order to be a stronger front as Christians than it would be to have infighting and division between all the groups of Christianity?
You mean like friendly fire?
Well, it's how it feels. It feels like there's this animus between Protestantism and Orthodoxy, and then Orthodoxy and Catholicism, and then between Catholicism and Protestantism. And I think that that division in the church is like that divided, fractured house. And I think that it does
I
more
think
damage than good.
And meanwhile, in
there's always
Canada,
going to be-
churches are being burned down, and like there's a lot more Muslims in Texas, and there's a lot of atheists that are in positions of power. That
sure,
when all of this is happening, there's a like, hey, aren't we all supposed to come together? And then there's like these lines that are separating people, and I'm just looking for ways to reduce the number of lines.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What you're saying and what you said is literally, oh, but we cannot go ahead and offend them because once we offended them, then that's not very Christian. And
I'm
that
not
is
saying you
just
can't
those
offend people.
policing. And it's
I'm
annoying.
not
as
saying
hell.
you
Every
can't
single
offend people.
time I hear, listen, I've talked to different Christians, and most of them are like, oh, we cannot do anything that's Christian, that utilizes force or that is a little bit mean, because the moment we do it, you're not Christian
When
anymore.
I cited the drinking,
I can tell you why.
So annoying.
When
I can tell you
cited
why.
the swearing, drinking, and smoking, that's a common criticism of him. My personal ones
So
that
what?
I find repugnant are when he goes too far.
Yeah,
When he will
so
grind
what if
st-
you find it
He's even
repugnant?
admitted that he's like, yeah, I probably went too far on camera, or he's like, man, maybe I shouldn't have done that, or like he tries to give them a shout out afterward. There is that thing where he sometimes
He's trying to be critical of himself, saying, hey, maybe I shouldn't have done this. I try to be better next time.
Yeah,
okay?
but
I'm
imagine
not going
there's
to go
someone who
ahead
has a
and
con-
bow
a
my head
constant-
and be like, I'm so sorry for
Imagine there's
speaking
someone
my
who has a
mind and being a
consistent
little bit
habit,
mean,
like
especially
they
to
attack
women.
their spouse. They have a bad day, they go home. And
You
they
know
do
what a
something
more
that's wrong with
common
it.
criticism of Christianity is, and those people drink and smoke too much, is those people are too judgmental and prudish.
Yeah.
Well, that's an extension of hypocrisy.
But what do you think Andrew's goal is, Octavius?
I think that his goal is to try and have a larger platform to be entertaining, and also as a side effect to try to do some
More so
proselytizing,
political, more
to
so
do some
political than
proselytizing. No, I think he's
purity
primarily an
tested bolstering
entertainer.
of religion.
No, I'm not. It's that he tries to, as a side effect, proselytize, but he will tell you he's not trying to tell people to be Christians. If you have questions, go ask a priest or go ask your pastor. That's one thing he does that's very, very good, is he doesn't
Well,
try to
I've heard him
say.
say a few times about wanting religion in power.
I think his
Yeah, it's
on
argumentation of
degeneracy.
nationalism.
So Octavius, I will say this though, because I've been listening. So Emmett, I'm going to address you on this. I actually believe Octavius has a purpose, and I do believe we need people like Octavius doing what he's doing right now. The reason why is because I think that we should be kind of held to a certain standard and questioned. I don't even know if it's even more harder than what he's doing right now. He's doing like a very soft questioning, actually. And I think it's good. So that way we can kind of answer and explain things. What he's doing is like presenting, like we could see the dichotomy of like the journalist from LA Times doing what he's doing in his position and questioning, well, why did you do this? I think you could change this and do this. And this gives us an example of a opportunity presented to us so we can clarify our positions, flesh things out and say, hey, listen about that. We understand that debates are heat of the moment. Sometimes things can be led astray, and then we reel them back, and then we'll have to do the, hey, you know what, perhaps I went too far. Things like this. These conversations are needed so that way people can get together. And this is the unison Abe Dink is referring to, which is happening in real time right now with us. Like I'm Orthodox. Octavius could be something else, whatever. And this is happening so that way we can have these disagreements. But I do believe that things will come to a head because we see what's happening in the other countries with Muslims and churches burning down, things in Canada, things like that. It's going to come to some final analysis with humanity coming together and forming one accord against what Sunnis, whatever this is, and it's going to happen. It's not a matter of like if, but when. Abe Dinkus, you probably agree with me on this. We're going to form a unity, and it's going to happen. But I hate to say it, if when it does happen, it's going to be underneath bad environmental issues like forces. Like me and Powder Dusty meeting right now. Every time I've met with him, it's been like contentious somewhat in a room full of guys. But now it's like, hey, we're just kind of bullshitting kind of right now. But it's like now we're meeting. But there's going to be a time when we're going to come together and be like, damn, we got a common enemy, and we're going to have to do like these Avengers and join up. I hate to say it, but that's most likely probably going to happen at some point.
If you're
Okay,
curious,
what if
I'm a salvationist. If you're curious.
Okay.
What if I were to tell you, okay, sure, I want to go ahead and work with you, and the answer that I get from you is no, you smoky. No, you a smoky man bad.
I would say-
and
I
I
would
don't
say
want to
that's-
work with you because you smoke.
I'd laugh and then I'd explain, well, this how would this be bad? I'd ask you, how would this be bad?
I think
yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna work together politically, and I'm trying to offer an alternative to the current culture that is completely degenerate.
I
And
think
your
it's-
answer to me
Well,
is
I mean, actually, I
you
wouldn't say you're
smoke
stupid.
men
I just
bad.
asked you.
No. I think that's kind of a straw man. I think really what's happening is there's a difference in view between the two, right? Like I didn't even know what orthodoxy was until I was 40 years old, and I was raised in the Protestant church. I didn't even understand that there was a difference between orthodoxy and Catholicism. I had no idea. So there's a complete disconnect in the understanding of what this belief system is, right? Like if you're a Protestant, you're trying to emulate Christ in every way you can. But in Orthodoxy, there's a whole different system of understanding that than there is in the Protestant side. And so that disconnect is I'm emulating Christ, so I'm supposed to be pure and upright and good and outwardly seen as an emissary of Jesus Christ. So I have to be the purest thing possible. And then on the Orthodox side, they're like, look, Jesus actually insulted the Pharisees. He talked right to their face and told them what snakes they were, which is literally a crime to say that to their face. But I don't think that most Protestants even understand that language that Jesus is using is the same as cussing today, right to the Pharisees' face. And so what happens is this disconnect where Orthodoxy sees this and Protestantism sees this, and they just keep butting heads on what they think is reality.
I agree with you, Abe. That's exactly the position. But the
if you
position
wanna
is
cut to
that
the-
if we're
If you wanna
making
cut to the heart
change,
of
and
it.
if we're trying to talk about the way in which the message is being provided, and it's attacking directly the normative culture right now, which is a completely degenerate culture, and I go ahead do it, and then I go to you, and the answer is you smoky, you bad. You
See,
think I'm gonna
that's-
take you seriously?
But that's not what I'm saying. But
But
there
that
are
is the-
no, you just hear me out.
Oh my
There are
God, that is
advocacies
exactly
for people.
the-
There are advocacies for people that sin, make mistakes, they fall off the straight and narrow, whatever it is. The reasons why people make mistakes are human. Everybody does it. It's the appearance of reveling in it despite
the
that.
appearance. You see, the smoky. It's the smoky because it's
Optics,
outwardly.
but you can't dismiss all optics. You just
You're
can't.
I'm not
basically
dismissing all
taking
optics,
everything
yeah.
I'm saying and you're discounting it because you think all I'm saying is Smoky Man bad, and that's not what I'm doing. I'm saying that there's an appearance.
It goes to that.
No,
You
where
just
he
care about the
seems
optics
to-
of the argument
No,
because
he's
that's
saying-
the
he's
only
saying
thing
if
that
you-
you can go
when
ahead.
people will criticize him, he seems to revel in destroying
Listen,
them.
I'll
or
put it in
discounting
terms. I'll put it in terms that are understandable. If the world outside of the church sees Andrew and other Orthodox as degenerate by their behavior, then they will think that the church is also degenerate. That's exactly what he's saying. In the
Yeah,
terms
but the
that you
problem
guys
is what we
understand.
consider to be degenerate, and that's the point. It's like, hey, you're a guy. You can be a guy. It's not degenerate to be a guy. You can like guy things, and it's gonna be fine. And you guys are like, no.
No, I'm not
No,
taking a side.
the
I'm
smoky
literally
thing is bad.
no.
We can't do
you-
it. That's the whole point.
Emmett, you know me better than that, buddy.
Yeah, I know. I am a straw man in your position right now. I agree with that. I'm taking it to an absurdity so that I can try to.
The point is that you see
demonstrate
it differently. And so what happens is because you're both seeing this thing differently, it's creating a schism between you. And you have to say, wait a minute, what am I not getting about this picture? If they're seeing us this way, why are they seeing us this way? And then the other side needs to go, wait, is what I'm seeing wrong? So there needs to be questioning on both sides of what am I seeing and why are they thinking that? So that you can solve that rather than just fight over it and keep saying, well, it's not wrong. And they're saying, well, it looks wrong. And you're saying, well, it's not wrong. That doesn't get you anywhere. Instead, you should say, look, this is why it's not wrong. And then you can say, okay, what other problems do you have so that we can actually move through it and there can be unity rather than an argument over how things look or how things feel or how things seem.
building
The thing is that you look judgmental, which is the problem, and then I think that
I don't disagree.
flow
I don't
is correct, and I think that every time, especially when it comes to church, they've been losing because they just look very judgmental instead of actually trying to work with the individual towards
There's an
salvation.
old saying: if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, sounds like a duck, it's probably a duck. And that's kind of the boiling down to what it is. Not that Smoky Man bad, it's just that he seems just as degenerate as a lot of the people that he's interacting with, but you have to have the context that he's interacting with degenerates and they usually provoke him, or they're like hissing and trying to claw at him and attack him. And so he's like going after them and attacking them in their degeneracy so he can even get close enough to like draw the proverbial knife. But to people that are observing it, that don't have that in-depth knowledge, that only look at clips or whatever, they will still see him basically just a degenerate that's being degenerate to degenerates, but he's also saying that he's a Christian and all this stuff. And so everyone is like, wait, you're not supposed to do that. And so they don't even bother to try and understand that he's in the trenches. He's like, you know, it's like World War I, and it's like the Allies are tunneling and they come across Germans that are tunneling. And so they're fighting each other. It's real cutthroat and it's really ugly and it's all fucking degeneracy. But to a casual observer, the brutality of it, the degeneracy of it is off-putting.
I don't agree at all. I think that what he's doing mostly is like traditional gender roles that are assigned to men, and people are attacking that, and you guys are attacking him.
What's off-putting is Octavius's attitude. Nobody wants to join something to get more criticism and inspection, right? Nobody wants that. Nobody wants to be subject to Octavius. That's what's off-putting.
There's also a separation in what they're saying is degeneracy.
Is Dusty trying to say that I don't have any grounds to like be critical or have something that I wish he would do better?
I'm saying that your criticism seems misplaced, because your behavior as a non-Christian, your behavior is much more off-putting than Andrew's, which I view as just humans being humans. It's not even drinking and smoking isn't even against the Bible. It's not against Christianity.
I brought it up, and what I mentioned before is those were the most common. But for me, where it actually is to the point of repugnant is when he goes too far.
So why should he listen to your criticism when you refuse to listen to other people's criticism?
I am listening to yours, but I'm trying to explain.
You're trying to dismiss
why
it as
I'm
fast
doing
as
it. No, I'm
possible.
not trying to dismiss it. I'm trying to get you to understand why it is that I might seem judgmental. Because you're telling me, and I'm listening to you, and you're saying I'm judgmental, and I'm
Mhm.
trying to tell you what I'm being judgmental about specifically. I could give two shits if he smokes or drinks, but that's the most common thing you hear over and over and over. And
From haters and ankle biters.
yeah, which and people that don't matter, or they don't have YouTube, or any way you want to discount them is fine. I'm perfectly on board with that. But for me, because I've been in leadership positions before when I was young and when I was in the military and in the job field and in religious circles and all kinds of different stuff. And there's certain things as a leader that when you're like in a public forum and you step on someone's throat and you go too far, it actually weakens you as a leader. Like there are certain things
You're
that
suggesting that he cut out all the things that have propelled him to success.
No, I'm
right?
not.
Being aggressive, being abrasive.
Yeah, and
Well,
if you
you're
if you as a
suggesting that- you're
masculine
suggesting
man,
that he
if you
withdraw.
know, if you as a masculine man and I are talking, and then you all of a sudden lose your temper and start to physically attack me, that's still bad of you to do. That you shouldn't be doing that, especially if you know you're like you've built yourself up to this big thing, and then we're talking on a stage in a debate, and then you start physically attacking me. That's going to come across badly, or that people won't like that you did that, even though some are like, yes, blood, give us more blood. And what I'm saying is when he goes too far and he breaks people down too much, or he steps on their throat too hard, it's like the idea of even if you're angry, you still should try to not hit people in a public setting.
Octavius, what would be too far to you? Like what, like, because that's the thing though, is like this is a term we need to flesh out. And the reason why I'm going to say this is like, let's say I have a debate and I crush somebody and I brutally wreck them as a quote unquote wreck them, as I would say, and this person is humiliated or they feel humiliated, they cry, right? And then they like the cameras go off, the lights shut off. Everybody is kind of reeling because of this effect, right? Let's just say that happened for the sake of argument.
Sure.
And they go home, they think about this, they turn on the shower because we do our deepest thinking in the shower, and some seeds are planted. They come back, they turn off their OF account, and they're like, I need to think about my kids. This happens. Now, all of a sudden, this person 4 months later sends Andrew a text and says, you know what? I did it was hard for me to think about this because for me to have my worldview change, it was a physical pain that I felt in my flesh. And then they turn around, they make a reappearance, and they come over and they say, hey, listen, I know that we had our hard times. I'll have this other debate, but I've since did my YouTube channel, my OF channel, and other things have changed. Now I'm just going to have a political debate. Would you say that these things happen, but we also need to determine like what's too much? Because you got to understand on YouTube videos real quick, when we see things that happen on YouTube videos, it can look 10 times bigger than they appear. Whereas the person, maybe they are crying, but maybe they also had a bad day. So what we're using is like kind of like a guesstimate kind of in our perception. You're using perception right now.
With cognitive dissonance, you sometimes need to take a wedge and hammer it in and twist it and actually break their worldview apart. And it's rather traumatic for them. And like, I understand what it is that you're saying. But when you're doing that, it's like doing brain surgery. And if you're not very, very careful, that person could just as easily go home and self-delete, or that they could like lash out in some way or get in an accident. And there's a number of other things that you can't control and shouldn't necessarily be blamed for. But there's still the, like, if that happened and something bad came as a result, there would be people that would still castigate you, or there would still
we
be
can't
a
be an
cloud of not
absolutist here
good.
either.
I'm not saying that you should be, but you're
Right.
going with the positive, and I'm just pointing out the possible negative where when it goes too far, and it's up to the person that's being affected and the person that's affecting and everyone else, they don't really have all the contextual clues. Like,
So
the
you should
accident
behave
happened.
weakly just in case someone else is.
I'm
Weak
not
and meek.
advocating
Be
for.
weak and meek, just in case you offend somebody.
Where am I
Octavius.
saying that people? Where am I saying that people should be weak? When did I
But
ever mention
Octavius, I'll even ask you a better question. Do you think that people grow in certain ways to even be better, fine tune their argument, and learn how to be less of a vicious attacker for unnecessary reasons? Like, let's say I started out this debate career and I started attacking people. I'm like, gosh, the vitriol I'm getting is just asinine. You know, it's just
I would
crazy.
hope people
And then
would
I start
grow,
toning
yes.
it down due to like the response factor I'm getting. That's what I'm getting at, is like, maybe like you have to also think, like, you don't think that his human response is like, you know what? Yeah, that was bad. I'm reviewing this with my audience, which he does a lot of the time. And then he'll say, you know what? I'm going to approach this differently because the response is this way. I do believe that fine tuning is happening in process of this happening in growth and everything
I
else.
will
too.
agree with you that I am firmly of the opinion that he does have self-reflection. And he does have moments where maybe I went too far, or that didn't come across correctly, or what did I do that had everyone up in arms, and how can I do the, like, going on to Twitter and X and all the different things to, like, actually give people a chance to voice their grievances and stuff, like that. He does do these things. I will completely grant you that stuff. But whenever you see it where there's two people that are on a stage, and one of them, like that time when he was on Fresh and Fit, and that friggin' white dude that was like from prison or whatever, and he's all like, you should shave your arms. And he like tried to go flex on Andrew. Like, that's something that you can't live down, and it's always going to look bad. And so the times when it goes too far, because you're so nosebleedingly high up to that amount of influence, it's like a worse nightmare for people.
Were you saying Wilson looked bad during that exchange?
No, the dude that was trying to flex
Wes
on him.
Watson.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
Wes Watson. Like,
That
he's
was
now
so
me.
stupid.
Yeah,
Of course,
but what I'm
here's the thing, though.
as
If
the
you can't-
example of that, if that happens with Andrew, it looks like a different version of that same thing that the internet is forever.
I don't blame you for playing the what if game. I think we should all do this. Powder Dusty's going to walk into an establishment he's never been in one day and just say, what if some bad shit happens? Now, granted, this is going to happen. This is us living like Coda, red, not red, but like a different color, right? We're not in black all the time because that's death, or white. I think we do need to have some level of awareness when we walk into certain situations. But this is what I'm saying, though. He's going to fine tune his approach and even be better. The Andrew next year is going to be fucking 10 times better than what we have today.
I bet that
And
he is.
probably a whole lot better. So what we're talking about is like speculation, what if, conundrum, the scenarios, things like this. And that's great. And these conversations do need to happen because now we're intellectuals bonding together, Christians coming together on one accord, which is referring to what Abe Dinkins is talking about, creating less division. Even Emmett and you going at it a little bit is good. It's needed so that way you both can have a better understanding. And that's what I'm doing here is
Iron
I think that
sharpens iron.
sooner or later, there's going to be a point to where you're like, this guy's not, and I already think the guy's a beast anyways, but I think there's going to be a point to where he's like fine tune his craft so much where you might even say at one point, I don't know if he can get even better than this. People can reach these levels of like skill
And then
set.
he would get better because he's Andrew Wilson.
He
ha-
is.
he
And-
has that capacity.
He does. And we could speculate this the same way with a what if game and scenario. So case in point, I don't think that we can eliminate these causal factors that happen of people responding in disgust, revolt. I think this is going to be a nonstop issue. People trying to clip him out of play. What's happening is because of the growth, also is going to be the growth exponentially of people trying to clip him, cause harm in any kind of way. This is going to just it's almost unavoidable because the numbers are growing, everything else. What else is going to grow?
They all want to be the bullfighter that takes him down, and
they want a piece of him. This is going to happen.
They all want their pound of flesh, and it's that despite that, he manages to not only endure it, but he actually thrives and grows, and it's great that he's able to do that. But when you do that, I'm sure if you've had explosive growth with a business where you all of a sudden, oh no, I have twins now, that things can get to be very hectic and stuff can get lost in the shuffle, and you can make mistakes, and those mistakes can be very costly. And it's a vigilance issue, and it's more of that. I would be concerned that he might not necessarily be as vigilant as he might need to so far as his reflections go. But I don't know him. I'm not privy to his brain, but it's just from how he seems to react sometimes to his criticisms. Like that to me seems there's a lot of pride, which is fine and deserved, but it's like pride also does goeth before the fall. And that's just what I'm cautious. Like you're hacking into that tree and it's going to fall. And I just sure hope it doesn't fall on you.
I think what you're talking about is ego, but I think we can have a good relationship with our ego. That's the problem. I think people sometimes put ego on a mantle sometimes. I don't think Andrew does this at all. There's a lot of humility that people don't see. We could say behind closed doors, this whole thing.
That he wants every cent of your money, that he gets you to do all the donation goals, and he leaves to troll you. He has those, which is funny. It's entertaining.
I'm entertained by it. But here's the thing though, case in point with me, I run basically talking to what Powder Dusty was talking about. Do you think that he wants the criticism and all this other stuff? I would actually say that I run towards criticism, run towards judgment in these things, because I think that when I run to it, my skin becomes concrete and these things bounce off me a little bit easier, and I'm able to assess and answer questions better.
Since you asked, I think that he would prefer to not have it happen. Most people, unless it's a self-loathing, self-destructive due to guilt, they generally don't go out of their way to be a provocateur where everyone hates them. Or that
not to be a provocateur. What I'm talking about is running towards gunfire and not away from that. That's what I'm basically
I'm wired that
about.
same way. Like if my neighbor's house was on fire, I'd already be over there.
And that's what men do. And I think that he's integrating this through a different method of combat. So that way men can see this, because we have American households absent fathers. And I think that I'm not saying that he's saying that he should be a role model, but I think that if you look at people, I think that he's 1050x better than Andrew
like
Tate.
it or not, he's similar to Jordan Peterson, that it's like the closest example these fatherless sons have to,
I think that's a horrible example, but proceed.
Well, no, but the idea of, clean your room and do these things and be a man, and then Andrew Tate's version, and then Andrew Wilson, they're because these males, due to broken fatherless homes, they don't have a matrix. Their grandfather wasn't there, their uncle wasn't there, they're raised by themselves, their mothers are they have a direct IV link to their soul with all of this poison, and that men are bad and all these things you hear about with statistics. And Andrew Wilson, like it or not, even if he doesn't want to be a role model, is for a lot of people, and that cannot be understated how good that is. And I'm not trying to say that he should stop or do everything different.
Octavius, remember back in the day, I recently talked to two men, and my mind is fucking blown when I see this, who I asked them, I said, remember the movie Predator? These two grown-ass men, beyond 30s, were telling me, they said, no, what is that? I literally almost lost my shit when I heard this.
So the reason I bring Predator movie, right?
The first Predator movie where they clasp arms and they're like, "You son of a bitch, do it, son of a bitch." So this happened, right? But here's the problem with this, and this is alluding to what I'm talking about. When you see these movies, you had muscular men; they were tough. And you didn't need women in these movies to make them movies at all, right? It was nothing but men.
Arnold repeatedly didn't want romantic entanglements because he didn't think it was appropriate.
And I agree. And this is what I'm going to alluding to is that you had a lot of masculine men that ran towards gunfire or gung ho. You would probably even show that movie today. They'd say that's toxic masculinity. Case in point, now we have people like Robert Pattinson, no muscle tone, looks very emo, looks like he would get the shit beat out of him if he walks into a club. But it's like long are the days that we have men like this or movies like this. We don't have anything like this. Captain Marvel, assuming the hollow husk of what a woman isn't, right, cosplaying as a man, attaining all these, there's no character development, nothing like
He's
this.
still henpecked. Even though he's masculine,
he's
henpecked, and he's been put in a corner, and it's like a crucified Holocaust survivor of what masculinity should be. It's barely alive, but at least it's alive.
Well, here's the thing. In comes Andrew Wilson. Now it's like he doesn't need the muscle or anything else, but people are looking at this. They're looking at this guy as the same thing as Arnold back in the day, fighting the great evil. And of course, they're going to reel, if that movie was put out today, you're going to have feminists be like, oh, that's toxic masculinity. Well, Andrew is tantamount to the same thing that we would see on the silver screen, but except instead of seeing Arnold and people's guts being blown everywhere else, they're seeing great evil being destroyed in mass through podcasts, debates, and their logic is being tested and challenged even at home. So let's say I don't even change your mind. Well, the 10,000 viewers are now going to see the distinction between my worldview and yours. And I think that this is great. You know, I'm not going to say that he's a role model. Maybe you could say, well, he doesn't say he's a role model, but he is regardless, in your opinion, what you just said. But I think Arnold would be the same way too on the silver screen. But it's like nowadays, no matter how you portray this masculinity, it's going to be toxic to somebody, regardless of how you piece it together or put it out there. It's a product, which is good, I think. I think it's a good fight. He's fighting a good fight.
Any advocacy for gender roles or masculine at all is always going to be reviled. It's like if you call out the name of Christ and the demons will recoil, and it mentions that when you do that you have to be careful because otherwise the 7 times 7 or 7 more, whatever the quote is, will come back in and it'll be like that much worse so far as like casting out demons and stuff. And for me, that's kind of in a nutshell like my criticism of him, is that he's doing good work, but if it isn't done correctly or it isn't done completely, that it can actually lead to something like much worse being spawned.
Can I be obvious? Can I be honest with you, Octavius?
Sure.
Like, let's say if I took away everything that we just had in this conversation, right, and I kind of boiled it down, like I'm just gonna be honest. Part of it would sound like an HR department talking to me about an employee. To be honest,
yeah.
How am I wrong?
No, I think you're right in your criticism. I think that somewhere between the hater Karen and the ball washer is probably the right perspective.
Yeah, guys, it was a pleasure for having me on. Abe, I gotta run. Rage quit.
Hey, have a good night, dude.
Have a
You
good
quit,
night.
you lose. You quit, you lose.
I know. Have a good one.
Have a good night, Emmett.
Take it easy, feminism. He literally had this shit on his picture.
There are like ways that people can do the tone policing, and it's offensive. Nobody likes it. They don't want to sit there and get lectured about their language or whatever. They don't want to put up with it. And I understand that it can seem that way. I genuinely do. And I'm not trying to do that because I am completely aware that Andrew does a lot of good. He has internalized growth, that there's all of these positives that he has. But also when people are in leadership positions, they're held to higher standards. And
I
that's
just think
mostly
it
what
takes
I'm
an
fighting for these
astonishing lack of self-awareness and massive amount of hubris for somebody like yourself who doesn't have a channel, has not succeeded in this avenue, to point at somebody who is succeeding in this avenue and potentially think that what he's doing wrong or better or right.
Okay,
like,
so
that's crazy to me.
That's somewhat argument for authority, but I can still think that the president isn't doing something good, so I shouldn't be able to criticize the president because I'm not the
But
president.
Octavius, I think that the HR department, everybody believes is for the employee, when really they're representing the employer. And they always tell you, they're going to say, well, no, this is for your best interest. No, they're trying to prevent liabilities for the company and not your best interest. And I think what the powder Dusty is alluding to is like, I think on its face, it looks like the human resources department, because you're going to say, well, yes, of course, no, this is for your best interest. I'm really looking out for you. But everybody else in mass, if they were to hear you, are probably going to hear the same thing from, because we're looking on the outside in at you, right? We're going to see, okay, no, you're the company. You sound like the company right now. And of course, you're going to say you're looking out for our best interest. That's how it appears to me.
That seems a lot like what you were saying, that you can't describe intent or know the mind of people, and that people that are complaining them, they all come across as that, whereas I just seem like I'm doing the same thing in a different sort of situation.
I'm just speaking from perspectives in optics, just the same way you are from your end too, right? Fair enough,
No,
right?
I understand, but when you have people who are in leadership roles, they are held to higher standards, and there are times where it's good to encourage them to look within to see as just a what's working, what's not, just to check in like every however many months if you're a business owner, being
Let's
like, is
do
this stuff
that.
selling as well? Is this stuff not? Should I change? And you should be encouraged, like, make sure your taxes are in order. There's a lot of just as you're growing and everything is going on, that it's even more important to be very, very careful with the moves that you make because of the height that you could fall from.
Have you looked at what is working for him and what is not working for him?
I think they're saying too, if you're too careful, you don't go anywhere. You don't get any.
Yeah, I'm
growth
not
and you don't get
advocating
any
for being
traction.
weak or timid. That's not
Well,
what I'm saying.
Octavius, I think he's going to. Do you believe that all men at some point, whether or not they had a father in their life, are going to end up self-calibrating?
In terms of figuring out a way to figure out how to find a solution to something.
Being solution oriented and also finding a less problematic way of going about life and succeeding.
Yeah, they'll find a way to be lazy where it's less energy, better results.
And would you also agree that outside criticism can sometimes force people to change if they do it at the behest of other people, and it can kind of seem artificial and kind of fake when presented on its face when we try to
As a
present
negative,
change?
yes, but there's also the positive where if you were a leader, let's say you're the captain of a ship and you're losing your stack and your first officer pulls you in and is like, hey, this is how it's coming across to the crew. Like, what's going on? We need to talk about this so you can be more, even if you got to be angry, you can't be coming at them a certain way because it'll undermine your authority.
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm
Yeah.
so glad you brought that up. Case in point, Rachel Wilson is at his side in the home as a wife. I think that provides in-home actually version of this.
Yeah,
She'll
it's a
talk to
sounding
him and
board.
just say, hey, you know what? This is just my opinion. I don't know how you feel about this. The wives do this sometimes. They'll talk to you and they'll pull you to the side. He's already got that built in. And not only that, but he's also representing this and mapping this onto reality of men to say, hey, I should get a wife like Rachel Wilson too. So that way I can have a crewman that's on my ship with me to go. So there's a lot of promotion here.
Yeah, there's
that
a
this is
sounding
leaning
board.
toward. That's
a
great.
really good aspect she brings to it. I'm aware of that.
Right. And that's kind of built in to that situation. And I just want to point that out because you're bringing up your hypothetical with, I have a real world version of that's built in. Well, he does.
Well, like if he and I were like close friends, like I still would, voice these, that it's like, what you're doing, there's a lot of people that complain about it. Like, have you thought about it? And he might tell me he has, or might tell me to fuck off. But I still would be like, if I was in that situation, I might ask him about it, but I'd be respectful and just, oh, you got this under you're totally under control with this, and you're like moving past it, and you've got like a strategy to do it, and maybe you're doing it intentionally to like get everybody saying your name. I don't know why you're doing it. Like, I get it. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but there's also nothing wrong with me being able to like voice criticisms, even if
You're right.
they may
There's
be
nothing wrong. I
handling
mean,
away.
I say this with goodwill and good heart and good intent. There's nothing wrong with the HR department with having their positions and criticisms, because there are times when they could be for the employee too. But at the end of the day, they're an extension of the employer. So.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he could avoid all these concerns that you have if he just closed the channel and shut down altogether, couldn't he?
I'm not advocating for him to do that.
I'm just saying.
Reaction.
I'm
I'm
just
just
saying that would
saying
work too.
that's not what I'm advocating. No, that would actually be a net negative.
Yeah, and I think that so would him starting to be
In a
prim and
cost-benefit
proper.
analysis, the damage that
Mhm.
Andrew Wilson does is far outweighed by the good.
Yeah.
Now, something that I would point out is in a IFBB, or what do you want me to refer to you as? I'm not actually sure.
You can call it. So let me provide a quick synopsis of this whole thing, like as it's a movie. It's not. But IFBB is the International Federation of Bodybuilding. I turned pro in 2 world-class sports.
So is it
I compete
Raylis?
against the elite. Marte Raylis. You can call me Marte.
Okay, so Marte. Okay, thank you for sharing that. So, if you, are you Orthodox
On
Christian?
steroids?
No, but are
Um,
you
I mean,
Orthodox?
I'm a catechumen, so it's like me taking classes to become baptized.
You're associated with it, correct?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so when
So-
you go and you see I'm assuming the term is priest, the officiating the service.
You can
correct?
say priest or father. It's
Okay,
what
you
Abe
see
Dinkus would say pastor would still be the same thing.
Yeah, you see the father, the priest, whatever term you're most comfortable with, because I'm not actually familiar with Orthodoxy.
You can
to
say
that level.
father. That's fine.
Okay,
I'll take
you see the father. That's they do what they're doing at the ritual. They're wearing certain things. They have like a uniform or outfit, correct?
correct.
Okay, so in this situation, if you were to, from that, go to a random non-denominational Presbyterian and the guy's wearing flip-flops and like short shorts that his underwear is almost sticking out and like a wife beater t-shirt. And would that person to you seem to exude authority or the position that a father should hold within a congregation?
I would say that, well, are you talking about to me or for me to be respectful and say to them?
Well, just in your heart of hearts, like seeing it, that it's like might seem a bit of a joke, or it just like he's not like being the kind of the gravity of him being in the position of being a father to a flock, that it might seem kind of ridiculous or seem silly, or like you would wish you were instead back at your home church. Like, would you say that any of that is true to some extent?
Yes, it could be true. Yeah.
So if you want to cut to the heart of it, there are some aspects where people think that Andrew Wilson should be, as a father, wearing the robes and all of that, but instead they see him in flip-flops and shorts and wife beater. And they're like, hey, if you're in that position, I'm not really comfortable with it. I can't say why, so I'm just going to try and criticize you in real passive aggressive ways that, are basically tone policing. But there's still it doesn't seem the way it is due to the cognitive dissonance for whatever reason or why.
Those
And
are
I'm
the
just
people
trying
that
to-
you're not going to get to anyways. You're
Well,
not
I
going to get.
understand.
Yeah.
I'm cognizant of that, and I'm just trying to
Yeah.
figure out if there's a way, because those people, if they got past themselves, really would agree with you. Like, is there any way to build bridges with that, or changing it so that at least you're wearing like really expensive flip flops, or like whatever that you're still wearing flip flops, but you just change in strategic ways to like try.
Can
and
I give
have
you a
it
good
where-
example?
Sure.
I want to clarify. I'm really good at cutting through the chase and through the BS, everything. Let's say I go to the beach. I'm a world-class bodybuilder and I take my shirt off. The guy next to me sulks and he's like, oh, I'm a fat ass. I need to lose weight. This guy is feeling shame. We can call this static societal shame because I'm not doing anything. I'm not vocalizing shame to him, but he's feeling shame from a static perspective,
And it's
right?
not your
I can't
fault
change
he's
that.
feeling shame.
And it's not my fault because of my
Yeah.
existence and my appearance, should I say. Now, granted,
Yeah, him
he's
being
not going
inadequate
to-
is not your fault.
it's not my fault. Same thing with the priest. So this guy feels shame, and I notice that he sulks. My woman next to me or wife next to me says, "Oh God, is maybe her attraction is built because of the social status implications of this." So I'll cut to the chase. This guy, next thing you know, nothing like, let's say I don't change. Like, there's not a thing I could say, get on a diet, eat carrots, put the pie away, everything. There's nothing I could say. There's a populace that we're agreeing to the cognitive dissonance. Now, later on in his life, let's say 4 years down the line, this guy's a heart attack, recovers and says, oh crap, I really need to change my ways. Then he thinks back to the beach and says, wait, hold on. I saw this guy. All right, I really need to change because I remember the shame that I felt when I met this guy. I really need to go ahead and do a
And he
turnaround.
looks you up on YouTube. He tells you about his journey and all those
And
things.
then sometime there's a turnaround where we see the error of our ways for following things that were false. That's what I'm getting to.
And
well, people do this on their own.
within your example,
Yeah.
if the person thinks under your breath, you're like, hey, fucking fat ass, you're gross, get away from me. And that person, when they're in that position of self-shame, even if the person doesn't say that, but they're still ascribing that to them because they're looking for a justification to be like, oh, that's a bad person, smoky man bad, that there could be things with that you can't control those, but an analysis of it to make sure that your fly isn't down accidentally, or that you don't you'd like, oh crap, I forgot to wear shorts, or some sort of thing relative to that, like just to make sure that your house is in order. That's pretty much all I'm advocating for.
Do you understand that what the heart attack in the example was? That was the flies down. And once that happened, once we make mistakes and we get called, we get embarrassed because we got told our flies down by a group of girls, not because of recommendation or we were told to change, but because they laughed. And I was like,
well,
what
I
are they
meant you as a
looking at?
bodybuilder. Like you're out there, you've got your wife with you, and you know, no matter what you do, that if you're kind or mean to him, the guy's still going to feel that shame. But if you might mutter something under your breath that's misunderstood, or your fly is down, or you're not wearing shorts, or you're nude, or any number of things that, like, as a like checklist that's internal, that as you're going to the beach consistently, putting these people to shame, whether you do anything about it or not, like just to make sure, like, is my fly up? Am I wearing shorts? Like, you know, is my wife not doing something wildly inappropriate to embarrass me and herself? Just to make sure that there's no reason that they could like actually sink their teeth into you.
Do you think people have off days, Octavius?
They do.
Right. That could be a day I forget, even if I'm cognizant of it that one time, because we how many times do we piss every day or whatever, right? So our zipper's down so many different times. We're
or you don't shake it enough and you have a
I'm
best
asked with
thing.
so many
There's different
opportunities to not zipper up. There could be a one case or a couple cases, but people are more likely to remember those cases where you didn't zip your zipper up. They're never going to address, hey, I saw a good job on zipping your zip. That's never going to happen.
Yeah,
but they're going to
because
remember the
you're-
one or two times.
Because
So
you're
they're-
a world-class bodybuilder and you have all
Yes.
of this going for you, they will look at that like very human thing that you did.
It's going to be
then they'll try
magnified because
yeah,
I'm a
and-
pro.
exactly. And so
And what's
that
happening with Andrew is like, it doesn't. So
is that same thing.
the normal things that he's going to do, like let's say that he errors in some way, it's going to be like somebody doing it 10,000 times. Now, granted, there's no way to eliminate the few times to make like, so, I mean, case in point, like let's say I need to go ahead and do 2,000 favors to my wife and say, hey, here are the roses to make up for the time that I forgot her birthday. Now, this is human behavior where we're talking about this. And it's like, this is how women operate for the most. And of course, I'm painting a broad brush. If I do something in error with my wife, I better damn well do 5 good things to make her forget about this. Well, this is human
There's
behavior.
something in
now.
your interaction that you would figure out a way to smooth the ruffled feathers. I would assume
Yeah,
that with
this
a
is going to be a
successful
continuing
relationship,
process.
you'd achieve that.
Octavius.
Yeah.
This is going to be a continuing process. I mean, this is a really semantical HR discussion, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, as you've grown in popularity and becoming a bodybuilder and kind of the do's and don'ts of it, you may have had your fly down and just never even realized it. And then all of a sudden it took one
True.
guy at the beach being like, hey, you know, your fly's down, right? You're like, oh shit. Damn, I've been walking around all day. I've been doing this all week. I haven't changed my shorts at all. Thanks, man. Like that is more of, not that he's too dumb to understand these things or he's not actively doing it or he doesn't have a strategy for why he's doing it.
I got a
or the
better way to
best
say it.
intentions of all that. It's just, that's where I'm coming from with
The
it.
the best way to say what you just said right now is like, let's say I had a camera take a photo of me and this is blasted in magazines because I'm a pro bodybuilder and I have status, or somebody took a video and next thing you know, this thing's on Instagram Reels, it's on TikTok Reels, everything else. And now it's like, oh, I can't live this down, like the pickle jar or the
Yeah,
olive
where it
jar.
makes you look bad, or like you're sitting in a way that it makes your belly pooch out, and it's like, oh,
Right.
look at Marte's big belly. Oh, look at him. You
If
can't
we're being
open pickle jars. Yeah, that kind of
intellectually
thing.
honest here, I think that people naturally look past these things over time. Time does a number which is good on us. Time can relinquish the power that anger has, the power that memories have over even really controversial things that happen. So if his
Yeah,
nature
it's
is
an
good,
energy conversation.
yeah, his energy is good, right? So this
conversion,
could be a
you have to
transcendental
cons-
conversation easily, but
You have to conserve it because staying that angry for that long is a lot of energy. Most
Right.
people they let go of it.
over time, this whole pickle jar thing is going to be like nothing. People are going to forget
It's a
about
meme.
it.
No, it'll
Just
be a
like,
meme.
you know, the lady that was crying before him, like let's say there was a lady crying and he came across a little bit too harsh and he was like, you know what, I went a little bit too, things like that's going to be a part of the past. And like I said, the Andrew Wilson next year is going to be 10 times better than this year. I mean, we're just like semantic
The only
HR in here.
way that it'll stay is people that are looking for justifications to try and tear him down because they've put him as an idol.
More work for
which
them.
is actually a big no-no, and that they'll look for, like, it's kind of the hate watching stuff. Like those kind of people won't let it. But for the majority,
You're not
going to
last
you're right.
though. Remember what you
for
said
the
about
majority
holding
of
out of
people,
hate?
you're right. Yeah, they'll burn out, and for the majority of people, they won't care, or that it's like, oh, pickle jar, and then people will just like spam it with memes because it's been made into a joke. Where Andrew was like, oh no, I broke my wrist, took $10,000 to heal it, boo hoo, I grifted. Like the playing with it, that's probably one of his best strengths, is to use comedy to deflect and also have a form of acceptance.
The guy's funny, very, very charismatic. I'm trying to get better myself.
He does a ton of stuff really, really, really well, which is
Yeah.
why it's like, if he were to have a fall from grace for whatever reason, like that to me it'd be like just very disheartening, because it's like the representation of we didn't only topple Andrew Wilson, we toppled what he represents, we toppled Christianity, we toppled, the masculine man, the stay-at-home wife, everything he's advocated. It's like a lawyer that like got a whole bunch of people, really bad people, thrown away in jail, and then there's some kind of bad thing that happens,
And then the people
and then-
got released eventually
Exactly.
because everybody has a release date. I know what you're getting at, but here's the thing that I'm going to counter this with, and it's not about me countering you because we're not having a debate.
You're good.
We're having a really good discussion here. So here's the thing that I'm going to propose to you. The whole goodwill that he has moving forward to this, I think that we do need an adversary that's going to give us motivation. So I think what he does, and I'm not assuming that this is what he does, what people do, I'll say this better, what people generally do, if they're good natured and they serve a purpose greater than themselves, is they'll take this adversary, notice that it's getting bigger and stronger and developing more hatred. We're going to develop ourselves to combat this naturally. And what I was talking about is like calibrate ourselves to meet said onslaught face head on. So it's like, so all he's going to do is just meet it and be better. It's going to be relentless, and
If
there's
you're
going to be
hunting
something behind
vampires, you
him.
need the right tools. But
It's
if you're
going to
hunting
happen.
werewolves, you need different ones.
You'll never have Andrew Wilson's fight absent sin, Satan, and all this debauchery that's happening in society. And the bigger it grows, the better he's going to get.
I was just going to say that too. He's also building up others to also fight on the front. Like you've got Rob Noor also rising, you've got Marte rising, you've got a bunch of people that are also getting into the ring, and they're not all like Andrew. Andrew is Andrew's brand, but they're all fighting that same fight of pushing back degeneracy and taking back.
He's
So
trying to get a coalition like the Avengers in his own
Right.
way. But as an extension of something I'm talking about with criticisms, is that I used to be rather active in his Discord. And it's not, he's not responsible for what people do or say. I'm not trying to ascribe that at all. But it is kind of a top down that there will be people that try to do what he does, but they're very, very, very immature about it, or they don't know why it works. That just does. And some of the interactions with the people that are doing that have not gone over very well. It's led to some acrimony. I actually had people like that were telling me I should like end myself, and like some of the people that should be in a position of authority weren't doing anything about it. And it's like there was a lot of hostility about certain subjects, and it was
There it is. There
No,
it is.
it's-
You are a Karen. You're a complaining ass Karen.
Octavius,
what I'm
tell you
saying
this.
is that if you have stuff from the top, like as an example in Washington D.C., the corruption of that, you can't be surprised when your local government.
Bro, just find a different Discord server. Your advice is terrible. It's telling him to do the opposite of what made him successful. And as I said earlier, if you're trying to be appealing to non-Christian degens, which I think I'm the representative of here, you're not doing it well. You're doing the opposite of it.
Well, actually, Octavius, I have an answer for that. So I won the Mr. Arizona. I've turned pro probably in my second crack at
Did you say
nationals.
Miss Arizona?
Mr.
You said Miss.
I assumed you were saying Mr. though. But anyway,
Try to catch the goof a little bit. Okay, I get it. But here's the thing. Here's what I'm getting at, Octavius. I think that when I turned pro and I was in magazines, signed with MHP, had all these sponsors and stuff, there's like 3 big ass posters of me in gyms here in the state. I travel to compete, whatever you want to call it. There's gyms that I've gone to where people are like, I just wanted to be big like Marte. So what I did was not only did I emulate this, but I wanted to just be strong. I wanted to get the status, all this other stuff. There was probably a couple people that I've met that did this, but they were like, yeah, but I took steroids and I did this, did this route or whatever. So despite how good our efforts may be, you're going to have legions behind you that are going to do things the wrong way.
Yeah,
and
you're not responsible for that. And
try to find quick ways and short ways around the system, thus damaging themselves, reputations in the process. Loved ones are there's going to be crossfire. Things are going to happen. It's like the only thing we could do is mitigate what we do with ourselves and lives and produce great content, like me having speeches with people at convention centers, shaking hands and saying, hey, don't do this. This is the way you want to do this. But not everybody's going to meet you in person. They're only going to get the clips they get, and their exposure is going to be limited. Why? Because my status prevents them from meeting me. So
I can understand that
limitations,
and there's only so much that you can do, and you can't be held responsible that if some fan of yours did steroids and then they lifted too much weight and their muscle ripped away from their bone, they're trying to be like, oh, Marte did this thing and made me do it to myself, and it's like, yeah, right, I didn't do that, I never advocated that,
but
I'm not responsible.
I've heard this. I've literally heard this. And I've heard fallacious things about me. This is the Marte stack. I took DECA and tested all this. I never told anybody to take this. And I'm hearing my name in group chats, or I heard my name in group chats about giving instructions for pharmaceutical. I'm not a doctor, and I've never done this once, but I'm hearing this as if like it's the truth and gospel to somebody.
It's the gospel
and
truth,
it's like, well, we look at Andrew Wilson, it's probably the same thing. Well, maybe they're trying to take the same route as the debater and they're going this route, but then they're overbearing. They're not doing this properly. The interactions they're having with him to justify and have clarification, things like this are maybe limited because they're not putting themselves in the path to get correction that they need to. I think that people are going to be falling into these classes, a subset of people that are unavoidable. I hate to say this, but these going to exist.
Oftentimes look for excuses for bad behavior, most often, and it's if you underestimate that, you're going to have a world of trouble. And
even people that aren't, even people that are good-natured and trying to find their best way are going to have some detached. Like, if I want the whole pie, why do I only have 4 pieces? You're going to have people like this.
It's the selfish self-interest with the benevolent intentions. Like, even the best case or worst case where they look for ways to like manifest eating all the pie. Or they're just, hey, I'm really hungry. I did all this work. I paid for all the food. Like, hey, I'm going to put the pie to the side and try to hide it so that I'm able to eat it. And you're doing it in a much nicer way, but it's still, you're doing the same functional thing.
There's always going to be bad intention leeches that jump onto any strong movement, honestly.
Yeah. And that's something that is bad if it happens. And inevitably, the higher up you get, it's going to be circumstantial, that it's like almost taken for granted that like, the people will try to dox you, or they'll try to, use your name in vain, or like say that, oh, this person, does all the steroids and stuff, so therefore I should do it too. And they're like, people are spreading misinformation and they don't actually know you, but they're saying that, this is exactly what you mean. But you're like, I've never said that. I never talked about that. Why are you doing that? Oh, it's to justify your bad behavior.
Octavius, it's even worse than that. Not to interrupt you, but it's even worse than that. So the biggest, I guess, proponent and supporter of bodybuilding, one of the secret subgroups is gay people, to be honest with you. So here's what happened. I turned, Andrew was the one, if I'm going to be honest, that inspired me to turn back to Christianity, because the West has kind of turned me away from that. In many ways, it's that Ned Flanders culture. It's just, so I don't want to go down that path because that's going to be a long conversation. But this is what I'm getting to. Is this group has supported bodybuilding a long time for obvious reasons. You're going to look at statues, walking around the flesh as gay. Who wouldn't want to be associated with that as gay people, right? Yeah. This is ultimate development. Here's the problem with that. Now, all of a sudden, I'm antithetical to their belief and I'm Christian. It's like now I'm doing debates against certain adjacent topics to their culture. Guess what's going to happen? Now I have the Transformer movement attacking me, and matter of fact, doxing me. I've got death threats from this movement, everything. Yeah. I'm just because I've amassed such a fall. So it's like, even in the most good-natured sense that we can have to just find truth and lead people to truth. I'm not even doing this on purpose. I'm not telling people I'm a Christian. I'm not leading debates with this. But when they dive deeper and further into what I do, they're going to be the mouthpiece and vocal about this. And they're going to tell everybody else. And exponentially, guess what's going to rise? Hatred, threats. Now I have new enemies I've never had before.
Just by how you've been treating me and talking with me and the things that you've mentioned, like that's all forms of witnessing. That it's just like who you are, what matters to you, your genuine values. Because you could be like totally like blowing me off, or like, you know, swinging your proverbial big dick around, or, you know, but you're being patient and discussing and trying to understand and actually like have a conversation, because there are other people that are observing it, but also because the two of us are interacting. And that's all a form of witnessing. And people that you interact with in these ways, the reason they do that is because of what you represent, just by being that dude. And then the flabby guy next to you is like, oh man, I feel like crap. And there's that seed in them that's leading them to manifest them like debating you and trying to attack you and, you know, really, really come after you, because it hits this really deep, hard chord to them because they have an ideology, and that's all they are. And if you challenge that ideology, they will crumble as a person, despite being able to move 500 pounds.
Here's the point, and I'm going to point to Abe Dinkus for this. Like, let's say I did portray myself as this person that was impatient, intolerant, and then I just wanted to go ahead and just vilify you here to his audience and everything, right? You would turn around and say, Abe, this is you? This is your friend? This is what you're associated with? Same thing to Andrew Wilson. This is what you keep around? Come on, man. This is like very contrarian. It's like, Abe, this is what you bring on the channel. So I have to think, like, not to mention that, but there's also another factor that I think we've negated to include in this whole function is this being recorded? Yes. It's being recorded on my end too, but hopefully
the internet is forever.
So here's the thing. Yes. And that's the thing, those people will clip the shit out of this, and they're going to be like, look at what the scumbaggery that this is him. So they will tend to look at me as a reference point for people I hang around with. If you're on 4, you're going to be the 5th. And this is what we're talking about. The rhetoric that I'm referring to is like, you're as genuine as you like. If I look at your wife, she's a representation of you. If you're married, I'm just going to assume that you're married in this hypothetical. We'll call it that.
You're fine.
When I meet your wife, I'm going to know so much more about you without even meeting you than anybody could possibly ever tell you. By the way she conducts herself with me, by the way her slit's not so high, all this other stuff, I'm going to make a judgment about you. And we've been doing this.
By the way that she flirts with the powdered Dusty.
I'm judging the hell out of you, especially for that too.
Well,
for
it's the feminine.
dirty.
The feminine is like the moon, where it's a reflection of the masculine or the sun. And you can tell everything you need to know about a man by how his wife acts.
Yeah. If I shake your hand, we had something back in the day. It's like, I don't even know how congruent this is for today. If I shook your hand and you gave me the fish, I would be honest. I would automatically size you up. Like, we have ingrained in culture these things that happen.
I would make you vulnerable if I shook your hand that way, and you would understand that instinctively, that push comes to shove, I'm in a panic or I'm going to do something, and then a tense situation is now people are fighting. I would endanger you with the fish.
Go back with the women and cry with them as we are in the front dying for you. That's what I'd say. And then there would be, like, if I can't even coin the term, I don't know if it exists, but male revulsion. That's what would happen in a sense. And I'd be like, okay, well, we know your place in society when shit hits the fan.
Automatically, you're a bitch, and I want to beat it out of you if you don't stop.
So in recorded spaces, it's the same thing, but only like what Powder Dusty was alluding to. It's living forever. Like, there's ways we can, like, kind of immortalize ourselves in small spaces, but except this can be weaponized against you. Now, what I don't want to do is provide you more ammunition to use against me. So I think in Andrew's wisdom, he doesn't want to do this. So I think that he's self-calibrating and using the wisdom and foresight to say, I don't need to be putting out any more ammunition and attacks against me because I get enough. So
I don't think that he ever does anything.
Are helping to self-calibrate him, believe it or not. I think this is anybody.
I don't think he ever intentionally, like, goes out of his way to step on throats. And I hope you understand that he will have that, oh crap, I did it again. It's now been clipped. It's forever. And that he does, I would wager, and I wasn't trying to overtalk you, but I completely agree.
No, you're good.
Because he's so successful that he does actively, like, there's this thing that I learned in the military, that it's an after action report. That you do something that is good or bad, you're like, okay, what worked? What didn't?
Debriefing.
How can I do it faster?
Yeah.
How can I save money? How can I be more efficient? How can I have less people? How can I improve? And what did I do bad? And what are ways I can change? And I would hope that, and obviously from his success, like he's doing a lot of things right. And I'm not like trying to tell him that he should like change everything about himself. It's just, I've been in positions that aren't that, but I've been in positions of leadership where like one wrong misstep and like the Frankenstein's monster, sharpen the pitchforks. We're going to come after you if we can find an excuse. And that's a really scary, isolating place to be, especially
Octavius,
if you're in that position.
just understand, if like I'm going to put you in this position, let's say that somebody handed you an olive jar and you had a hard time opening up this olive jar because it was just jammed, right? And this was blown up to such a degree where it was like just a big, you might as well have ran over a kid. That's how big this is. If they're doing this over an olive jar, you would think, crap, just imagine how much I need to mitigate. I really need to be careful. Watch. Think about how much self-calibration is being given to a person who is looking at this. This is just an olive jar, and this is what I got from this. So the level of like
he's advocating
self-reflection he's probably getting is like
different
10x that.
Well, it's that he's also at the same time juggling lit chainsaws, which are masculine, male roles, male this, women that, and then the girl opens the jar and you can't. It's like, you know, tell me you have a silver bullet without telling me you have a silver bullet, and to adjust. And like I mentioned, it took $10,000 to heal my wrist, and that he's turned it into a meme, and that he has a sense of humor about it, and it's like being gracious about the jester making fun of the king. And that people laugh, and he's like, okay, get your laugh. All right, you know, in a week this won't matter, but you still have to suffer your lumps. And that's what he's doing. He did a really good job of that specifically. Like, I can't think of a better way that I probably would have done a way worse job on. I might have lost my stack. I mean, I'm not Andrew Wilson. I can't say what I would have done instead. It probably would have been the wrong choice.
A lot of people in his position could easily end up walking caricatures, poked fun of by society, right? We can see that, right? But what he's done is he's
satirical political cartoon. Yeah,
exactly the same thing that Jim Bob draws sometimes, things like this. What he's in a sense become is the authentic, genuine, from what I see and what everybody else can see. And I can tell you so far, like the genuine, real deal. But everybody's going to test this to make sure, there's no way that this is real, that he's this guy that's very charismatic, genuine, and really wants to seek the truth, because this is harsh when it comes across to me. They're going to constantly be poking with a stick, doing fact checking, just checking to see if it's a real diamond, all this other stuff that people do with everything else in reality. He's a constant test, and he's going to be constantly shit tested. It's going to be a constant thing. So it's like, if anything that we need to be doing there in this conversation or afterwards is give this guy some prayer, talk to God about him, and say that, hey, you know what? This guy's a brother of ours, and he's fighting this fight that I don't even know we can imagine what he's dealing with. And it's like, this guy's, I don't know, modern day Samson, in my opinion.
I can only imagine the pressure, honestly.
We can't even imagine. Right. That's what I'm saying.
I have actually done that, and there have been other people that are very fervent anti-Andrew, or like something he did really bother. And I have tried to be like, hey, you got to think of the good versus the bad and pros and cons, and also understand like maybe why it happened. What did he do afterward? Like, did he post an apology, or like, did he no longer ever do that again? Or like, why is it that it would have happened? Would you have done anything different if you're getting attacked and attacked and attacked, and you finally snap at them, and then that's what gets clipped? Like, and I do try to point that out to other people. But when you hear the same sorts of things, it makes it difficult to not be like, I really just want him to be careful.
You got to remember too, though, like, this is a man, and he's subject to all the things we are, and the pressure that he's under is 100,000 times what we deal with on a daily basis. You have to imagine every leftist hates him, every group that's leftist hates him, every feminist movement hates him, every trans movement hates him. He is going to have attacks from every angle at every hour of every day. So I would say what he's doing is probably more calibrated than we could even understand.
So in case in point, I'm on Twitter or X, should I say? There's one person, she who shall not be named. I'll call her this. I don't want to give anybody attention that's undeserved because I think we can do promotion here accidentally that we don't intend to do.
Yeah.
This person has attacked Rachel Wilson and Andrew so fervently that I said, you know what? Let me go ahead and draw the attention on me. I'll take all the arrows for them because they've literally stalked, did all this other stuff online, and they've possibly been blocked or whatever, and they don't stop raving and ranting. So what I did was I put myself in front of like the bullets and said, okay, cool. What I've looked at this is and this is the performative example I'm going to give you. I put myself in the firing path of this specific person because I had questions. I said, surely they must not hate Andrew this much. I know that there's people that could see past all this stuff through the logic. The people that you're referring to, no, they can't be so, feet dug in the ground that much. Surely I can get them to move. Guess what? Took them in 3 spaces. I don't know if you know what spaces are in X, but I opened up spaces. It's an audio channel where we can't see anybody, but we can do debates and talk and group chat. And there's a bunch of people in this room. And literally,
it's like a Discord call.
Discord call. I did my first one today with Rob Norm. But anyway,
excuse me.
So we were in this conversation, right? And I was literally dragging this person. Mind you, I don't attack people. I didn't do personal insults. And I'm just as patient as I am with you, right? Talking to this person, refuting everything. Women can't leave in the church. This is ridiculous. Can you show me where that's at? Refuting this, refuting that. And it's like, no, I have permission from my pastor to do this. And I'm like, that's crazy. Can you literally also dragging them on everything else. Drag, cognitive dissonance forever. This has been like the third exchange. And you know what I did on the third exchange? I said, you know what? I'm purposely doing this, even though they have cognitive dissonance. They're not going to change their mind or do anything else. And I clipped a long session. Well, I made a long session of like 40 minutes of a debate with them with a bunch of people in the panel, right? What I'm going to do is say, this is going to be posted on YouTube and how not to debate. This is what we do during this and that. So I think that even though I'm looking for use, it's not just entertainment value, but I'm also going to help people out.
Yeah, there's the audience.
Right. And then there's an audience, but I also the underlying score to this that I'm going to hint at or point to is that I met somebody who will not change no matter how much and how kind I am to them. So I use the brutal route of dragging them. Then I used a route of just understanding patients, let them monologue forever. Didn't work. So I used all these techniques and understanding abilities of me and my Christian ethics and ethos and understanding nothing. Right. So I finally met the person that won't budge. So I guarantee you she's not an outlier in the fact that we think she is. I think there are more people like her. Maybe not that many. We could say there are tons of exceptions to the rule, if that's the best way I could coin it.
I'd say they are legion personally, but that's just me.
But there's still value from these people. I think that we can use them like I did myself, like I explained to you.
You use them like as the literal straw man, and you're
Examples,
like, this is where you attack. This is how you do it. This is what it looks like when you're an irrational idiot that like shouldn't have the right to vote, hypothetically.
And that's what I've done. Yeah.
And I understand that I'm like average guy going to pick my kid up from school, going 25 miles an hour in the school zone. Whereas Andrew is like a Formula One, like Indianapolis 500, like hyper-tuned machine going like all this speed and left turns all day, and the slightest thing could, you could careen into the crowd and like all these horrible things. And I am very aware of this. I'm not trying to say that I should be a race car driver or he should be in front of me or behind me picking up his kids.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
But what I am saying is that if I were at the pit or like in a position where he was walking past me, I would be like, hey, have a good race. Did you do all your like systems checks? Like, you good to go? Like, did you check your tires? Like, I wouldn't like interrogate him, but I would be like, hey, make sure your stuff's buckled up. I want you to be safe. Like, that's mostly where this is coming from. And I may not have articulated it well, or may have seemed kind of clouded because I'm
no, I get what you're saying. A lot of this stuff is downstream. A lot of this stuff is downstream from good people, and that's why we're having this conversation. So culture is downstream from theology. We've heard this before. And man, like, this is what I'm saying is like, what I'm getting from what you're saying is like, you're really good intention. You're a layman. I'm a layman. I will say I'm a layman. Abe's a layman to some degree. Powder Dusty, we can even say that too. But to the degree we're looking at somebody who's at some echelon, and we're making conversation, and there's some judgment in there. And I get that. And that's what we're doing is we're just having a conversation. This is good, man. I think we should have more of these conversations.
I also think we should. And I'm also trying to not do anything where it would be like I wouldn't want to do it because Andrew's not here to defend himself. Like I wouldn't want to be like, throwing stones or like,
I'm
really
glad
like
you
trying
say
to dig
that.
into him. Because that's like some of
that
the
perspective. Yeah.
that's some of the like worst like tell me you're a shitty person without telling me you're a shitty person, because you're gonna not only gossip, but you're gonna like spread like misinformation. Like you're saying people are like, oh, I do all this roids and stuff, and if you want to be like Marte, you got to do it too, or you got to like not do what he does because what I think he does is right. And it's like people that are in dark corners, like they shouldn't be doing that because they grow out of shit like stinky mushrooms. And I'm not down with the, as he calls it, sewing circle ones, or the Ned Flanders, as you would say.
Oh, you didn't want to say Christians?
Well, I mean, I'll give you a quote. The greatest single cause of atheism in the world today are Christians who acknowledge Jesus with their lips, but deny him with their lifestyle.
Yeah.
That is what an unbelieving world simply finds unbelievable. That you have someone who's an atheist, like let's say Dusty, and he, might be a little bit curious, or he might not be, and then he engages someone who's a Christian, and they do this like repugnant, disgusting, I would never do that. That's what bad people do. And it's really off-putting, and it does a ton of damage. And
you know what I do? I'd probably take Powder Dusty and I say, hey, let's go grab a drink, bro, and just talk BS about life. Like, you know what I'm saying? He'll smoke a cigarette. I'll smoke like a cigar. It's just bullshit about work. And then that's it, man. And then we'll get on here and like, I'll try to tear his head off in a debate. And then I'll be like, you know what? 30 more minutes until we're friends again. But I think this is what men do. We congregate. We're not as communal as women can be. I'll give us that. But at the same time, I think that there you go.
We have
at the same time, we can congregate and come together on one accord and just say, hey, you know what? Those Christian guys aren't that bad. And if I get him to say this, I made an inch more than somebody else would have done. And to me, I don't need to proselytize, get him to go down this avenue, but I just need to meet him where he's at in his level. And I think that's what Andrew Wilson does. He meets people where they're at. Now, granted, like let's say I have Warriors against Dusty's Warriors, and he's general. Now, granted, from a distance, we're all wearing the same clothes. But what I'm not going to do is just throw a nuke in the trenches in this area and just kill them all because they all look the same. And this is what I'm talking about. So Andrew could be in the midst of trenches looking like he's a villain because they clip something out. And then they're like, oh, see what I'm talking about? But I think that that's a great seed that's planted to open up further discourse, to dive deeper in opportunity, because somebody could say Marte said this and it's clipped out of context. Now, this is the beautiful part about this. What I'll do is I'll take Abe's video and then just click the link and say, check this out. Let's see if this is true or not. The person, if they're curious or not, will click on the link and see the long format, and I'll leave it up to them. But it is not my job to go in there and manually try to break my back to change their mind. They'll do this on their own accord.
You'd have death by 1,000 cuts. You couldn't get anything else done.
Yeah.
Right.
And
I
honestly,
got to meet
like
people where they're at, and he does too, and you do
people
too, and everybody else
can be Christian or not. And what you're talking, like what I was talking about with barbershop, is that whenever men are in times of like trouble or strife, they're not really supposed to go to their woman and seem like in a bad way. Like there's certain times you can, but you're actually supposed to go to men that you respect that are older, that haven't been in your type of shit, but they've been in something similar, and they can be like, hey, you need to fly right, or you need to do better, or have you thought about this, or man, you are massively messing up, you got to cut this out. And that's where that self-adjustment that you're talking about can happen from. And it's really
that's why I have an argument against having female friends. I have a strong argument against that. And that's the thing.
You can have sisters, but not necessarily friends. No,
that's different. Yeah, and I think you can have female friends as long as you have like a filter. And
well,
what I mean by
filter,
filter,
if they're like a sister in Christ equivalent, like you can watch out for them and be friendly.
I would say I would even say not even that. I'll even say why. Here's what you can have as far as a sister in Christ. Let's say you have a sister in Christ, and this can happen, right? But even that provides a filter. And these filters I'm talking about is like, let's say Abe goes to work and he has a friend at work and she's a coworker. He's not going to call her his work wife. I already know that he's a good guy. But we can assume that he won't do that. But he says that that's my friend from work, right? Well, the reason why that can be his friend from work is because if he fools around or has relations, he loses the job. The job provides a filter. I'm friends with him, thus I'm friends with his wife. He provides that filter because if I fool around or make a pass, guess what? I'm 6 feet deep. So things like this. So I think that
it gives
if
you
you
the
take away a
sandbox
filter,
with rules.
Yeah, so if you take away the filter, I don't think it's genuine in my opinion, because if you have, like, let's say I'm married to somebody, I can then tell somebody, well, can you explain to how a woman can provide a resource or give me anything that my wife can't give? Now you could say maybe she went to college and she has a bioengineering degree and she could teach me things, this woman. Well, here's the thing though. Now that prevents another adversarial position I put my wife in. Well, my wife says, no, this grass is better than this, but this bioengineering degree person with grass and flora and veggies and all this other stuff knows better. Well, hold on. Do I really want to pit her worldview against my wife's? No, even with the perspective, it doesn't look good from the optics alone.
You can do electrician work without safety gloves, being ungrounded, without turning it off. You probably shouldn't do it though. And so, like, any benefit,
that's why I would leave it up to an expert and not do it myself.
Yeah, there's always that risk that, you know, something is said, or your wife is now way bent out of shape because she's, like, realistically, like, why are you doing this? It's like you're playing with fire in the house, and the house might burn down. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you? And then she's getting all kinds of crazy about it. But you're like, oh, I need to talk to this biologist woman. But it's like you're still making a fire in your living room, and you probably shouldn't do it.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about optics. Optics are extremely important. So, like, let's say, I'll give you another example. Like, let's say Powder Dusty is somewhere else and I need to go get cash. And I'm like, bro, I know our wives are at home. Let's say we're married. Our wives are at home and I got to go get this furniture because of OfferUp. You know, it's a great modern invention, social media, right? And I go get this furniture and I'm like, oh, there's no ATM. They need cash because they don't have card. And then I'm like, oh, a strip club. Oh, they must have an ATM. And I walk right in there, and then somebody that knows Powder Dusty is like, bro, you'll never, oh, is Powder Dusty? Oh, you're his wife. Okay, hey, your boy Marte just walked into a strip club.
Yeah.
And think about the optics of this. So that's a good example. So it's like if you're with another woman outside of your home, another woman. So we also have to deal with this too. So because of Me Too movement, all this other stuff. So back to the Andrew Wilson thing, optics
I
are
wouldn't
extremely
look at you any
important.
sort of way at all.
What's that?
Yeah.
I wouldn't look at you at any sort of way at all. Honestly, I'd judge you guys more for the pearl clutching and tisking you're doing right now than I would for you walking into a strip club. I'm not gonna lie, y'all sound like prude weirdos that have a morality contest. You can, you're polishing your halo. This is like a circle jerk of halo polishing, and I respect none of it.
Well,
You don't
I
have
don't
to
even
respect it.
necessarily know that we're trying to have
Well,
a virtue offer.
I
like,
guess the
who's
question
better.
would be, would you respect the fact that we believe it and we feel conviction towards it?
Let me back it up. I'm not saying I don't respect any of you. I don't respect this activity that's happening right now. What was the
Powder
question again?
Dusty's roasting us right now. That's what he's doing. Let's be real.
Well,
I would
if you
expect
think
nothing
about
less.
it, it's
Right.
like representative of that, like, you are like in a sports team and you're like a big fan of it, and then somebody else that's a sports team
I
goes
understand
to-
representation. I understand that perfectly well. What I'm saying is, you guys are discussing this as if bad behavior is the only thing that's off-putting. What I'm telling you is what I'm seeing is hubris and judgmental attitudes, and that is also off-putting.
So I would say partially I can understand where you're coming from, but if we feel that this is the standard we should be hold to or holding ourselves to because of what we believe, then it would be best for us to hold ourselves to that standard. You may
It's
not
also-
agree with it, and that's cool.
To the standard. Told yourself
any political standpoint of, I don't like what this politician is doing, or I don't like that Democratic policy, or I hate that Republicans do this, or any kind of that sort of stuff. You can have those internal bickering, and like what they're doing and the way that they go about that can actually be worse than the thing that they're arguing about. Like I can also understand that in a non-religious sense too.
Yeah, so what's happening is, like, I'm going up to Octavius, shaking his hand and wrapping my arm around him. He's in the background saying, gay.
Basically, yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, like, that's what you're doing, bro. It's like-
And you know, there is, like, I'm really glad that Andrew Wilson is doing what he's doing, and I'm glad that he's getting all the growth, and I think it's awesome. And I do know that, honestly, like, the best thing that you can use to, like, combat, like, degeneracy a lot of times has to be, like, fashioned out of stuff that's degenerate, that you kind of weirdly sanctify and hope for the best, but they're vulnerable to it. because it's a den of vipers, and they will consume themselves and attack themselves, and they'll stomp people out of their herd, and it's very groupthink about it, and you have to do all of these things. And using degenerate means to combat them, especially when they're coming at you, like that's the best way to like make them look stupid amongst their cohorts. But that tends to make them look more likely at Andrew Wilson, and the more they're exposed to it, the more it will actually permeate, and they might have an original thought that's not just the echo chamber. Like I understand
Oh,
why he
snap.
does.
You sound like less HR now. How did that happen? This is miraculous.
That's
Oh,
a
it's just
bridge.
something-
I think a bridge was built.
Man, this took a high in hell water. Like, I don't know. It's crazy. But anyways.
Well, it's
yeah.
it's things that I've thought, but it's not necessarily stuff I want to talk about if I'm trying to be critical. Then once the criticisms are kind of been aired and the wound has sort of been like, cleansed or whatever, then it's like, hey, there are all these other things that are behind it.
Are you saying you're wounded? You had emotional trauma that you wanted to go ahead and dump on us? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I hurt my toe.
You're doing that bit right now.
My toe fell off. I need a truck.
Fell off.
Go
You
off,
bumped your
I
Queen.
need a
toe
tow truck.
Go off, Queen. go, get it, girl.
Yeah.
Powder Dusty's having none of this.
Because I mean, and as an olive branch to Dusty, like, because he's
Flo's like, I wasn't even listening. I don't know what you're
Like,
talking about.
I don't
I'm uploading a short.
even if I had like $500,000 or $1 million and people that knew how to do YouTube and like sponsorships and like paying people to watch my content and like trying to mimic other people's talking points, like I guarantee you that unless there's some miracle or it's meant to happen, I would come nowhere near close to what Andrew was doing a year ago or 2 years or at the beginning of his thing. I probably would fail and shit myself and then be a mockery if I actually tried to do that. And I'm not trying to say that I'm better than him or know more than him. It's just,
Since Powder Dusty was talking about hubris earlier, I'm about to make a statement. Now you could say it's hubris. I think Andrew Wilson right now is the Michael Jordan of debate right now. There. Now
Not
you can make
hubris. That's not hubris. You're just a groupie.
well, if you
How is
think
that not
about it,
accurate?
no, there's
How is that not accurate
terminology-
though?
There's terminology that's permeating the news. There's things that people are talking about. Like there was the moment where Crowder actually had him on to like talk about like what are the duties of women, and there's his like argumentation about force, and that there's things in conversations
The ripple
that
effect.
that have nothing to do with debate that are linked back to it being observed. Like what it did for a long time is it got people talking about in a big way the question of why is dating fucked up. And so Andrew Wilson is having those sorts of effects on it, which is awesome. And he's probably, I would hope, going to continue to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. And I really do wish him all the best. And I don't want there to be something that, someone comes out of the dark and stabs him in the back and he's like, oh, but this happened. And then there's the fall from grace. Because it's the representation of him being that big of a trophy that someone just sacked.
So I think this is coming from a good place, but I'm going to go ahead and build this bridge back with Dusty and say it's still HR that I'm talking to. So
Say what?
Still uploading, I see. Okay.
Oh no, it's good. It's good.
Good job on that, bro. Okay.
I just listened to him once through to make
This
sure that the
guy.
audio came through right and everything.
So, Marte, do you have your
Sure,
own
man.
business out of curiosity?
Do I what?
Do you have your own business?
I work in a certain industry right now, and I also I work 2 jobs, man. I'm just a regular layman, but I'm trying to get my start.
If you
doing
were to get to where you have 50 to 100 employees, do you think that you would deploy an HR department?
Of course.
Okay.
Legalities, I want to protect myself, but the employees, I need them to believe that, oh, this isn't for my protection. You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah. Look at my
Right.
left hand, but don't pay attention to the right.
Exactly. I need to protect myself at all times. Of course, I'm going to bring a ref back there in the alley so that way I don't get, screwed over at some point.
So
That's
I'm
what's gonna
glad
happen.
that you are aware that HR sometimes can be good.
I've said that before, actually, to you in this discussion previously.
know.
I've said they can be good, but that's the thing, though, is like the whole time. I mean, you're going to be betting against the house.
And I also
HR is forever going to be on my side, no matter what.
right, and I also think that like your concern is admirable. It's coming from a good place. Like you're trying to make sure that something that you see as good and making strides for good is not falling, is not gonna. Right.
Yeah.
Did he just freeze?
Yeah,
He froze.
Or he cut out? Or you?
I
your-
did.
He
your
was
internet
like,
hiccuped?
you know how this picture is behind him? He was
Yeah.
like this. He was like mirroring the picture exactly. Very statuesque. Get it, Abe. There you go.
No, I'm saying I think it's admirable that your concern is coming from a place where you're trying to make sure that the thing you think is doing good doesn't collapse or fall in on itself. So I think it was coming from the right place. I just think that you don't possibly have insight into it enough to see some of the
most
things that you're.
definitely.
Yeah.
It's also that I hope, as this is recorded and other people will get exposed to it, and it might make some rounds. Not that I'm like aiming for that, but if that's a side effect, that people who do have criticisms, that they might feel like, okay, that's not exactly what I was thinking, but it's similar enough to try to understand that like there's reasons he does what he does, and if it does go too far, that he probably didn't mean to, and that he just for the egg on your face aspect, it would make sense for him to pivot or to like try and minimize the occurrence of that, unless it's like drastic and he's doing it for a reason, and just having these things in mind. Because sometimes just having people feel like they're heard, and that it's like, hey, what you're saying is a thing. I get it. I'm the shepherd. You're the sheep. You need to calm down. I get it. You think there's a wolf, but let's all stay together as a flock and graze, and it'll be fine. And then we'll go get water, and then I'll put you to bed. And there are some aspects of large groups of people that have those stuff, and a situation where something like that can help alleviate the tension in some way for at least a few people, I think that would be a net positive.
Well, I think that's my time. I'm going to get going because I got to wake up in 3 hours, 3.5.
Yeah.
And
hour through.
I saw you on here, and I jumped on, and I heard Andrew Wilson's name, and I was like, "Oh, this sounds interesting." And some of the conversation, I was like, "Oh, hold on, let me push back a little bit." And all right, let me fire up the laptop, and that's why I'm here. So.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the conversation. It was really nice to do.
Yeah, well, it's good
It's a
to
good
meet
time.
all of you here. I know
Marte, snag up that link backstage before you go.
this guy clipped the shit out of me. I guarantee. I bet you $100. This motherfucker. All right, you started some shit that I'm gonna have to finish myself. Let's do it. This guy. All right, man. Fair,
Well,
hey,
you
fair
Christians
game,
were
bro.
infighting us over here doing the devil's work and clipping you up.
This guy.
Nice.
This is a good
Fun
opportunity
time,
for you to
yeah.
bounce too. I've been here way longer than I expected to, but it's been interesting. Thanks for having me up, Abe. Good talk. Salute to the
Yeah.
chat and audio
Same here
panelists.
too. Yep.
Have a good
It was
night.
good talking with you.
I'm gonna go ahead and look at this clip, and I'm gonna push mute because I don't know what the hell this guy's got. Knowing it's him, like I don't want to like TOS your channel, so I'm gonna push mute. So
Yeah. So, do you mind me asking you something, Abe?
Sure.
How do you feel about facilitating something like that? Was it good? Was it bad? What are your thoughts?
I think this was great.
Awesome.
I think that this is kind of what my channel has been and why I set my channel up the way that I did. Is there's a ton of debate going on all over the place all the time, and I wanted a place where conversations that need to be had can be had, and where it's not so adversarial that people are screaming in each other's face. Now that does happen from time to time, but I think that it's important for us to be able to build bridges, whether it's between Orthodox and Protestants or to help non-Christians understand where we're coming from. I think that's super important, and I don't see it enough.
Well, I have an answer to that, but before I get into that, it is important because there are the soapbox on the village square in the park where people just talk and talk and talk and talk. And then there's the street corners and bars where people argue and blood sports, but there's also the dining room table where you're able to break bread, where you're able to have conversations, where you don't lose your shit, where you're not exploding and you're not like calling people a bad thing or other stuff, and you're able to spend time having the food and the conversation, and maybe you don't get very far, but you understand the criticisms or concerns the other person had better, and you come away from it more suited to be able to like navigate that in a way that has better outcomes, and ideally the other person does too.
I
Or
agree.
maybe there was some ignorance that was solved, or they had a genuine like, hey, I think your politician sucks, and why do you think that? And they mentioned something that's bad and you never thought about it.
Right. And sometimes you need to expose the chinks in the armor to have them understand where their weakness lies or where they're not seeing reality.
Yeah.
And I
And
think
having room for the lectures, the TED Talk, soapbox stuff, but also the blood sports and like fisticuffs, you know, the two people that are boxing without, you know, gloves on, but also the dining room conversation like what you had here. Like those are all equally critical aspects that if you just have conversations, then you're not really going to be able to do that much. But if you don't like instigate and have blood for the crowd, then you won't be able to do other things. And if you don't kind of like lecture and have like people that are talking and other sorts of stuff, then it all kind of needs to come together all at once. And it's an important facet of it.
So I'm not to interrupt, but I'm going to get out of here. It's been nice, gentlemen. Octavius, pleasure to meet you.
Hey, you
Powder
as well.
Dusty. Yeah. So the clip was when he caught me saying Miss Arizona, which I meant Mr. This bastard is going to like get backs are fair in my opinion, and I'm better at this than him, I assure you. So you guys will wait, and I'll tag all you guys in this when this happens.
Right on.
Good luck, Powder Dusty. Clip
RJ,
that.
thank you for coming, dude. I appreciate it.
Yeah, sure, man. Anytime, man. I don't mind. Hopefully, I didn't bore you guys to death
No,
with my
I think it was
rhetoric.
freaking awesome. It was a good conversation, and I think it needed to happen too. So
Well, something I will admit, as you're someone who's becoming Orthodox and getting into you're not there yet, but you're on the road of it. Like that probably was one of the better interactions with an ortho, because there's a lot of like, I'm a dirty prot, and the people that look down on me and like other stuff where they make these assumptions. It's not all of them. It just, I happen to have the misfortune of running into them. And that you can talk about things, but when you get into certain issues with disagreement, sometimes more often than not, the knives come out. And I'm really glad that we were able to have that. Not that I want to convert or anything, but it makes me more like comfortable with the idea of it existing, and that maybe it's not like bad or less than good. It's just a different way of doing it. You know,
I
due to the
can't-
exposure I've had.
I can't make you convert, and nor do I want to be here to convert. I don't think that's my job or my position, although we're supposed to quote unquote spread the gospel. I think that the better way that I can go ahead and just relay this to you is by clearing up the position and maybe some of the misunderstandings that I have in my. So what I did was, when we had this conversation, you went to good or bad. You automatically went to that, even though I never said the words good or bad, nor was I offended by that. Maybe like, let's say you did, this was provocation that stemmed from previous interactions with Orthodox people, right? Well, for me, I just want you to understand that when I think about these things, that's why I went to like, oh, things are fractioned off. I referred to like the history, things like this. I took emotion out of this whole argument. And I think that when men get together, the best way that you can handle discussion is take emotion and just point to things that are more clear, and take that was me taking myself out of the picture and saying, here, this is what I mean. I'm going to build this construct of an idea of, hey, when we go back to the source, maybe it's a little bit more fraction and people's interpretation. That's the only distinction I can have. I could say less or more, but the worst thing I could say is, well, bad or good, because what that's doing is creating a schism between you and me. It's not good or bad. The person that has to determine bad or good would be Abe Dinkus upon himself, or you and my interaction with you and me. Good or bad, I'm not here for good or bad. I'm just here for just banter with people. If we do have a
One
debate,
thing that I do genuinely appreciate is that you did treat me with good faith, and I hope that you can understand from talking with me for a few hours by now that I'm. There's been a few people I've told that I'm one of the more good faith people on the internet that you'll encounter. Like that, if I say something and it seems a way, like me asking you, what do you mean by bad? It's not that, because I was trying to give you an opportunity to clarify that I might be wrong and that you might not be saying this. And like, but early on with asking Andrew, with asking about definitions, that sometimes it's really important to do that. And I'm glad that we were able to have that kind of stuff going on.
I think Marte is often the same way. He tries to be honest, straightforward, and good faith in his presentation as well, and I think that's really helpful.
You mean this presentation right now, because Powder Dusty's about to get cooked. That's what's going to happen. So he's going to be fried to a crisp.
By any chance happen to know what a salvationist actually is?
So I made an assumption in my head of what that may be. I would think I just automatically went to evangelist. That's where my head went.
Okay, so have you ever heard of a little organization that happens to be called the Salvation Army?
Yes, I've heard of them.
It's a worldwide church that's in 134 countries. They have like youth camps all over the place. They do outreach. They have a worldwide campaign that is like anti-trafficking for like bad things with that they do a lot of good. Anytime, like when 9/11 happened, there were 40,000 Corps officers, members of the church, and volunteers that showed up for 6 months at Ground Zero. That when Katrina, like anytime there's a disaster, they have canteen trucks that are like mobile taco trucks. They'll show up and they'll feed 400 people. They'll give people diapers for free. They do a lot of that, like, without good works, it's difficult to really say that you're Christian, because you're supposed to be doing good works. And that's kind of what a lot of it, not that you can't be a Christian if you don't do works, but you're supposed to go out and actually try and help people. And when people castigate Protestants, for me, it's not offensive, but it's like not hurtful, but it's
going to turn you
dissatisfying.
away.
Yeah, because they
honest.
don't understand that, like, the level that, like, there are people who genuinely, like, I remember when I was in high school and I was volunteering 1,400 hours my senior year, and there was about 460 families that, due to angel trees and the compassion and kindness of others, that like 460, 480 some families got toys under the tree and a Christmas dinner. And there was something in that room that was moving. It was a very like spiritual thing to have people that were practically sobbing in thanks and telling them that it's like, it's what we were called to do. We're trying to help everyone. And it's like, when people like look down on that as a prot from reasons, which is part of why I've had trouble with orthos, is like, it's kind of like throwing that in the mud. And there are good things that Protestants did. Like, as an example, didn't they found America? That's pretty good, right?
Yeah. I have no qualms against that. One thing I'll say is like I can hear why you use that for an example, as far as when we were referencing, you referenced earlier, people down the trenches feeding people. Like, I see where you get this from. I have no qualms against that. I have no refutation against that, because here's the thing: I could be talking to a secularist or a Satanist or somebody else right now, but instead I'm talking to somebody that does believe in Christ. Whether or not we can get into semantics, whether or not I could say it's the right Christ or not, or whatever, like, that's not what I'm here for. I just think that I think that grammar should be introduced into society with this 8th grade level super chat. So anyways, no knock against them, but I think that maybe typo or something. Sorry, I have OCD when it comes to like grammar. I'm such an ass.
I get you.
Or I don't.
So, do you think politicians can be good Christians? I think that if you stick to like what a Christian should be and what they're called to, and you're in a position to be able to do more as a politician, sure. But it's like if you're a married man, because I'm going to relate this to myself because that's the only thing I can do. But if you're a married man and you're in a situation where you could cheat or you're tempted to, you're kind of called to avoid women of ill repute because their houses are death. But when you're in those positions like Andrew Wilson or a politician, the temptations are much more present. And as a Christian, like, it's the reason it says that it takes 2 of you and Christ will be there and you can have church, that like there's the fellowship of others and the bedrock of faith of people that are pulling for you, that are keeping you in check. And that if you're going to be in that position, you need to be humble about it, and also constantly seeking not the approval of others, but like talking with whoever your spiritual leader is, with, you know, like hearing what other people are talking about, and like trying to do more Bible study than you should be, and other kinds of things to try and grow in your faith as a leader that's like in the world but not of it.
Well,
It's a much more dangerous road to walk, but it can
That's
be
also
drawn.
an appeal to marriage, would it be, if there are more than two? Because there has to be two. So that's what I'm saying is I think that that's a great appeal to that too. So we can look at things and say, okay, this can also apply to that. We can say, look at the application that this could be used for. But yeah, that's my time. I'm going to see what's up. Abe, I'll talk to you
Have a good
later.
night, brother. Yeah.
Alrighty.
Space Tweaker, probably.
Yeah, have a great night.
Sleep. Yeah. You guys take care. See you soon.
By the way, Abe, the way I've often thought of it is, where there are two, we are one in Christ.
I think that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah.
I appreciate the time you spent here tonight, Octavius.
Well, I appreciate you doing the things.
Man, see, I said earlier we could have the talk, and I didn't talk nearly as much, but I think that went pretty damn well.
I do too. I think it was. I think it was a good thing. I was less enthusiastic about some of the, oh, you're just doing this or you're doing that, kind of to just like hand wave it, like, oh, quit bugging me, Fly. You're making me mad. Like, I understand why people do that. But
Right. I think there's this, it's just like you said before, there's a certain defense mechanism, right? That's going to be alerted. And that once that's alerted, you've got to say, you have to recognize it first. And I think, I think that like Emmett was taking it that way because he's very passionate about this subject specifically in a different way. And I think that Marte is more honed and he understands why that's happening, and he's not going to jump straight to the offense part, you know. Which is why I was glad that it was Marte who jumped in. Actually,
his self-calibration is that it's not that you catch more flies with honey than vinegar, but it's like when you are a big, strong man, you have to be careful because you can break people. That like if you were to get in an altercation, it better be life or death because you could like you got lethal hands. And
so it's that whole thing of Superman has to treat the world like it's cardboard. Right?
Yeah, and that's a very good point. With when you are in those positions, it's almost sometimes like you have to treat them like they're a child, and that you don't necessarily want to go right to spanking the baby with an axe. You want to like have the compassion that they're ignorant, and what is it in them that's taken root that's causing them to be doing this, that's leading to the cognitive dissonance and bad behavior or criticisms or whatever the problem is. And if you can identify it, oh, it's this kind of thing, it grows in this type of biome, there's this amount of moisture, what's it weak to, how can I trim it, what can I do and not get like the sap to get on me and start burning me, like how can I actually get in there and at least move the rocks away so that it falls over and might die, or that we can come back and I can keep trying to hack at the briars and get into Aurora Sleeping Beauty's castle because I have to get through all the Bramblewood thicket. And so there's it, what he does, I can't like, I got a lot of respect for him because of what he did and how he went about it, because that's what a leader should do.
So this is
especially
something
with Christian morals.
Right. This is something that I've realized recently, especially, is that there is a representative force on the internet of ortho bros that are overzealous to the point of just fighting it and calling you out for being the wrong kind of Christian and all these other things. But there's a different thing completely when you look at the actual Orthodox Church and the people in it. And it's that whole, the internet culture is way different than reality. And
Perpetually online. Yeah, I get it.
right. And so what we're seeing as a representation of orthodoxy at times on the internet is this weird toxic version of it, and it's not the actual Orthodox Church. And so the more that I interface with some of the people that are not the perpetual people that are in the Orthodox Church, I realize that it's not necessarily the way that the online community is acting.
Yeah. Well, they do that because they A, can, and B, because of meme theory. that it's kind of a meme that like, oh, we're the best or we're the original, that you're all heathens and we're going to make fun of you and like the faux pas at your expense and all that stuff.
Yep. And it's just like okay, we're both vets, right?
Yeah.
So it's the same thing as like I'm a Marine, and so I'm better than the
In
others.
the army.
Right.
But you silly crayons.
And always do that, right? Always that. Oh, we're better. No, we're better. Oh no, we're the better ones. And it's the same idea, especially in the youth. You see it a lot from a younger crowd of the Orthodox guys, where they're just very overzealous, and
it's an overcorrection.
Right.
Because they were so empty before and now they're filled up that they
Right.
want to. And something Andrew, to his credit again, does is he's like, hey, if you're young in your faith, shut up. You're not in a position to be doing that. Sit down. You're making me look bad. And like there's those aspects to it where the very young are doing that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And it, like you're a Marine and I'm in the army, and me like the next thing out of my mouth is, how do those crayons taste? Like, you know that it's like in good fun.
Yeah, we're
It's
playing.
meme, and you give me crap like all the different, you know, like, hey, we always got to come rescue you, and it's like, okay, dude, go eat your crayons. But like,
Right.
there's with the younger that you're talking about, there's more vitriol, and like, you are worse than my enemy because at least my enemy knows that he's my enemy.
Right.
And you represent everything that I hate about who I used to be, the way the world is, and it's your fault. The barn
And think
burned
about it.
down.
Think about it too from like the Protestant side. As you come into Christianity, either as a Protestant, you either come into it or you're raised in it. And there are certain points where your zealousness to go out and tell everybody.
Yeah, to
And it's-
proselytize.
Yeah, and it's so amazing, and you have to go do this, and you're filled with that fire.
Yeah, you're on
It's
fire.
that same idea. It's that same idea, but the teachings are a little different, and how you go about it is different. And so that same zealousness that you would have as a teen or an early 20s Christian is the same thing for them, but it manifests differently because of the way that the church functions.
That's true, but there are also the makeup of the person. Like,
Yeah,
people
absolutely.
who, like, not to cite movies, but I've seen people who are new Christians, and they'll like go out of their way to attack someone that's gay. Or
Yeah,
they'll say that,
absolutely.
hey, you're vaping, or that
Absolutely.
they'll this. It's different words, but they do the same thing that the orthos do.
Absolutely. Yep,
But then
absolutely.
you'll see others that are more like myself who, like, I would rather move in the quiet desperation of it, trying to reach out but ever unable to. However, when the fire comes and you're panicking but I'm not, you will crave my secret. You will attack me and say, why didn't you tell me this greater truth? But I will be perfectly positioned to save you, or at least be, help you up out of the pit, or
Right.
do what little I can to prepare the ground so that someone else can do it in the future. That
Right,
for me,
so that the seed
witnessing,
can take hold.
yeah, the witnessing is so much more powerful than other things. And it's
Yep.
like when Christians do that, like I'm one of the first people to start barking at them, like, hey,
Well-
it's not okay to do that. You need to stop.
Right. Well, that's one of the things I've tried to promote, like here, is like, we don't need to attack everybody. That's not actually effective in any way.
It's not.
You just don't. If you seek to understand and you give grace and you give even just the littlest bit of understanding to people, you will have so much better standing to say anything and have it come across as sincere than you will criticizing, attacking, or telling people that they're wrong constantly.
But the conflation that the orthos do that never-endingly like burns my biscuits is that they conflate that with being weak or meek or pathetic or pushover, when Christians are called to like fight the wolf at the gate. That they're
Right.
called to, like, there's a reason they have like a sling and a knife and the crook, because they go after that one sheep and it's surrounded by wolves. We're having wolf stew for the next 2 weeks. Like, nobody
Right.
says to lay down and let it eat you and then eat your flock.
That's
Like,
true.
that there's this misnomer that like that Jesus was like, a weak person, and so we should strive to also be weak, and that
Right.
you
Well,
have
that's-
to like swagger and posture and overcorrect like a blowfish.
The
to try and-
conflation, right?
Yeah.
They conflate meek with weak, and meek means that you have a sword and you know when to draw it. It doesn't mean that you don't have any strength. You don't have any action. The meekness is a man who knows he can slay that wolf and chooses when his sword is drawn. It's such a weird conflation that's happened with the meek.
Yeah. Well, there's the idea of that they might have seen their father emasculated by their mother, or that they haven't gotten any respect, or they tried to be a nice guy and that girl like stomped on their heart, or that they see it where it's intrinsically tied with masculinity because the greater truth of Christ, there's nothing more masculine. And someone was trying to tell me like, oh, he does all this masculine swagger stuff, and I'm thinking to myself like, compared to Christ, everyone fails.
Yeah.
But it's like there are ways to do it where you go about it a different way, and advocating for considering that, I don't necessarily see as a bad thing, but it's important to be like, where you're not disparaging, you're not trying to like tear them down, or you're not trying to like talk about them behind their back. It's just like, we're encouraged to pray for our leaders and presidents and stuff, and like people that have authority over us, that we try to intercede with Christ and the Lord and the Holy Spirit on their behalf so that he can more appropriately move through them, so as well as done kind of thing. And it's when you get into conversations adjacent to that, and you can sometimes come off a certain way, which I understand why they're like, oh, you're just doing HR speak as a it's kind of a meme to score points and achieve victory. And I'm like, yeah, it's kind of disingenuous, but I get it.
Kind of. I mean, because I could see where, okay, so if your church structure is a certain way, and your concerns are coming across in a way that says, the way we do things is very specific. We know the ways that we're doing it, and we know the reasons why we're doing it. And you're coming here and giving us an emotional plea, or at least what seems like an emotional plea, then that just comes across as HR to them in a legitimate way. I don't think that becomes disingenuous, but I think it feels super disingenuous to anybody outside of that structure. And so that's why I jumped in a few times to try and to smooth it, not like to like be milk toast or anything, but to say, look, this is a communication error. It has nothing to do with him being HR or you being wrong. It literally is a communication error because of the structures of our belief systems.
The irony of it is that them saying I'm doing HR and tone policing is in fact due to my perceived tone, them doing the exact same thing back to me. And it's like, why are you cutting off your own nose to spite your face?
I can understand that, yeah.
Because people, they make assumptions and they're like, oh, this must be what you mean. And I've had to tell some people recently, as I'm getting used to this, that they have something in their throat that they have to get across that's more important than actually the engagement, the conversation.
Right.
It's more, they want it to be adversarial, but it's like, I'm in a position where I could attack you, but I'm intentionally trying to not draw a weapon or not escalate it to that point and keep it at the conversation level. And they're not quite used to that. They're more of like butting heads and owning you and winning and blood sports and so, which is fine. But it's like, that's not the most effective way to communicate is always with reason. And reason never devolves.
That, and they're also not used to the way that you come across, right? Because in this space for a long time, it's been mostly either just straight out, this is this, or it's been debating or things like that. And you come in with a cool head and are trying to probe so that you understand, and you're trying to help them understand what your message is. And they're so not used to that. They're looking for the attack that may be coming or the trap that you're setting for them. When in reality, that's not what you're doing at all. But it will come across that way because they're so used to people doing that in a snaky way,
Oh, I completely, they're trying to like slither on their bellies to get up and slit your throat. Or they're like, going to be a sycophant to pull the Grimer Wormwood or Wormtog that like poison the King of Rohan. That like, hey, I need to keep you away, that you're bad news, that you're just, you're going to do someone that's going to damage stuff or,
Right. So I think that, but I mean, that's what I said. Like when I first met you on EODs and you were talking and I was in the call with you, I was trying to decide where you were coming from, because I did that at first too. I was like, okay, is this a sneaky thing? Is what's going on here? Because I come across quite a few leftists that try to do the same kind of thing, like a probing, and then bam, 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 hit you with all these things. And so, but I'm not going to jump the gun and lay into somebody or take them as bad faith right off the bat. So the more that I listened and kind of talked to you a little bit, and then the next time I saw you on there, I realized that you're coming at it fairly earnest, and you're just seeking to understand and get across your ideas in a way that doesn't, like you said, with the optics, that doesn't come across as setting off the immune system immediately.
Yeah, it's more palatable.
It is. I would say, for me, because we're all tangential to like the debate spaces, right? Like Verbal Combat and Sarah's Tomato channel, and
it's a kissing cousin.
And so what happens is most of the people in these spaces, and it's funny that I plopped here because I'm like not doing that. I mean, I am. I go and I debate on those channels, but that's not my natural temperament. I don't think. I'm not an argumentative person by nature. I'm just more of a logical, philosophical type person by nature. It's funny that I plopped here, and it seems like it was super needed, actually, because people are coming in and being like, well, man, I like the debate space, but it's too much. It's too much sometimes. We need a space where we can just talk things out, not argue everything. And it's like, well, that's perfect then. Come talk about it.
You need the apple tree that's on top of a hill. And there's something about like just sitting on your ass and leaning against the tree and just exhaling and watching the clouds and the breeze blows. And maybe you feel the presence of the Holy Spirit. Maybe it's just a great day and you end up taking a nap, whatever your perspective. It's still, there's something that's like grounding. I hate that this word has been co-opted, but healing, but also invigorating to get where you're, okay, I'm going to go trudge back down the hill and get right back into the mix of things. That we need the apple tree.
It's peace.
Yeah.
It's peace. When you can get that sense of peace, even for a brief respite, you gain your strength back. You gain more perspective on what's going on, and you feel more energized to go back into the world that you've been toiling in, I think.
Yeah. Because me, I kind of see myself as, instead of a fisher, I'm more of a noodler. That I'll put my whole arm in there and I'll let them bite down and then I'll pull them out and I don't try to cook them. But I'm like, there was an oil spill. You're covered in oil. I have to scrub you down. I'll be as gentle as I can. And you can try to chew on my arm all you want, but I'm going to eventually let you go and then hope that maybe things are better for you.
And that's the other thing, like I've noticed with you transition quite well between amicable, chill, seeking to understand, to firm and pointed. I've seen the difference in depending on what we're talking about or what you're talking with someone else about, and you're not afraid to just go to firmly what you stand on or what you believe, but you're not going to enforce it right off the bat or anything like that. And I think that it's good faith, and then it also comes across as earnest, I would say, I guess. Just, you're not here to do anything besides say, hey, I think maybe this is a good idea, and here's why I think it's a good idea. And you're willing to talk it out.
Yeah. Because I may very well be wrong, but then again, all the geniuses around the chalkboard stumped for 10 years, and I'm the reject that failed out of high school. That's like the janitor. Have you thought about this one thing? And they all laugh at me, but then this one guy's like, "Oh crap, we never thought of that." And then all of a sudden, like, we can go into space, or they figure out some way to get tenure.
Right.
I'm just the idiot that I'm right sometimes.
Right. Well, that's all of us, right? Sometimes we have a moment of genius. We might not even know it's genius, but we might have that moment. So,
well, I mean, Christ came for the broken, and he didn't come in like robes of gold with choirs of angels hoisting him on high. It was that he was a very humble person
His clothes were like road worn, but like well maintained. He ate simple foods and he talked in simple terms, and he would sometimes use slurs and swear so people could relate to him that weren't saved, even though he
met people where they were.
Yeah, but the people that quote were quote saved, even though they're not, like the established religious types, they were the ones that actually ended up crucifying him.
True.
And in that sense, not that I see Andrew as Christ, but it's like I don't want him to get crucified. That would be actually really bad.
Well, no, that's always the risk, right? Whenever there's a following, there's always the risk that your following turns on you. There is.
Inevitably. Because
So
you're kind of like the group is on the edge of a cliff and you're on a board, and it's like a lever that the more popular you get, the further the board grows. And if the crowd moves away, you just tumble into the crevasse.
Right. That's a pretty good picture to paint, because it is the base that you have grown is the support that which holds you up, and without it, yep.
So it's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't. But it's like if you do have to go and, do battle with the devil, so to speak, you got to make sure with I don't remember it specifically, and I don't want to bastardize it, but the whole armor of God and like helmet of this and sword of faith, like each piece of armor, and that you make sure that there's no, like you're saying, is this person being sneaky? Are they an ooze that's trying to like sneak in and stab me in my back? There's a lot of that kind of stuff that you have to be wary of, and it's important to, like, there's a reason that back in the day soldiers would sharpen their swords every day, and they would like keep getting like rust or like chips in them, that they would like fix their saddles, that they would like prepare themselves, and they would drill and drill and drill and drill so that when it mattered, it was all reflex and they could think about other things while in the business of combat.
Yep, same thing that we do in the Marine Corps, over and over and over and over and over, till it's second nature. You don't even think, you just do. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Octavius, I think I have to crash so I don't face down on this laptop.
Well, I wanted to thank you for doing the hangout stuff and the good conversation. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you're always welcome back. I don't have a really good schedule set up yet, but I'm going to try to do it as much as I can. So
awesome. Well, I wish you the best with it.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, I'll head out and let you do your thing.
Yes, sir. Have a good night.
You as well.
Okay. Does anybody know who is on currently? Looks like Jess is on. Yep. As far as anybody I know, Jess is the only one who's on. So if you guys want to get a raid over to Jess, you could do that. I am going to lay down for a little bit because it's probably a good idea. Thank you, Gorilla Biscuits. Thank you, Ashton. Thank you, Charles Darwin. Thank you to everybody who hung out. Thank you, Auntie. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for the support. I'll try to post it around the next time I'm going to be on. You guys try to have a good night. God bless all of you. Thank you for being here for me. And good night.
Top hats, dusty coats, torn and frayed. 6 feet under, but he ain't gonna stay. Stomp in the ground like a thunderous quake. On his stage, back for America's sake. He's carving truth with a fiery hand. Splitting lies like he split the land. Rails to free. history sees it all. From the courthouse steps to the Capitol halls. A phantom voice with a justice demand. He's here to lead, but not to hold hand. He's carving truth with a fiery hand. Splitting lies like he split the land. Rails to freedom, the hammer still pounds. Resurrected, Abe Lincoln shakes the ground.